children's entertainer because I'm not a Muppet. I'm not here to play a character. I'm not here to pretend that I'm something that I'm not. I don't dye my hair. I don't act stupidly constantly to get attention from children. I don't do stupid pranks. You know what I mean? I don't cause drama. I'm here just to play games and have fun. I'm a legitimate gamer. Big ups to your dad.
I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes and then I put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth.
Act and talk a certain way with certain mannerisms, certain over-the-top reactions, screaming at the top of their lungs, jumping, flailing, doing weird things, constantly on camera.
I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes and then I put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please the peel it comes and then I put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth.
When we hit the 250 vestry for that celebration, I'm going to debut a new vest. There we go. Celebratory bubble blow. Very nice. There's bubbles everywhere. There's bubbles all over my PlayStation 4 controller. There's bubbles on my microphone stand. There's bubbles everywhere tonight. It's out of control tonight.
Here we go! I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in denim. Squeeze banana! Squeeze banana! I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze the peel, it comes in denim. Squeeze banana! Squeeze banana!
Sudden, the camera has been turned back at him, and he's like, wait, no. What do you mean, wait, no? It's your turn, bro. This beat is so Chino. I'm about to go medieval on this American tech reviewer. He's a fucking pedo. Discord server of unspeakable evil, gooning out to cuties, then sweep it up. Like veto your bank accounts approaching zero. So you hacked into Jay's PC and took his De Niro. Your parents take care of your kids on the D-Lo. Don't listen to your mom, because what the fuck does she know? Make believe making beats in your parents' home, but make believe don't mean shit on the streets of Rome. Manic episode, now you feel incredible. Do something regrettable, maybe something federal. Your Dropbox is full of photos that are questionable. Don't give a fuck, time to slam another edible. Playing Elden Ring and smoking dope. Stressed by an iPad from Best Buy so you can cope. I would tell you to jump, but you break the rope. It's because you're too fat. Now you get the joke. This goes over your head like Evil Knievel. You're acting kind of emo. Cry harder like a baby. Bambino, you're just a childish capo. But I am Gambino. Don't you know who I am? I won fourth place at Eva. Time to bring up another Zeno. Say hello to the little friend of Pacino. This is Vegas, son. I'll send you back to Reno. There's only room for one mob in this casino.
You guys like pizza? I know I do. I love pizza. I'm Italian. I'm disappointed that since I moved out here to the West Coast, there is not a real authentic East Coast Italian-style pizza out here. Would you like to have a pizza party with me? Mamma mia, make it a pizza pie. Pizza pie, Felipe, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens, mozzarella, and delicious. Take the dollars, roll it out, toss it in the air. Pizza pie, make it a pizza pie. Pizza pie, Felipe, pizza pie. Pizza pie, delicious pizza pie. Pizza pie, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens. Salvagno cheese, Salvagno greasy shit, crazy meat, weird sauce. The sauce has these big chunks of tomato that are very well seasoned, that are really good. Turn on the ovens and burn all the pizzas. Mamma mia, make it a pizza pie. Pizza pie, Felipe, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens, mozzarella, and delicious. Take the dollars, roll it out, toss it in the air. Pizza pie, make it a pizza pie. Greasy shit, pizza pie. Felipe, pizza pie. Weird sauce, pizza pie. Delicious pizza pie. Pizza pie, pizza pie. Mamma mia, make it a pizza pie. Pizza pie, Felipe, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens, mozzarella, and delicious. Take the dollars, roll it out, toss it in the air. Pizza pie, make it a pizza pie. Greasy shit, pizza pie. Felipe, pizza pie. Cheese, pizza pie. Delicious pizza pie. Weird sauce, pizza pie. Crazy meat, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens. Now on to the more exotic seasonings. These seasonings are catered more towards Italians. If you're not Italian, you don't like these kind of seasonings, you don't have to use them. But I'm Italian and I love it.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I need that really need that money. Really need that money. Really need that money. That money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I need that really need that money. Really need that money. Really need that money. That money. Hello, everybody. It's Dark Side Phil. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Stupid fucking trolls, man. I just want to chill. I rock back and forth on the y-axis. I'm fucking voting. What's wrong with this? I'm going to persevere. I'm going to punch through the boundaries. I'm going to become, that person that they say I can't be. And I'm going to be successful no matter what. But even though I have done that, there's still this back here. This song. In the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind. Trying to hit this beat on time. Keep my eyes wide open, looking on the horizon. I'm putting my time in, digging up this mine, searching for a cherry diamond. Looking for these nuggets of truth. I need to find them. But until then, I'll carry on grinding. 1 year older, alcoholic former. I can feel the dark side getting colder. I made a deal with the devil on my shoulder. All I can do to keep the demons in the corner. Give a pig a fish, feed him for a day, but don't take away his bottle of Tanqueray. 1 more drop and we'll be okay. Or maybe I should save it for a rainy day. Take another trip down to Total Wine. Pour another drink in my cup. Drink it all down to the bottom line. All this money, it'll never be enough. Now I think I'm feeling fine, so I polish this rhyme like a diamond in the rough. Try to free my mind, put my nose to the grind, put my pen to the paper when things get tough. Don't believe in the lies of he, cause I'm a super blind man, but I still see the blackest eyes like a black-eyed pea. Words crystallize as I'm flowing on the beat. Look into the water at my reflection. 5'12" with a mayonnaise complexion. Drink some whale hail from my depression. Captain Ahab on a ship with no direction. I am a man sitting on an island alone with 2 gin bottles and a microphone, writing my message on a scroll and throw it into the Dead Sea like a skipping stone. Spinning in this vortex unknown. Riding on a whale until I'm home. It's not that deep, but don't look below, because before you know it, you'll get caught in the undertow. Take another trip down to Total Wine. Pour another drink in my cup. Drink it all down. To the bottom line, all this money, it'll never be enough. Now I think I'm feeling fine, so I polish this rhyme like a diamond in the rough. Try to free my mind, put my nose to the grind, put my pen to the paper when things get tough. Money.
It's disappointing to me, and it's sad, but at the same time, you know, it just, once again, all the detractors, they said this was going to happen, and they were right.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself right now?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him.
No, fuck all that noise. Get you a bottle of gin from Total Wine. Fire up your TV. Drink your gin. Drink your gin. Consequences have actions, Pep. Here's what you gotta do. Drink your gin. Drink a Pepsi later on. Play your fucking WB champions. Consequences have actions, Pep.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself right now?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him. Stop being a fucking victim. You fucking bitch. You fucking asshole. Own your shit. Own your shit. Own it. Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Bitch. Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Bitch. Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself, bitch?
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him.
You're still on mission 1. No, I'm not gonna let you lie. I know you're lying. I'm gonna pick on you. I know you're lying. Being dishonest and begging for money, begging, and people wanting justice. He is not a real person. He's not genuine. He is not honest. He's a scammer. I just see a scammer.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil.
I just see a scammer.
They were right.
Like, we totally fucked him. Alright, I'm done. I'm done.
I understand everything now. I know why there's this hate wave on him, and it's been on him for years. It's because of this bullshit.
Meerkat Mall.
Cap played a lot of Skyrim, and it was good. It was fun. We chilled. We had a good time. You know, we didn't have any money to do anything really. You know, it would be great if we had money. We would have stayed out and done more stuff. We didn't have any fucking money.
Let me take you down to White Run. Let me in your sweet rose, you know I like 'em. I cast a spell and make you go and clean the bathroom. Cause when it's only you and I, we don't wanna go outside when we can go and take a ride down to White Run. Let me in your sweet rose, you know I like 'em. I cast a spell and make you go and clean the bathroom. Cause when it's only you and I, we don't wanna go outside when we can go and take a ride down to White Run. She be on the Skyrim while I streaming big. Crispy 60 frames on a Series S. I mean Series X. No wait, Series S. I lost so fucking much, I can't remember what I get. I got them spells, oh, I got that alteration. I trick a dent into giving up his entire pension. A little scratch for cat, yeah, you can feel the tension. I know a makeup glitch that probably needs her full attention. Come on, baby, we can go on down to White Run. Take off that tablecloth and I'll show you my sky run. You can beat a mount, I'll climb aboard and ride ya. Fuck it if Jasper dies, you know it's time to take a ride back down to White Run. Let me in your sweet rose, you know I like 'em. I cast a spell and make you go and clean the bathroom. Cause when it's only you and I, we don't wanna go outside when we can go and take a ride down to White Run. Let me in your sweet rose, you know I like 'em. I cast a spell and make you go and clean the bathroom. Cause when it's only you and I, we don't wanna go outside when we can go and take a ride down to White Run.
I don't wanna clean, I wanna play some Skyrim. No groceries, get me to the Highlands. This fucking bum took me to Dondoko Island, but I shouldn't be surprised, he's lazy like I am. I just wanna cast a spell and do a side quest. I just wanna get divorced and get my life back. Take me to your island and I'll get a flight back. Touch me and I might snap, Jenna's gonna like that. Power wash simulator. Jasper puked again, but I'll just clean that shit up later. Power wash, baby. I just finished the game, so I'ma go back in my lane and go to White Run.
Let me in your sweet rose, you know I like 'em. I cast a spell and make you go and clean the bathroom. Cause when it's only you and I, we don't wanna go outside when we can go and take a ride down to White Run. Let me in your sweet rose, you know I like 'em. I cast a spell and make you go and clean the bathroom. Cause when it's only you and I, we don't wanna go outside when we can go and take a ride down to White Run.
He's a bum!
Do you know how
He's an
hard?
ungrateful beggar bum!
Do you know how hard it was for me to hold it in? Every time he said, hey, and I thought we were being obvious. Hey?
Yeah.
I thought we were being like as obvious as possible.
No, I mean, we were like literally trying to get rid of him.
Fuck.
It's like when you like throw it, what's that scene where they throw the rocks at the dog and Old Yeller to make him go away?
Yes.
Or some shit like this. It's like, go! We don't want you here for a fucking
In the heart of the city where the shadows dance stands the Kino Casino, a house of chance where PPPP and Andy with a watchful eye oversee the games where fortunes rise or die. The jokers are wild, the deer that's cold as stone as the night goes on and the stories are told. Desperate souls with dreams in their hands game all their lives in this dangerous land. Felted tables where the losers cry, clinking glasses, card flips, and winners' battle cries. In the Kino Casino, under flickering lights, the games of chance never cease day or night. Felted tables where the losers cry, clinking glasses, card flips, and winners' battle cries. In the Kino Casino, under flickering lights, the games of chance never cease day or night.
emojis in the chat. Crying emojis in the chat. Oh my lord, what is going on, everybody? It's your boy Duty in the house. What's poppin', folks? That's right. Happy anniversary to everyone. Welcome home. That's right, welcome home. If you just woke up, you have no clue what Duty's talking about, I don't know where you've been at, but today is, to the exact date, March 19th, 2025. A day that will live in dented history, that's right. Or infamy, excuse me, dented infamy. DSP actually lost his mind and went online and gave us one of the most amazing pieces of content we've ever watched. I mean, it's up there with like him fapping on stream, the May 1st burst. It's up there with the Heavy Rain playthrough. It's up there with the Deep Space lore. It's amazing. I'm gonna say that next to beating off on stream, the May 1st burst, the Level 666 podcast probably is the most insane thing that we ever encountered in the Snortax, honestly. And to the day, what's up with PDR? I don't know, brother. I don't pay attention to PDR. I don't pay attention to drug addicts. I'm sorry, I don't. Pathetic drug addicts, especially when they're Canadian. I'm sorry, I don't bother with it. But anyway, that's right. Welcome home, everyone. 1 year ago, exactly 1 year to this day, well, actually at 3 p.m. or 2:35 p.m. Eastern time, it'll be exactly 1 year where DSP graced the internet with some of the most amazing content we've ever watched, ever seen. And it was just pure insanity. It was cope. It was insane. To this day, when I watch it, my jaw just opens. It's just insane. And I did watch it the other day. I watched it the other day and watched the whole thing. The whole like 4 hours of it, I think it was. And it was crazy. It was pure insanity. It was. PWR, I don't know. I know that he watched one of my streams or whatever. He did like a 40-minute video mocking me or whatever. It's all good, man. I think it's funny. Again, I mean, I don't get upset when people mock me or make fun of me or it's all good, man. Well, what do they say? Mimicking is the best form of flattery or some shit like that. I don't know. There's a saying. I know one of you guys could say it. It's all good. He's sad. I mean, I'm sure the 30 people that watch his content enjoyed it, I guess. I don't know. A whole bunch of, I mean, I got messaged by it on DMs about it. Like, oh, did you see what I was like? No, I don't watch. Yeah. What is it? Imitation is the best form of flattery. That's right. It's all good, man. I wish PWR nothing but the best of luck. and the way his life is going, I think he needs as much luck as possible. So, is Jay reformed? I don't know, man. He said, so he initially gave Phil money, and then I guess he didn't get the reaction or the attention he wanted. So then he crapped on DSP and sort of said he was done with Phil. Then he gave him more money. He gave him like $1,000. He gave him $800. And then, of course, he went back to Detractors and cried that he made a mistake. And now he's dumping on Phil again. I don't know. I think I said my piece already on Jay Hayes. He's just another window licker that's roaming around the Snortex trying to get attention for his channel, and he thinks throwing money at DSP will get that. I guess he's doing the Iron Chef Sakai playbook. I thought initially it was Kino Casino, but now that I look at it, I think it's more Iron Chef Sakai. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, I said my piece. If you guys are curious what I had to say about Jay, I got a couple of videos that I posted about the guy, but I'm kind of done with him unless something major happens. Window licker. Yeah, that's what they are. They're window lickers. And if you've ever had kids or just ever gone to the zoo, there's always several kids that like to just pop their face, you know, in front of the window to look at the animals, and they lick the windshield. They lick with the window. They want to get in there so badly. So I call those kids window lickers, and that's what I call these transient dents that come around every so often and try to glum on DSP or try to clout chase them. PWR was one of them. You know, Kino to some extent was one of them as well. Who else? Who else was out there? Who else is out there that we could call window lickers? So, but I mean, at least with Kino Casino, I'll give Kino Casino props. They actually had a game plan. They had an arc and a game plan that they executed flawlessly. So I'll give them that much credit. Review Tech USA, nah, I wouldn't count him that much because he's been around for, whether you like him or not, you know, Review Tech's been around doing DSP content for over 10 years. So, you know, whether you like it or not, you know, it kind of doesn't matter. I wouldn't call him a window licker. No, I wouldn't call him that, but it's just someone that comes around for a bit period of time, try to cloud chase off it. Like Nagla was one. I think Nagla, for some reason, decided to cloud chase him for a little bit, and then when he saw the insanity that was the vortex, he said no thank you, and he bounced. So you know, he wised up pretty quickly. I didn't even know who DSP was until Review Tech USA. Yeah, Amber. Yeah, and I know Amber. You're a. I know I've seen you on Review Tech USA streams, and you're also on Wings' streams. I know I've seen you on Wings' streams as well. Every time I go and chill on Wings' stream, I tend to see you there. So, and there's a couple good sound bites where Wings is saying Amber Heard's turds. Can you please remove Amber Heard's turds? So, oh, you're Amber Heard dung. You're a little okay. You're different. All right, I thought you were Amber Heard's turds. All right, anyway. All right. So, like I said, folks. Like I said, 1 year this day, Dark Side Phil lost his mind, and I'm hoping to bring awareness. I know that I mentioned this on That Being Said because they were talking on Sunday's podcast. They were talking about how there wasn't really much of an arc going on. There wasn't much of an arc going on. What's up, Mr. Local? What's up, Mr. Local? How you doing, brother? Thank you, brother. Thank you for being a member for 1 month. I appreciate you. So I'm hoping to bring awareness because I know I was watching the That Being Said podcast, and they were talking about how the content's been a little slow and there's not much going on. They weren't sure what arc we were in. And I sent a message and I said, I think this is the anniversary arc. And I mentioned all of the things that happened in March with Kino Casino and so on. And they were a little surprised. Like they weren't sure that the dates were correct. So I guess they may have forgotten the actual dates when the Level 666 podcast occurred. So yes, it's March 19th. Today. That's right. So I'm hoping to bring awareness. I'm hoping you guys will, you know, spread the message, maybe go in his chat, wish him a happy anniversary. If anything, that's what I would like to come out of today. I would hope that detractors, LARPers, supporters would go out to Phil's stream and wish him a happy 1 year Level 666 podcast and see how he reacts. I love to see how he reacts. I didn't get to watch Kino Casino last night. Does anyone know if they brought it up? I don't think they did. But does anyone know if Kino Casino brought it up? I might have to look at their video. I might have to look at their stream today to see if they brought it up. But yeah, not too many. It's really interesting. Not too many people really remember or bring it up. But I don't know. To me, it's a big moment. It's a big thing. It's up there with it's up there with the May 1st burst. So anyway, that's what we're gonna do. I have some curated clips that I want to watch. So we're gonna walk down everything that happened prior to the Level 666 podcast, and then I have a segment of the Level 666 podcast that we're gonna watch, and then we'll wrap it up for the day. So let's see how much we can do today. And yeah, so first of all, I want to give a quick shout out before we proceed. I want to thank Subaru Regional Subaru Regional Manager with the 5-member bomb. He got a... Oh no, he ended up getting a raise or a promotion. Big ups. Big ups, big ups. Shit, I spilled some of my coffee. Give me 1 minute, folks. I spilled some of my coffee. Hold on, hold on. Sorry, folks. Little emergency. Can't be having the $20,000 setup ruined over a little bit of coffee. Shit. All right, sorry. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. Jesus, what the hell? All right. Okay. All right. So, like I said, Sabaro's manager, regional manager, got a promotion. Thank you for the 5 subs, brother. I appreciate you. And then Mr. Locale, thank you for being a member for a month. I appreciate that. Suffer DSP. Also, big ups to my homie. Big ups, brother. And then Mr. Locale with the 5-member bomb. Thank you. I spilled a lot of coffee. The fuck? Great, now my whole office is gonna smell like coffee. I'm DSP, folks. I'm DSP. I'm gonna have to, after the stream, I'm gonna have to sit here and mop everything and wipe everything down. That's okay, not a problem. Alright, okay. Whew. Okay, I think everything is good. Everything is good. Let me just make sure. Alright, okay, alright. Thank you for the early support. I appreciate it. And yes, Mr. Sabaro's manager was banned. That's right. I think I let everyone know. But he was banned for some reason. I'm not sure why. But he was banned. But he's back. That's okay. That's what happens to detractors. Once they get banned, they always come back better, stronger, with more money. And that's what apparently happened. PWR was detracted to... Again, I did see the video. I watched a little bit of it. It's all good. I don't mind people making fun of me. It's all right, man. Perfectly good, man. I think if you can't stand people making fun of you, then you shouldn't put yourself out there on the internet. That's my credo. All right. Yes, coffee. No, what I put in my coffee is 4 ounces of espresso, 4 ounces of milk, a little bit of Splenda. And a little bit of Splenda and some sugar-free vanilla syrup in it. That's it. That's my coffee right there. It's nice and simple. All right, let's see here. Why was YouTube suggesting me some weird squeaker doing I don't know. I guess he's trying to tie into my hold on a second. He's trying to tie into my algorithm. I guess if he types in duty streams, he'll get some clout. So I guess maybe he's clout shaking. Maybe he's becoming a window licker. You know what? That's fine. I'm not going to watch his content. Anyway, all right. So we're here, folks. Is there any coffee in there? Where in my thing? Yes. I'm not Phil. I don't drink gin. I'm all good. But duty, Phil put absolutely nothing into his coffee. I don't like black coffee. Just black coffee for black. No, I'm not a big fan of just black coffee. It's all right, but it's not my thing. I gotta add some cream to it, or some milk or something. So, whew. All right, man. I got winded. I ran to the bathroom, man. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Alrighty, folks. We definitely duty because I wouldn't been on the line with Pixar and PWR roast made me. Nah. He's not worth it, man. That's small potatoes. The guy's literally streaming to 15 people. He's streaming to 15 fucking people.
I've never run into this thing before. What is that, money?
I'm not too worried about PWR.
Yeah, look. It's a money creature.
Heel versus baby face in the house. What's up, ass? How you doing, brother? Thank you. Well, heel, like I don't think you've ever caught this before, but I'm a bit of a coffee snob. I actually paid like $2,000 for my coffee maker, so it was quite expensive. I have a $2,000 espresso machine, so I make my own espresso. But what I will do is I will buy me some Lavazza coffee, so that I can make. I'll buy some Lavazza whole beans with that money. So thank you, Heel versus Babyface. Thank you, brother. Heel versus Babyface is a friend of the channel. I appreciate him very much. He's a good dude. And again, if you don't watch Heel versus Babyface, what's wrong with you? Heel versus Babyface does cultural stuff. He does gaming. He makes fun of DSP. He's just an all-around great English bloke. That's right, bloke. Is that how you say it, bloke? Big ups, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Yes, Heel versus Babyface. You gotta watch his stuff, man. And he does a great job mocking DSPs. Beauty buys coffee. No, that's some no. I don't buy that garbage. I buy Lavazza coffee. Italian style coffee. That's right. I'm like DSP. I need my Italian style fix. So I only buy Lavazza coffee. It's great. No. Pronouns. That's right. Fucking pronouns. Greatest rant ever. Appreciate it. All right, folks. Let's get into it. And again, thank you everyone for the early support. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for heeding the call of action and getting the momentum going. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So the first clip we're going to watch here is we're not going to watch the whole thing. We'll watch a little bit of it. So this essentially is from Kino Casino clip. Shout out to Kino Casino. What this is actually what started everything. So this is actually the full interview with Dark Side Phil. And this occurred August 2024. I'm not sure what actually the date was. I'm pretty sure the video can tell me. Let me see here. More. So, okay, August 7th, which sounds about right. That's right, August 7th. So this was the video. People thought that this was going to be great. I mean, honestly, when it came out, I thought it was terrible. I thought the interview was utter dog shit. But now watching it, rewatching it, and knowing what the game plan was from Kino Casino, there was just nothing but sneak dissing in this video. There was a lot of sneak dissing. And if you watch it now, it's so much better than when you initially watched it. It was kind of like watching the Asmongold DSP interview or the Keemstar interview with DSP. You thought something good was going to happen. You watched it and you were disappointed. But now when you watch it from the lens of what happened, it's great. It's some good content. So I would recommend people, if you want to go back, I'm going to create a playlist of all these videos just to keep track of everything that occurred in the Vortex and the whole Kino arc. And then we'll keep it there. And if you guys get bored and, find DSP to be boring, you can go and watch these clips. So let's get into it.
Buddy, you're lucky you haven't been banned, okay? Don't you ever dare disparage and lie upon the king's name like that.
I spit on you.
Phil is a legend and a king of the game. Back in the day, Darkside Phil didn't need any gimmicks. He didn't need any production value. He didn't need a capture card. He didn't need a $500 mic like we have and all these decorations to create content. All Phil needed was a webcam pointed at his TV screen.
And a dream.
That's all Phil needed.
That's
and
it.
For years and years, while other competitors had the capture card, Phil knew he didn't need it because what really mattered was the king and his content. Phil's series, The Hateful Truth, is by far one of the greatest series.
I know, this is some dog. Hold on, let me see if I can raise it up a little bit.
His reviews were honest, they were powerful, they were trailblazing. Darkside Phil is a pioneer, and he embodies the spirit of Kino Dogme 2007.
Hold on.
And many folks out there just, they won't get it. They're like, why would he have filmed his TV screen? That's stupid. No, it's base.
That's as high as I can put it.
Understand it because you're a plebeian.
I'm sorry, that's the highest I can do. I don't know why Kino Casino's audio is so low. I got it maxed out, so it is low. My apologies. We're not going to watch the whole thing, so don't worry. I just wanted to give you guys a little taste of, what happened. So I think they do raise the volume, if I remember the clip properly. Let me just move a little bit forward. Here it is.
Oh, because it's surreal. It's going to be Phil dumping on a bunch of people. All right, let's get Phil on. Oh,
Stutter ski.
Down to the king there. Darkside Phil, he's here.
Is your audio working? You want to check it out?
What the hell? I thought this was the Lolcow podcast. I'm on the wrong show.
Oh,
no, Keem, bro.
Okay.
Oh, this man needs no introduction. But we're going to give him a little one anyway. He's a YouTube legend, as I said. He's a pioneer of the game. He never needed any sort of gimmicks or production value starting out. He had very little. It was just about his content, his opinions, keeping things true.
Well, right here, first of all, I found that to be kind of funny because DSP is nothing but gimmicks. We got to remember, this is when he was still doing the vest and the hat and the goals. He was doing his membership goal for the marathons. So this DSP is nothing but gimmicks, and he's actually nothing but gimmicks now. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the year, the gimmick for 2026 was wage quitting, justifying wage quitting, and indie gameplays. And both, sadly, have not worked out for DSP. So the man is nothing but pure gimmicks. And then the year before, every year he comes up with a new gimmick. Whether it be a new channel, whether it be DSP Politics, or React, whatever it is, it's a gimmick. It is a gimmick because to me, I consider it a gimmick because he's just doing it to see. He's throwing shit up against the wall and seeing what sticks. And if it doesn't make enough money for him, then he's just gonna quit it and move on. So to me, that's just a gimmick. He doesn't put his heart into anything whatsoever. All he does is just look at it from a perspective and the lens of, can this make me money? And if it can't make me money, it's not DSP. Especially, God forbid, if it requires some additional work. Let's remember, he quit Smart Guys, the wrestling show, because it was too much work to watch a 2-hour wrestling show every week. I mean, that was too much work for DSP. So
he's a Street Fighter world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Side Bill.
Thank you.
What's
Thank you
up,
for having
dude?
me. I'm happy to be here.
Hell yeah. Yo, it looks great. The setup looks amazing, dude.
Very
Looks awesome, dude.
Very
I'm
sharp.
just resizing all this stuff. Phil, so you know what? A lot of people were trying to prevent this from happening. The amount of seething, Phil, that we dealt with. I could see why. You were like, I don't know, man. This is going to be tough. We don't care. We've been through worse stuff. You know what I mean?
We've been through it all.
We're so happy to have you here, dude.
We're so happy to have you on, Phil.
Well, first of all, I mean, I have to just thank you guys so much because, as everyone knows, you guys have bought me a new car.
Yeah,
I know.
Look at this. You bought
Oh,
me
he's so
beautiful
corny.
Victrix joystick to play Street Fighter on.
You're
And
welcome.
now
You're welcome.
I got a brand new gaming PC. I mean, you guys have just covered my house in so much affluence.
Generosity is just
We paid your
outpouring.
rent this month. We paid your
Well, we
rent.
didn't pay
I
his
bought the
rent.
bat.
He got his whole mortgage. No, it's all taken care of. You're free and clear, Phil. Live your life, man.
So if anyone's curious what this is the actual first interview that DSP and the Kino Casino had. This was March 7th, 2024. This kind of officially kicked off the Kino Casino DSP arc. So I just wanted to show a little bit, show you guys, DSP, his friendship with Kino Casino, how, I mean, like I said, when I originally watched this, I was kind of like, ugh, this is terrible. This is bad. But now from the lens of, hindsight, it's pretty glorious. Like, it's pretty good. You could just see that I'm pretty sure they had like a DM up talking with each other and they were just crapping all over him. I guarantee. And Andy said it before, he said it previously where, it felt like when they had him on, it was just dragging on and he would just tell PPP, this is killing the show. And I'm pretty sure Worski actually looks at the analytics while the show is going on, and he can see exactly where there's dips, where people left, and he'd be like, man, he's just killing the show. And that was the real reason why they stopped bringing him on. I think they had like four things they did together. This one, the interview, the RTU thing, which was on Phil's channel, I think, and then they brought him on to play the zombies, Call of Duty Zombies. And each time they brought him on, it just killed their momentum, it killed everything. And that's why they were like, yeah, we can't have him on the show anymore. I mean, even they knew it. And it's just great watching it now. So we'll watch a little bit more. We'll move on because I have other clips. We're definitely going to watch the Level 666 podcast for sure. That's glorious. But I'm trying to piece this together for everyone and walk everyone through it.
You're set. The casino's
Chain together, yes. Thank you, BitTW Awesome. Romance.
You gotta be a high roller, right?
Romance, BitTW Awesome.
Phil, we gotta get serious because
Just for one thing.
The whole purpose of this show is to hold you accountable, Phil. People out there have said, and we gotta ask you about this. People have said you've been lying for years, you've been covering things up, you're a bullshitter, you're a scammer, all this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
so
all
I've been
true.
talking to the detractors all throughout the week. They presented me a massive list of questions that we're going to go through one by one.
All right, mark the course.
Receipts to check your lies, Phil. And so this is going to be very Frost Nixon-esque with this first question.
So I think I can say this now. That was actually true. That was true. Kino Casino, PPP, and Andy, they were speaking with detractors. getting questions or whatever. And I think I mentioned this before. I had conversations, a good amount of conversations with them back and forth about potentially doing content with DSP. Like, I know one thing PPP wanted to do with Smart Guys was he wanted to bring a detractor onto the show every week and essentially just do what he did. So shit on DSP, ask him questions, make fun of him, and then PPP would play the devil's advocate from time to time, you know, interject here and there. But the goal was essentially to just let Phil hang himself. That was the goal of really Smart Guys. And Phil said, hell no. Like, PPP told me that he pitched the idea to Phil and said, let's bring your detractors on. Let's get Duty on. Like, if you notice, I think the first Smart Guys they talked about doing a WWE sim match between me and DSP, me and Phil, whatever. He kind of pitched that idea too. And I even sent him clip art of my avatar and everything. I said, yeah, I don't care. You can use it. It's all good for me. I really don't care. But PPP pitched the idea to Phil and said, let's bring a detractor on. We'll bring Duty on for the first week, and then we'll see how it goes. And he said no. He was like, no. And then PPP, I think, tried to pitch him other detractors because you guys have to remember, there was a lot of shit going on with me and Phil at the time. And he was just like, no. So then I guess he said, fine, if you don't want to discuss, you don't want to talk with your detractors and bringing them on stream, then I'm going to do it. Then he's going to, and that's kind of when he took on the detractor role during Smart Guys. So I figured I'd give a little bit of insight there.
Gonna be asking the why did you...
He did, yes. Ever since he came back from his Christmas thing, he did lose some weight. Yeah, I did actually shoot him a DM and told him that he looked like he was losing some weight. Keep up the good work, yeah.
Why didn't you burn the tapes level question, Phil? So I hope
everyone's been waiting for this.
For this question, Phil.
Dude, I've been saying that for the longest. I don't, you know me. I try to give Phil some advice, you know what I mean? Because I know he's not going to take it. But I've told him countless times he should do a weekly stream where essentially he turns on TTS, you know, the notifications, and just let detractors just hammer him. He would make over $1,000 on the night, maybe more. He would probably make like $2,000 in super chats alone, with just people bombarding him, just saying the most horrific shit. But you know what would happen? The N-word would probably get thrown in there. But he can filter. He can filter a lot of that bullshit that you don't want to see, and it won't pop up, or it just won't go through. Like, I know I've done super chats where I've put in the word piss or something like that, and YouTube makes me edit the super chat. But he's too much of a bitch. I think what it is too is I think he knows that Kat watches his content from time to time. I think she looks at it from her perspective to see what people are saying about her. So she's worried that he's probably worried that people will just bombard him with super chats degrading Kat. So I mean, I get why he doesn't do it, but he would make $1,000 easily a night. And of course, just like everything else, it'll get boring and die out. But you know, I think it was a good idea. And I think PPP mentioned that several times. And Phil said, well, no, because detractors will then super chat me and try to get my channel banned. But like I said, there's tons of filtering that you can do on messaging that would stop many of that. And again, if he's smart enough, he can, you know, if he sees something come through, he can simply just delete it. I don't know. All right.
Dark side, Phil.
Yeah.
What is your favorite flavor of ice cream, sir?
Wait, what? That's what you're going to open the show with? You're going to hit me with that? What a question.
Yeah,
I mean,
listen,
No,
the
she doesn't.
detractors have selected these questions. It's a hard question, but it's fair.
Well, I mean, Ben, you think that the last video where he said, I'm sorry, you think that was AI, so I can see why you don't think she watches it. I mean, Phil said it himself. Let's not forget the DMs, where Phil said that his wife made him eat shit because she found the Steve Cambion interview, and for 2 weeks he had to eat shit because she was calling him a stupid idiot for falling for it. So, I don't know.
Voted. We had a vote.
Can you give us a legitimate answer to your favorite ice cream, or are you going to dodge?
This is a total trap question. You understand that? Because
he doesn't get many though, BV. He probably gets like 1 or 2 super chats, super thanks a month. He doesn't get that much money. He doesn't get that much money on super thanks. No, he doesn't shout out super thanks. No, unless it's significant, because then I'm guessing if a dent gives him big amount of money, he will shout it out, because in Phil's eyes, if someone gives him a donation and he doesn't shout it out, then they won't donate again. So I think that's why he makes it a point to shout out the tips and all that he gets overnight. So I'll give him leeway on that. But as it relates to the super thanks, he gets maybe 1 or 2 a month. He doesn't get that many.
No matter how I answer, it's the wrong answer. Like, let's say, for example, I say, I like mint chocolate chip, right? Well, that's going to piss off the butterscotchers. And what if I say, like, I like triple fudge, ripple? Well, what about the people who like, Rocky Road? So no matter what I answer, you're trapping me into a question where everyone's going to hate me.
This sounds like a dodge. Honestly,
this is a dodge. This is a deflection, Phil.
deflection.
Can't you just give us a straight answer?
No wonder they're
about
so
your
mad.
ice cream flavor.
Listen, I would prefer.
And again, it depends. It depends on if someone gives him a $2 super thanks, he's not going to bring it up. But if someone drops a $20 super thanks, he'll bring it up the next day. Yeah, I'll give him credit there. He does do that. So, because again, his dents, when they donate, they want credit. For some reason, people in his chat, they give him money, they want that acknowledgement and that credit. So that's why he makes it a point to shout everything out. So I'll give him that much credit.
To handle the devil I know. And the devil I know is if I don't say what ice cream flavor I like, people are going to hate me anyway. So I'm just going to...
No, Phil, people are going to hate you, period, brother. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say, because it's not what you say. It's just you, period, man. You got that face where people just want to punch you, man. And I'm sorry. There's no changing that. There's just no changing that, brother. Yes, and the Greek... And yes, Philip in Greek is horse lover. That is correct. A lot of think that's a meme. That's not a meme. That's actually true.
Let's go. What was it? What was it?
It was the worst game I've ever played. Homefront the Revolution.
Oh, yeah. What is this? The first one was
I'm going to move it forward because essentially what they're doing here is they're glazing him.
Possible to work with, and this whole thing was a huge chore, right? I mean, I was just like...
heard a clip. I think I was watching one of the documentaries, and you said, "Get the fuck up from my machine. I'm gonna play." Like, is that you really would do that back then?
That was...
I suck at Street Fighter. I'm not, and like I said, I'm not a good gamer. I'm like an average gamer. I'm pretty good like at first person shooters. I do good with RPGs, but I'm a very average player. So no, Phil would probably curb stomp me in Street Fighter.
It was very common. There was a situation. This is the funniest arcade story I have. Okay. There was a kid who was a big shit talker, and another guy came into the arcade who wasn't a regular, and the kid thought, "Oh, I'm hot shit," so he talked shit.
By the way, the bookworm thing. That was one dent that turned on him. So apparently there's this guy named Campfire or something that apparently he comes on every so often and he takes over the YouTube chat. I think he's a LARPer. But he what he's been doing is he was posting on some of old videos talking about how he was going to destroy detractors and all that, where he was going to take me out and all this stuff. Some just very insane shit. Apparently he has a YouTube channel with like 20 people that follow him. It's just insane. So it was just one person. But yeah, that's a shame. They made Bookworm feel like shit. And then, of course, DSP decided he wanted to crap on someone. So he did it to Bookworm. Of all people, Bookworm. Bookworm is one of those people. Yeah, he's dented or whatever. But, he's like Jade. He comes in because he likes to watch Phil play games. I don't know why, but he does. So, like, he's not really harming anybody. He's just there to watch the content, which is fine. Again, I don't really like messing with civilians like that, but yeah, it's a shame. He made him feel like garbage, and it got to the point where he was just like, you could see it. He got hurt. Like, he really got hurt that Phil did that. And he said, "I'm done. I don't care anymore." And then he stopped talking. I think he left. And again, Phil, that's how you lose people that actually support and watch your content. Really, you treating them like this. But again, you've been doing it for how many years? And people continuously come back. Even people that leave, that get upset with you and leave, they seem to come back anyway. So, I mean, Bookworm, honestly, you just need to leave. I'm pretty sure if you go to Raw Phil, I'm sure you go to Raw Phil, you can watch Phil's content, and you'll be free to say whatever the fuck you want to say in Raw Phil's chat. And you won't be made to donate.
Shit to the guy, and the guy's like, "I don't know who the fuck
I
is."
know.
He grabbed him by the neck. He says, "I'm gonna meet you in the parking lot."
And again, a lot of these people are sadly, they're just lonely guys. They got nothing better to do, and they find some type of kinship with Phil, and that's why they like to watch him. You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm not gonna dump on the guy for that. Again, I think I've had a couple comments because Bookworm actually came onto a couple of my podcasts in the past. Even Buckwell. And whatever, you know me, I allow anybody can come to chill my streams. I'm not gonna harass them or whatever. So
there was a situation. This is the funniest arcade story I have. There was a kid who was a big shit talker, and another guy came into the arcade who wasn't a regular, and the kid thought, "Oh, I'm hot shit." So he talked shit to the guy, and the guy's like, "I don't know who the this kid is." He grabbed him by the neck. He says, "I'm gonna meet you in the parking lot." Okay. So the kid's like shitting his pants, and he runs into the bathroom. He's like, "How am I gonna escape? Because I'm about to get my ass beat, and there's no back door to this arcade." He crawled into the ceiling tiles of the arcade and tried to shimmy his way. He got stuck, and they had to call the fire department to get him out of there.
No, it's so embarrassing.
Yeah, this sounds like a Phil story. This is probably like Jaha 2.0. Someone else that he pissed off and threatened to beat his ass, and then he hit. I guarantee you that's what this story is.
That's what it was back then. It was smash mouth shit talking. You know, you had to like have an initiation into the boys club locker room shit.
No,
it felt like you were in a
no,
frat house playing
Phil.
fucking fighting games in our.
No, Phil. No. I'm not gonna lie. Most of the fucking people that hung out on arcades were a bunch of fucking nerdy kids that had nothing else to do, which is fine. If you're a nerdy kid, it's all good. Okay. No, the Street Fighter wasn't a fucking gang. You guys weren't fucking the Crips and the Bloods. Okay. No one threatened you for playing a video game. At the very least, maybe you got accused of stealing someone's quarter, and they threatened to beat you up and tell your mom. I mean, that's the extent of it. The most violence we ever heard potentially was the whole Jaha story, where Jaha threatened to beat his ass, and he cried like a bitch and screamed he was an alcoholic. And even that, Jaha didn't even do anything. Jaha, from what we gather, felt bad for him and decided not to curb stomp him. And then Mike Wallace, is that who it is? Or Viscon, whoever it is, the other Street Fighter guy, you know, basically said leave him alone or whatever. So that was like the only violence we ever had. The fuck, it's just God, get the fuck out of here. He makes it sound like, you know, they're on the streets of Compton over here.
Arcades. And now you say anything to anyone online, it's like, oh God, I said that he's a flowchart scrub. Ooh. Oh my God, alert the police.
Like a sistification of the hobby in a way, because it used to be this hobby was for guys, like nerdy guys.
Yeah.
Like the fighting game community is like pretty masculine. You know what I mean? Things have changed so much.
Like even COD and stuff, right? It's about like swearing at the other team when you're done. Hey, you're a bitch. Nice job, buddy. Quit. I always say uninstall the game. Uninstall it. Guys, uninstall. All of you guys need to uninstall. You guys stink. Like it's fun. Like it's just like it's shit talk.
Why do you think this has happened, Phil?
Teabagging.
Why do you think it's getting like
two pieces? Like we already said, culture change at some point, you know, and that happens. You have shifts. I always say that culture in the world is like a pendulum that swings back and forth. Sometimes you go all the way to one side. Sometimes it goes all the way to the other side. And frequently with history, it just goes back and forth. Right now, we're really kind of close to one side, and everyone is now all up in arms about anything that happens, but it very well could swing back the other way, and then things will go back to being.
What are your plans for Taxaween?
Well, unlike DSP, I paid all my taxes. I'm good to go. I actually filed a couple weeks ago, so I'm good. I actually got a refund. Shout out to Donald Trump. I appreciate the tax break. I actually got a refund. I haven't gotten a refund in God knows how long, so I was kind of very happy about that. I was worried I was going to owe a little bit of money, but unlike DSP, I pay my taxes on time to avoid penalties. That's right, and I pay extra. I actually drop 30% of every quarter. 30% just pay it off, and then if I get a little something back, great. If not, whatever. It's all good. I don't like you. There are a couple people in life you don't fuck with. We don't fuck with the Yakuza, the Mafia, and don't fuck with the IRS. Okay, those are the three people you shouldn't fuck with in life. All right. So I'm not planning anything. DSP, I don't know. He hasn't really taken any time off. You know that's going to be coming. We're going to get a couple days off here and there where he's going to be pulling down tax information. So that should be lovely. I really want to see what his tax bill looks like this month. Remember last year when April came around, bro, we got the epic begging. Like the begging just went insane with DSP. So I'm pretty sure we'll see the same thing this year. April comes around, and DSP is going to crank it up, especially if the support dries up. If Jay goes away and stops giving him massive amount of support, it's not going to be good for Phil.
More Smash Mouth.
Thank you, brother, for the Cam. Thank you for the brother.
No. Do you want to know? This is the other half of it. So money, and why I say that, when Street Fighter particularly started making money, that's when everything changed.
All right, Phil. No one gives a shit. Good God. All right.
No, actually, have time. Have you ever
played it's a great game. You know what's good? The narrative of that game is good.
The narrative.
No one cares.
his dying wishes in life would be to talk to you.
Oh, here
and
it is.
play Street Fighter with you.
Oh my god! I honestly ask this. Why? I don't know why that would
Because
be.
you're interesting, Phil.
Nobody. I have nobody.
But here's the thing: is you're.
Well, it would. Let me see. The Obamacare, it would be covered if it's used for diabetes. So if he has diabetes, he would get it approved, and then he would pay whatever his copay is, or he would pay whatever the deductible is. The problem is that most people that get Ozempic, that get it on their group, where they get it on their group insurance plan from their employer, they can actually get the manufacturer's discount. So they would pay about $25 a month. ACA doesn't qualify for the manufacturer's discount, so it would be up there. His copay initially would be pretty expensive, so a couple $100, I guess. That's why I've said this before. I think he's on diabetes. If people really believe that he's on Ozempic, then he has to be on diabetes. It's the only way that Obamacare would cover it if he's diabetic. So there you go. I hope that's enough Ozempic talk from me. And then Cam, thank you, brother, for the $1.99. Herman Miller business expensive. Oh God, yeah. Isn't he talking about getting one of those $1,000 chairs?
2.0 Incorporated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think when he got that money from Jay, that $800, he probably already ordered one. I guarantee you already ordered one. Give it next week. He's going to start mentioning how he has a surprise unveiling, and it's going to be a new chair. Even though he just bought this one, a month or two ago? He can't help it. He can't help it. If he has $1 in his pocket, that shit burns a hole right through it, and he needs to spend it. It's just insane. I've never seen anyone who has such an addiction to shopping like he does. Like, the only other people I've seen like this are people on shows. Like My Habit, my disgusting habit.
Is coming, Phil. P.S. Hi, you scammer.
Yes. Well, the good thing is in America, you can actually file for an extension. So knowing him, he'll probably file for an extension. I know I'm pretty sure last year, he filed for an extension. So that gives you until October to come up with the funds. So I can see him probably trying to file another extension.
You're actually like a person. Look.
No, he's not on cat's insurance. That I guarantee you, he's not on cat's insurance. And again, I've talked about it in the past. I know for sure. I can tell you without a certain doubt, DSP is on Obamacare. He's with Kaiser Permanente, and he has the silver plan. So I'm 100% know that for sure. I can't tell you how I know that, but 100% sure that's what he's on. He's on Obamacare. He's not on Cat's plan.
People have made fun of you, whatever, but you are talking about. Go ahead.
To his defense as well, when the Sons of Kojima stuff was going down, Medicare did say they were absolutely.
Yeah, this is August 7th, 2024. This kind of spurred everything on. And then after this, they did the Review Tech USA thing with the chips and all that shit. Yeah.
Unhinged. They were out of pocket. He defended you.
He did.
They were honestly crazy to the point where this is beyond. So would you be open if we had him on at some point to talking to him briefly or playing some game? Would you be open to that, Phil?
And I did confirm that Kat is not on Obamacare. Kat is either on. Well, no, she's not on her parents' plan because she's too old for that. Unless she's a dependent. She's not on. So I know. Okay, so I know a lot of people theorize that Kat may be on government assistance, where she was as disabled, which means she's qualifies for Medicaid. No, she doesn't have Medicaid. The same way I know that Phil's on Obamacare, I was able to validate that she's not. So she either had no insurance, which could be the case because you hear DSP talk about all the time how, he was financially strapped because of medical bills. It could be because of Kat's medical bills. She doesn't have insurance, so she's paying out of pocket. Or I know that the company she works for offers insurance. So I'm pretty sure she's on her business. She's on her employer plan, wherever that is. I don't know if she's working at Best Buy now or if she's still working for that store in the mall. So
co-guest on a show that I'm already on, yes, I would be open to that. Sure.
Awesome. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, awesome.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
No,
a lot of people have been asking for that.
No, he's not. He's not. His premium was $3 something with the subsidy. Now he's paying $5 something, which is correct. $5 something a month for his income where he lives for that plan, 5 something is correct. So I think he's paying $5.25 a month for his health insurance. What's up, Brutal? How you doing, brother?
But no, he really wants to. He was so disappointed when that all fell through and stuff.
Emtis, I'm not gonna say who she works for, but the company she worked for does offer insurance. That's all I can say. It does offer insurance. Sadly, I've researched a little bit too much of this. It does offer insurance. So my bet is she either doesn't have insurance or she's getting in her employer plan. Now, most of these companies, what they do is they prorate the cost of the insurance based on what you make. So if she works part-time, they still may offer it as well. Yeah, I know she doesn't work 30 hours. I get that, but that's not all companies actually do that. Not all. Some companies. So you got to understand. All right, after COVID happened, and I don't want to spend too much, but after COVID happened, where the job market just tanked. Nobody wanted to work. It's the reason why McDonald's, Starbucks started paying $20 an hour. Target started paying $20 an hour. Is because no one wanted to take these jobs on, right? So on top of the additional, I'll give you one example. My daughter was going to get a job at Target. They were offering her $20 an hour. They were offering her health benefits, and they were offering to pay her college. They were offered to pay her college if she would work, and it would have been part-time. I think she would have worked about 15 or 20 hours a week, and they still offered that. So I guarantee you probably what ended up happening was her employer, needing people to work, they probably gave their employees a richer benefit. So, and I know that health insurance is one of those things that lure people to these jobs. So.
It's not like a ambush or whatever. We actually want to have.
Am I Tyrone? No, I'm not Tyrone.
Honestly, like he is very respected by a lot of people, like throughout the communities. And
I mentioned this before, but in my previous world, my specialty is healthcare administration with a focus on med policy. So I've worked for pretty much all the health insurance companies. I've worked for CMS. I've done brokerage work. You know what I mean? I've worked for, pretty much everything you can think of in the healthcare field, and that affords you access to certain things. So that's all I just want to say. I don't want to get myself in trouble. So typically anything kind of government funded, Medicaid, Medicare, Obamacare, the VA, any of those type of things, I do have some resources to research some stuff. If it's government, if it's employer based, no, because I would need access to the to that kind of that private individual IND employer group access, which I don't have. But government stuff, yeah, I was able to get some access.
It would be a legendary stream to have you speak to him. For real.
It'd be huge. We got Clay Pigeon.
I know, George. I know. I'm not in the field anymore.
Westside.
I'm not in the field anymore, but I still have some licenses, which still gets me access and all that. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
Rascal for 7 says, "Hey Phil, been a few years. Glad to see you thriving. Thanks for having him on." Anonymous for $30 says, "Gotta say this Phil interview is heckin' wholesome."
Hell yeah.
It's been real fun.
Yeah, it's wholesome and boring as fuck. All right, let's go.
If you're going to make content that's risque, that's self-deprecating.
Hey, Chris, how you doing, brother?
You have the right to do that because you're making that choice for yourself.
Risque.
You're putting yourself on camera. You are the one who's going to risk that you'll be derided or made fun of or whatever. But if you have kids, there is a whole different dimension to this that must be explored. You are not only responsible for your own actions, but that is now going to go onto your children. The things you're doing will be projected onto your kids, and you have to think responsibly. These people are not doing that. Instead, they're just thinking, oh, in the moment, I'll do whatever I want on my stream. I'll say whatever I want to do or do whatever I want.
No. Okay, I remember this segment. He was talking about Ricada here and the whole shit going on with his kids. Ricada is going to be a fart in the wind in like 3 or 4 years from now. No one's going to know who he is. DSP has this notion that the moment he's either forced to leave the internet or he leaves the internet or he retires or whatever, that people, 10, 20 years are going to talk about DSP. He really thinks that his legacy is going to be long existent. Like, he really thinks, like, in colleges and universities, in studios, in film schools, that, in 30 years, they're going to be watching DSP and he's going to be a case study on YouTubers and all that. He really thinks this. No one gives a shit. Phil, trust me. The moment you leave, 6 months from the moment that you leave the internet, Phil, no one will talk about you. No one will bring you up. Every so often, a meme might pop up with you in it, but that's the extent of it, okay? He really thinks that, you know, YouTube's going to create a Hall of Fame and he's going to have his own wing. Fucking God. No. As soon as you leave, man, people just move on. Look at Cyrax. Cyrax's been gone for what, 3 or 4 months? Do you hear any Cyrax content? Do you hear anything about Cyrax except the occasional post here and there from like William Gloryho or N-Word Boy or one of their detractors? No, because you know, the content isn't there. People move on, or people move on to other locales or whatever, and it's going to be the same thing with you, Phil. Anyway, this video again happened August 7th. I think I'm pretty done with this. Oh yeah, well, I mean, come on, yeah. I mean, you know, we're talking about PewDiePie. These are people that were the catalyst for YouTube, not Phil. Phil is just a locale that no one cares about. No one's gonna care about DSP. When you hear the word DSP and you ask someone DSP, what comes to your mind? Most people are just gonna say, "Oh, wasn't that the guy that jerked off on stream?" That's what he's gonna be known for in his life, and there's no way around that. And I mean, if that's what you want to be known for in life, I'm sorry, I'd rather be unknown. I'd rather be unknown. What about the others? Larson? No one talks about these people. They occasionally get brought up here and there, but, you know, it's not like, you know, 5 years from now, people are going to be talking about Daniel Larson or even Cyrax or whatever. No. And that goes for you, DSP. I'm sorry to break it down to you, man, but that's the cold, hard truth. The moment you leave the internet, it's over with. No one's going to, you know, he really thinks people are going to go up to him. You know, like he thinks if he quits the internet and gets a job, that he won't be able to get a job because everyone will harass his employer. No, I'm pretty sure no one's going to bother you, Phil. No one's going to give a shit. No one's going to bother you. Occasionally there might be someone that says, whatever happened to DSP? And there'll be like 2 or 3 posts about it, and that'll be the extent of it, okay? Good God, man. But again, I guess that narcissism within DSP can't help himself. All right, that's the interview. If you want to watch it, I'm going to create a playlist. This kind of started it off, okay? So we're going to move on to the next video, which is a big, okay, this is a big shout out. So I know there was more that happened. But, you know, I'm just trying to hit the high marks. Okay, so this is, shout out to Ludwig World Order, brother. I appreciate, if you're not subbed to Ludwig World Order, you should be. He creates great content. He also streams on Twitch. So he posted this on March 17th. This was after the Kino Casino arc finished, but I want to play it because it's great, all right? Because this actually shows, it's a compilation of DSP telling everyone that the Kino Casino, well, this is DSP telling everyone that everyone is wrong. The entire internet is wrong, and he's right. And this is him. This is a compilation. This is a 26-minute video compilation of DSP in the period of 8 months defending Kino Casino and trying to convince everyone that the arc is not a scam. Like, there's no snake eating occurring here. All right, so let's watch it.
But I can't fully enjoy it. I'm being honest with you guys right now. I'm trying to be like really open with you. I can't really fully enjoy this right now because I have this eating feeling. What's eating Gilbert Grape, right? What's eating at? I have a feeling that the end of this month, this documentary is going to come out, and a lot of the people who are like, oh, this is great, are going to be like, wow, that guy actually was a piece of shit. Now it's fun to shit on Phil again. This was the ultimate redemption story, but it's even better now because the redemption story is canceled because his documentary is so bad. Fuck that guy. Let's shit on him again. And I don't want to deal with it. I don't. Because I'll tell you right now, if that happens, all right, I'm done. I'm not going to be doing any kind of collabs or anything. And I'm not saying the Kino Casino guys are going to turn on me or anything. Who knows what's going to happen, right? But I'm done with it. I will shut myself off to the possibility of doing work with other people, and I'll just sit here and do my own content forever. Like a little hermit on a fucking island. I don't care because I've had enough of it. I really have had enough.
Okay, this is Phil coping and seething about, you know, the Kino arc. And what this was detractors, LARPers, his viewers were going in every day and telling him, dude, you're an idiot if you think that Kino Casino isn't going to snake you. What is up, Natsu? Thank you, brother, for being a member for 3 months. That's right, birds in the house. Big up, Natsu. Appreciate you, brother. He really thought that no, this was that they liked him. Remember, the internet likes him now. Remember what he said, this stuttering Craig. I don't know if you know this, brother, but the internet now likes me. Okay. I was going to bring the clip up of him reacting to the June the King documentary, which occurred in September. Now, if you guys didn't watch that, that was another moment within the Kino Casino arc. I didn't bring that up because I want to do it. That's an anniversary too, okay? Because I'm going to do an anniversary special on that one. Because what we got from that one was just glorious. What we got was just amazing. You know what we got out of that? We got the admission that WWE Champions was all true. We got the admission that DSP lied to everyone. He owned down from the Raptors, right? And then, of course, came up with a new lie and said that he actually sold it off, which was nonsense and bullshit. So that's a separate arc that I want to celebrate because, again, that's another milestone. If we're doing a tier list of DSP's moment in life, that's up there as well. That's either close S, that's an S tier or an A tier. It's one of those, okay? And I'm going to do a special on that one. I didn't want to bring it up, but that did occur during this arc, where June the King did a 4-hour fucking video of this guy, of his moments, and the video was amazing. Not only did we get supporters, apparently his supporters that came on that said he's autistic, viewers that support him and said they feel bad for him, the only reason why they give him money is because he begs. We had the admission of the WWE Champions. We got the exposure of the line item app that June the King basically confirmed and said DSP is lying. He owns the Down from the Rafters account. We get the SRK forum, a whole debacle there of him just being a scumbag, and that was the reason why he was removed. Contradicting his lies that the only reason why he was removed from those forums was because he exposed some corruption and the Cannon brothers tried to shut him up or some shit. It was amazing. It was great. So we're going to do that separate. I'm not going to react to that today, but that was one of the highlights or key moments in the Kino Casino arc.
Enough of this bullshit of everyone shitting on me. And I'm not going to even put up with it anymore. It's going to be a flat out, I don't want to hear about anyone else, about other people's content, nothing. I don't want to hear about what anyone said about me. I don't want to hear about this guy, that guy, nothing, right? Right now it's good because everyone's saying good things about me. But it could change in 2 weeks.
By the way, this was a fucking lie. This was a lie because as soon as Kino Casino was over, what happened? DSP did his old Level 666 podcast. He turned into the hermit like he is. He became, all I care about is my 20 dents. That's all I care about. I don't care about blowing up. And what happened that same year? The Asmongold interview. That's what happened, okay? But I thought, you're right, Phil. You're done, right? You're over with. You said the same thing with side scrollers after that whole shit blew up in your face. Like, just over and over. I love showing these clips because it just shows how much of a fucking liar he is about everything. He lies about every single aspect of his life. And I'm not going to say he lies. Okay, he doesn't lie about everything. But when he does speak, I always have it in the back of my mind that he's probably lying. Or half of what he said is made up. Or he's stretching the truth. Like, I don't think it's really difficult for me to say, yeah, DSP is being honest here, without having something in the back of my mind saying, well, and that's insane. But that's DSP. That's his brand. He's a liar and he's an e-beggar.
If that's the case, and we go back to the whole bullshit, and yeah, I know it's paranoia because people are saying in the chat.
Yeah, it is paranoia. Yes.
That's actually exactly the description of it. A good description is paranoia.
He's paranoid.
But it's very well justified paranoia. This has happened to me many times. You understand? And so, will this be time number 10 when I try to trust people, when I try to open up to do new things, and then all of a sudden it just blows up in my fucking face for the millionth time? Phil's a piece of shit. Everyone crap on him. Crap on his business. Crap on his family. Crap on everything. I can't take it anymore. So that'll be it. If that's actually what happens as a result of this documentary, I'm done. I'm not quitting content. I'm just not going to be doing anything outside of just making content for me and my little core audience. That'll be it. Right?
Okay. You know the other great thing about this clip right here? The other great thing about this clip is that it shows him that he's desperate. And I think in the back of his mind, he probably did think that Kino Casino had some long-term plan to fuck him over. You know what I mean? Or to make fun of him, deride him, but not just full-on snake him, right? I think he had that in the back of the mind, right? And when I hear him talk like this, it just tells me that he was distressed about this. Like the whole 8 months of the Kino Casino arc, he was so distressed that would become true. Like it would be true that he would lose Kino Casino, he'd lose their backing, they'd shit all over him, they'd tell his, their viewers to shit and dump and troll him. I think he was worried about that. And I think it lends to the belief that he lied about Fat Cat and his mom's sicknesses for his medical issue just for sympathy. And I agree with PPP's assessment where he said that he gaslit him to the point where, he wanted PPP to feel like, look, if you snake me, not only are you going to hurt me, but you're going to hurt an innocent woman, my wife, and you may kill her because she might have cancer. I really think that was his game plan. Yup, I agree. And that's why every fucking post was 3 a.m. in the morning. He took out his little violin and he started just sending paragraphs to PPP and telling them how horrible his life is and that the only thing great about his life is PPP the savior. And if we went through the email, we went through the DMs, bro. And how many times did he try to convince PPP and Andy to do content with him? Bring me on. We can do this. Let's do this. Over. And they were just like, no, I don't think that's a good idea. They kept them on a leash. They kept them strung up. But it's just very sad and pathetic. And it lends to the credence that belief that he lied about Cat being sick. Or if not lied, he exaggerated how bad it was. Like, yeah, she was fat and she ate too much and she was vomiting because she was eating snack pizzas at night because she's too fat. But I mean, putting your ass on a diet and cutting back the soda will help you out. It's like the Wings of Redemption thing, right? I think that was the extent of it. But in Phil's eyes, he went to the doctor because Kat wasn't feeling well and they had to run a test and he automatically thought that, she was dying of cancer age or whatever. I don't know.
Right now, I'm enjoying branching out. I'm enjoying being on their show, having them on my show, I started clipping my content. I'm trying to be different. Or I'm not going to put up with it anymore. I can't. You reach your limit. Everyone has a limit, right? Everyone has a limit. And
he's limitless.
That's my limit. If this is it, if it turns into the DSP shit show number 4,722, that's going to be the last shit show. Because I'm not going to give anyone else any more
which is a lie.
So
lie. He lied.
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 I really am enjoying the ride, but I'm worried that it's all going to change in 2 weeks.
We're going to watch that stream, brother. Doctor, we're going to watch it.
Right back to being the internet's whipping boy,
All right, let's forward it along.
Right, so I got it off my chest. Anyway, no, actually, I'm good at
that's a long clip.
Till mid to late September. They haven't said a word.
Hey, look, it's Duty.
Turned on me. You see what I'm saying? The videos these morons put out, they're blatant lies and defamation and bullshit.
Hey, that's my video.
Never truthful, but people are so fucking dumb.
Hold on
a
second.
They believe that.
Let's
you
see
what
what
September.
Hands.
Kino Casino.
That's a Duty video. Look, Duty video.
Till mid to late September. They haven't said a word because they're not here. How could they have turned on me? You see what I'm saying? The videos these morons put out, they're blatant lies and defamation and bullshit. They're never truthful, but people are so fucking dumb. They believe that dumb drama shit, right? And this is killing the Detractor community. They can't fucking take it. They can't.
Why? I don't know.
It. Like they actually think that this is like
he's fatter here.
To this day, they're still saying. Listen to this. They're still saying that Kino Casino is setting me up. Like this is still a Carrie-like situation where the pig's blood is going to dump out of the sky onto my head. They're still saying that. They can't cope with the fact. They can't handle the fact that actually things are going well for me. I got people who want to be on my podcast as an interview. I just can't get them scheduled because they're so fucking slippery like eels, right? But like things are very different.
People like me. They like me.
Like I'd be in front of the entire company giving a speech about what we're doing in our projects and shit like that. This is something I used to do all the time. Having this personable, way of going about things. I was good at conversation. It's just that people took that away from me again when they turned me into, the laughing stock of the internet.
Derek, yes, this is the 1 year today. March 19th, 2025 was the day that lived in infamy. It was the day of it is today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern is the 1 year anniversary of the Level 666 podcast. That's right. Let's round of applause. One of the most insane days in the Snortex. No, not the same Derek. No. It's a different Derek. This is our Derek. This is our Derek. Different Derek.
They took that ability away from me to make that kind of content with other people. You know, no one wants to do anything with Phil because everyone thinks Phil's an asshole. So
What's up, Sakai? How you doing, brother?
Now that you actually see me interact
Straight
with
out of
people,
hell. Straight out of hell.
He's not that bad. In fact, he's not bad at all. I think he's actually pretty entertaining. You just never give him a chance, right?
They like me now.
Right?
People like me.
Have I distanced myself from Kino Casino? No. Have I come out and disowned them? Have I come out and said anything? No. We had been in talks to do a couple different things. One thing was possibly doing some new gameplay, and we had a few ideas for a couple games that we may do in the future. And I have been in talks with
shame
Triple
on
P,
you.
I call him Triple P, about possibly
I call
doing
him
a pro
Triple
wrestling commentary show, but that's not going to be till next year.
I call him Triple P. Yeah, I call him Ash. I call him Ash.
Okay? Basically, we've been back and forth in talks about various things, but just nothing too particularly crazy is going on right now. Same thing with Kino Casino. A lot of people say, oh, they're just buttering you up for a big downfall. Hey, guys, don't you think it would have happened by now? It was August. It's now going to be December. It's a little late for that now, right? So I think a lot of people were just very wrong about a lot of things. They wanted the worst. They were always it's the sky is falling.
By the way, Rip the merch store. That was another little mini arc here in the Kino Casino arc where they convinced him. Well, not Kino Casino. Kino Casino LARPers convinced Phil to open up a merch store, and he made like $30 in sales, and then no one gave a shit. No one gave a shit after that. It's great. Chris with the 5-member bomb. Woo. Thank you, sir. Woo. The momentum. Thank you, brother. Thank you for hearing the call of action. I was gonna say we haven't gotten any support in like 25 minutes, but I'm glad I didn't have to say that. Thank you, brother. I appreciate the membership. If you did get a membership, please make sure to thank make sure to thank Chris. Also make sure to thank Mr. Local. Also thank Subaru Supervisor. Subaru Regional Manager. He's got 2 promotions since he's been since he's been a duty stream supporter. He's managed to get 2 promotions. That's right. Well, honestly, I think he got banned twice. But still, it doesn't matter. Anyway, big ups, brother. I appreciate the support. And don't forget, if you are a member, I have that thread on my channel for members. Drop a comment. You'll be entered in a giveaway. All you have to just say is whatever the hell you want to say.
Chicken Little. But I get it. The reason they think that way is because
yeah, they're probably are. No. No, it's all good. I know that Chris isn't. I know Local isn't. Even if it is Argentinian, it's all good. I don't give a shit. Draco, I want to sub, but it's all right, brother. You please, again, you being here is you're supporting me. I know that I shit on Phil all the time because I hate him when he tells everyone that they don't support. That's bullshit. Every single person you watch, if you go to a live streamer stream and they're monetized, you're giving them money. You're either giving them engagement, you're giving them ad revenue, you're giving them something, okay? So don't ever feel bad if you can't drop $1 on someone. Please never apologize, okay, brother? But I do appreciate you, man. I'm on this. It's all Duty takes disability money too. I Duty doesn't mind. George, Argentinian member, I don't give a shit. I honestly, and you know what? I told you guys, if you guys want a membership for the giveaway, do an Argentinian give membership. Create a sub, right? Do the Argentinian VPN thing, and you'll pay like 2 cents. What membership's like 2 cents? I don't give a shit, man. That's all good. That's why I try to do giveaways for everyone too as well. So, by the way, I have 2 giveaways this month. One is for anybody. So if you're not a sub, you can go there and drop a comment. And then I have one specifically for members. So if you're a member, you can do 2 giveaways. If you're not a member, you can at least do the one. And speaking of support, George, Mr. Jorge, gracias, hermano. I appreciate it. He gets a little bit of Latino. He gets a little bit of Latino flavor there for having his name George. And if you don't know, George is Jorge in Spanish because the J's are pronounced with an H in Spanish. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. It's just like J's in Hebrew are Y's. So, I don't know. Whatever. But Jorge, gracias, hermano. I appreciate the membership. And if you did get that membership, make sure to thank George, a.k.a. Jorge.
Things went really badly for me for many, many years. And now they've turned around. So, but here's what the trolls did. Did you see how Kino Casino completely sneaked Phil last night?
Yeah, I know. Lucero's just busy with life, man. He's all good. How about Duty loves Czar money too? Phil, I appreciate the Czar, man. Yes.
That money to
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the 14 czars. Duty appreciates it. Duty likes everything, man. Duty takes it all. Spanish. Yeah, my Spanish is jacked. Dude, I talked to my mom. Look, man. I got yelled at by my mom the other day. My mom was calling me nonstop for like a week. And I'd just been busy. And my mom, when she calls me, she wants to talk for fucking 18 hours. You know what I mean? And it's like, all right, you know, so I called her to see what she was up to. My fucking God, man. She had 1,000 questions for me, which required me to speak in Spanish because this woman's been in this fucking country for... My mom came over here when she was 19, 20. She's been in this country for almost 60 years and refuses to learn fucking English. Refuses to learn English. And that annoys the shit out of me because she expects me to know Spanish and English. Just annoys the shit out of me that she just refuses. People like that do annoy the shit out of me. I mean, if you're gonna come to, you know, if you're gonna come to a country and the language is a certain language, you should learn the language. You know what I mean? It's just like if you go to Japan to visit, you know, you should make your best attempt to learn Japanese, a little bit of Japanese, whatever. You know what I mean? And you shouldn't feel like they need to cater to you. Just a pet peeve of mine, okay? Just a pet peeve of mine. Anyway, so, you know, my mom called me and she's asking me 1,000 questions, and I rarely speak Spanish. The only person I speak Spanish to is my mom. So she's asking me 1,000 questions, and my Spanish is just fucked up. And she's like, muchacho, ¿qué te pasa? Like, that means, like, child, what's wrong with you? And it's it's in a tone where she's saying, like, what the fuck is wrong with you kind of thing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, oh, you know, she just was going on. She was like, no te entiendo, which means she doesn't understand me. And I'm like, Mom, I don't speak Spanish. I only speak Spanish to you. I don't practice. So then she's, oh my God. Then she goes off about my kids. And she was like, well, how, you know, you don't know Spanish. How are your kids going to know Spanish? You know, the heritage is just going to die with you. And I'm like, look, that's long gone. My daughters know a little bit of Spanish, but that's long gone. I was like, they're American. They were born here. They were raised here. That's a losing battle for you. No, that's not going to happen. That's not happening. So then she gets upset with me. Then she decides to call Ms. Judy and have a conversation with her. And my wife's just like, my wife's polite, but she's like, you need to talk to your son about that, okay? It's insane. So, I mean, I might have to avoid my mom for another 2 more weeks. Good God, man. Anyway, it's just the struggles you have with the Spanish mother.
Did you see the segment where they ripped him a new one? Wow, they've turned on Phil.
Jorge knows. George knows.
George knows. Now, and they're going to razz him every day, destroy him every day. Phil's downfall is inevitable.
Escuche.
Okay, if you really believe that, all right, really, I mean, go for it. I don't even know what else to say. Like, the world doesn't hate me anymore. Really, there's people who like laugh at me, but no one hates me anymore like they used to. People's eyes were opened. They don't want to live in the real world with the rest of us. They want to live in their fantasy where everyone, you know, there are a million sock accounts. Them talking about Kino Casino snaking and turning on me, right? Every possible dumb thing.
Yeah.
So screw that. You're not going to see me sit here and do drama content all day. That's not me. That's not the kind of guy I am. So if that's what you're here for, FYI, you're in the wrong spot because you're not going to get that kind of content on my channel. But that's that. The only thing is that ugly fucking mic that he doesn't need. He doesn't need a mic arm coming in from the side. He's not Howard Stern. He doesn't actually need that. He could have a mic just like mine, very low profile, off camera, not blocking the shot.
God, this aged like fine milk. I'm half Spanish, but I can't speak it. Was raised mostly by, yeah, it happens, Javier. I mean, it's just, I had to learn 3 languages. I had to learn Portuguese because my dad's Portuguese. My mom is Spaniard, so I had to learn Spanish, and not just Spanish. It had to be fucking Castilian Spanish because my mom's such a fucking uptight. She thinks that means something, and then English. So yeah, I was a very confused individual as a boy. So trying to learn 3 languages when you're like fucking 3 and 4 years old is just very difficult. So I didn't say anything. I was a bit of a mute.
But he's too lazy to get a mic like that. He has to use this ugly-ass giant mic arm thing. Like, he thinks he's a studio recorder. He's going to be holding the mic and singing like he's fucking Sting, right? He's going to be singing to the mic and fucking crooning in there. He doesn't need that. It's the dumbest mic I've ever fucking seen. It's a piece of shit, and he should get a better one, you know? But that's because this is modern Phil. I grew up. I matured. I'm in the same shoes as all of you. I watch myself.
Look at the boom arm.
Oh, my God. This is so dumb, right? I was such an idiot, right? I look at all the dumb WWE champion shit, how I lied about it for the longest time and everything. I look at it, I'm like, yeah, I was a moron. You know, this is fine. Now I can laugh about it. But it's like people don't want to just admit that things are different. They want to be like, well, he's just...
Dude, I'm in Florida, man. This is like fucking Cuban and Puerto Rican heaven. I mean, it's insane. I mean, the amount of Puerto Ricans and Cubans that live in this state is ridiculous. And you know, you go to certain places like Tampa or Miami, forget about it. Like I literally go to I go to Miami a good amount. Every time I go into a store in Miami, they automatically already start talking to Spanish. They start speaking Spanish to me. And then I've gotten to a point now where I just start speaking English so that they know I speak English. I'm sorry, you need to speak English to me. And then, you know, they're nice about it. You know what I mean? They're nice about it. Then they, you know, they'll start speaking English or whatever. But yeah, duty as a Florida man. That's right, man. God, just way too many Cubans and Puerto Ricans, man.
Same guy, so that means you're your villain. They hate your guts and shit. Really?
Yo, what's up, Eisenhorn?
Really?
How you doing, brother? ¿Qué onda? Nah, man, the same old primo. Everything's good. Primo means cousin, if you need to know. Primo. So if you have a cousin, you call him primo in Spanish. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you being a member for 8 months, 11 months. Jeez, thank you, brother. I have family in Kissimmee that I visit every year. Yeah. I mean, we've invaded. Yes, the Latinos have invaded Florida.
Right now, if I were to make fun of Ash, if I were to make fun of Andy, do you think they're gonna be fucking offended? They don't care. We don't care. We laugh at this shit. You know, the thing is, I don't really make that kind of content. You know, like maybe one day I would. I don't know, but I don't really do that. But outside of that, his setup looks good because it's my setup. I just find that absolutely funny as hell. All right, so is that it? I could, but why? I don't feel like it. They're good at it. They're funny, man.
It's word. No, it's not even middle school, man. My Spanish at most times, at best, is probably a 4th grade level of Spanish. My Spanish is fucked. I mean, the more I talk, it comes back. Like the memory, it comes back. But my Spanish is coming. I mean, I have trouble speaking English, let alone trying to learn multiple languages. So I choose to focus on English because that's my primary language. But again, the only time I speak Spanish again is to my mom. I mean, look, I have aunts that are as old as my mom, and all of them learned English. Every aunt that I have, every older relative, they all speak English. My mom just refused to fucking learn it. It's just the entitlement there.
Do you think that anything that they said on Kino Casino last night negatively affected me and my business or my life? They regurgitated the same stuff you already heard. They laughed at it. They exposed it to someone new, someone who didn't understand the lore. That person now laughs at it. It's, you know, what's the problem here?
I don't know, brother. It's just you coping about how they're not going to snake you. So big ups to Ludwig World Order. This went on for 26 minutes. It's just nonstop clips of DSP talking about Kino Casino will never, ever snake him. Alrighty, okay. Now, this is where the cracks started to form, folks. That's right. This was great. When we talk about moments in DSP lore, this again is one of them. And there were several during the Kino Casino arc. There were several momentous moments that came out of the Kino Casino arc. This was one of them. This was literally 1 hour of PPP decimating Phil. Decimating him. Like, I mean, if Fat Cat wasn't so big, I would have been worried about Cat. I would have worried about some domestic abuse, but as we know now, we think Cat probably wails on him. What's up, Tyler? So I was concerned. I was like, you know what? You know, the police should be informed just to keep an eye out there, do a wellness check, because the amount of feltoning, as PPP likes to sell, that occurred here was just insane. It was great. It was amazing. We're gonna watch this one. We'll watch a good amount of it, and then we'll move on to the level 666 podcast. But this was just chef's kiss. This is one of those things for like an hour nonstop. PPP did not relent. I think at this point, Phil was just, Ashton, or as I call him, PPP, he was done with Phil. And I think he said to himself, okay, I know I'm only going to have a few more shots with PPP until this blows up, so I'm going to shoot my wad. And I'm going to try to impregnate the locale. And not only did he impregnate DSP, but he got triplets out of it. He got triplets out of it. It was amazing. This is one of the greatest videos, a piece of content that I ever saw. To the point where I had to question it. I think when we watched this on my podcast, I think I said, this is probably set up. Like, I think PPP and DSP talked about it and agreed to do this because it was insane. So let's watch this. And if you're wondering what spurred this on was the fact that DSP called another streamer by the name of Strangey Lexi. He called her a slut. You remember? He called her a slut and just berated her because she made a little bit of fun of it. She made some fun of him, and she stole his pay pig, Iron Chef Sakai. So let's watch this video. Let's get the popcorn, man, because this is going to be great. I don't think I'm going to have to talk through this because it was glorious. Shout out to PPP because this was amazing.
To hear about.
All right.
What the hell is going on with Iron Chef Kakai?
Honestly,
Kakai, whatever you want to call him.
If you want to know the truth, from my perspective, I don't know and I don't really care. Here's what
Liar!
happened. Here's what happened from the perspective of the stream. Okay? So it was one night, and I was streaming, and for some reason, actually, I don't know why this has been happening, because it's happened a few times now. Kick actually chose to put me on the front page and highlight me for like half an hour, something like that. Okay? I don't know why they're doing that. I have no clue.
What do you mean you don't know why? It's because you're the greatest streamer alive, Phil.
Yes, of course, because the guy who's playing like a game about digging a hole. That's actually the name of the game. It's an indie game. I'm sure that really puts the butts in seats on Kick. Really, it's going to get new viewers to watch me fucking dig in the middle of the backyard, right?
Why are you doing that then, Phil?
Yeah.
Because it's just something random and fun to do. People wanted an indie game, and I said, we'll just do it for one night, and we did, and it actually worked out. It was like a nice chill.
Now, here's why I think that you would get on the front page is because you're very consistent. You stream 6 days a week, and you stream like very long. So I imagine they would want, because you put so many hours out, to get more eyes on those hours. But
You know what this is? You know what this is? This is your buddy that you've known since you were 5 years old, right? Who's a good friend, who's always been open with you. He's the one that tells you, hey, bro, like he won't embarrass you in front of people. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're being a douchebag in front of people with him, he won't embarrass you. He'll pull you to the side later on and call you out for your nonsense. You know what I mean? And you know that he's doing it from a good place. Like, that's what PPP did here. And I think what it was he let Phil he gave him rope, and then in this 1 hour, he dismantled him. I know it's low. It's Phil. Phil's fucking audio is always fucking low. It's very annoying. My apologies. I have my thing maxed out, so I can't raise it anymore. So my apologies. I'm sorry, baby. Look.
Seems like
I'm sorry, baby.
I'm sorry, baby.
it's not been working. It's not.
The problem now is all of his videos now are super high. So he went from low fucking audio quality to now too fucking loud.
Not been growing.
Well, what happens is when they do it, I get an influx of like 100, 200 extra people, and we do get some new people chatting, which is nice. But then basically, they stick around for like an hour and a half, and then they leave. Like people are really not coming to Kick for the kind of content that I put out, right? Like Kick is known for certain kinds of content.
Let me just put it to you this way. Do you think that Iron Chef Sakai is your slave?
My slave? No, of course not.
Yeah, or do you think he's like your prostitute working a corner for you, or?
Not at all. I actually don't even know what his deal is.
Are you the pimp, or like, because it seems to me, and you can deny this and cope all that you want, but it seems to me you're pretty seething and salty that Iron Chef Sakai is giving you what you perceive as your money to this woman.
Not at all. I could care less. In fact, with Iron Chef Sakai, it was kind of a weird thing. This was not like a guy who I knew of, who had been watching my content for like a long time and supporting. He kind of like showed up out of nowhere one day last year and just started supporting like big, and then he would disappear for like a long time. And then he would come back like 3 months later and drop another big contribution. I was like, okay, maybe he's one of those people who only watches occasionally. And then all of a sudden back in the fall, he started dropping a lot on streams. I was like, whoa. And it got to the point where he was like, well, I'm on all your streams. I'm contributing a lot. Could I be a mod? And I was like, hey, I guess he's never shown me any reason not, to make him a mod. He's on a lot of my streams. So, I moderated him and everything. And then all of a sudden in December, I noticed his attitude toward me started to change. Like, he started to say a lot of snide remarks, a lot of insults, almost like underhanded insults in the chat. And I let it slide. I'm like, whatever, it's not a big deal. And then this one day, he just went nuts. Like, he was like outright insulting me constantly.
Yes, you let it slide because he was giving you money. I want to highlight that point. If you give DSP money, you can say shit like cat's fat and he'll be okay with it, okay? Just putting that out there. Is Iron still about? Yeah, he's posting under 220 now. So his user handle is 220, whatever, dos vince, whatever, in Italian. He's out there. And what he's doing too is he gives Phil tro subs where he says shit like fat cat, something, whatever. So he's still around.
during this one stream. Right. And I called him out for it publicly. I'm like,
hey,
you're
Ben,
like,
how are you?
Stream. Everyone's noticing that you're acting like this now. And he really just had nothing much to say besides that he just didn't like my content anymore. And I was like, how could you be a moderator? Right? So I demodded him. Then he went nuts. He did his whole ranting, raving stream about how he hates me and all I care about is money and all this stuff. And so, of course, everyone knows that. So then after that, he was gone for a long time. Like he was gone.
By the way, I was going to include the clip of the Josh Moon and DSP's interview with Kino Casino, but again, that's a separate anniversary thing. I want to clip and watch as well, so I kept it separate. That's the 2-hour interview where they essentially forced him to ban Derek from the chat. So when it happens, we'll watch that.
For about a month, I would say, maybe. And then all of a sudden one day he comes back. Now he had been banned.
I just gotta say, Phil, like, let's get to the heart of this matter.
Okay.
What is this? What's going on with this Lex girl? You called her a slut.
Okay.
Now you're saying you're not upset, but you called her a slut. Go ahead.
So I don't know anything about this woman at all. I literally.
Then why did you call her a slut?
Okay, let me tell you because this is what happened. I don't know who she is. I don't really know her content. I've never watched her. I've never heard her. None of it.
Shit, bro.
None.
You're full of shit.
I literally have. In fact, I've never said her name.
And then why call her a slut?
So basically what's happening is, this is what happened with Iron Chef Sakai again. So he gets back in my good graces, he apologizes, says he will never act like that again, starts contributing again. So he's back on the streams. He's asking me to become a mod again. I'm like, no, there's no way anyone's gonna trust you as a mod. I won't, no one will. After the way you acted, you can't get your sword back, right? But he continued to show up and support. So all of a sudden one night, I get on the front page of Kick. I guess at the same time that I was on the front page of Kick, they also put whoever this woman is on the front page of Kick.
Lesbo Lex, yeah.
So Iron Chef Sakai goes over there and starts watching her, and then he comes into my chat, and he's telling everyone.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I know a few other people have said the same thing. I think Ava Cowboy Fan is Derek. Like, he spams the chat just like Derek. He needs attention just like Derek. I think Ava Cowboy Fan is, and he likes sports just like Derek. Derek likes sports. So I have a feeling that's who he is. If that's my bet. He's in there under a sock account, and DSP won't acknowledge him, of course, but you can tell by the patterns. You can actually tell by the patterns who's a sock. That's how people know that Timbo is that Dent, whatever, Crouching Tiger, whatever the fuck his name is, that gives him $1 every stream. So you can just watch the content.
Going in my chat, hey everyone, here's what she's doing. You should go check her out. And I was like, dude, that's obviously against the rules. You can't be advertising someone else's content.
Well, why not?
In a competing stream, because it's a business.
So you are upset. You are upset she took your money.
Not the money.
Oh, the viewership then?
That's right. Let me put it this way.
What are you seething about, the viewership or the money? Because you're saying it doesn't matter.
No spamming, Ben.
Like a streamer in your chat, so it does matter.
There is no advertisement of anyone in my chat because it's always been the rule. That's like the equivalent of walking into a Subway with coupons handing out for, Papa John, or, what's that one? Jimmy John's, right?
Why would it be so wrong in the community? Go, hey, I saw this streamer and they were good.
That's okay. See, here's the thing. That would be fine. This literally was the entire stream. He's sitting there and he's talking about it.
Somebody was spamming, right?
Viewers to go check her out, and then they are, and then they're coming.
Ben was spamming. I gave him a 5-minute timeout. It's fine. It's all right. I know I tell you guys not really to moderate, but every so often when someone starts spamming, they need a little timeout. So he'll be back. It'll be fine.
Back to my chat to talk about it. It's like, but that's not what my stream is. I don't want to hear about another streamer. I'm trying to have a good time with my audience. So he basically completely derailed the stream.
The fact that Iron Chef Sakai was sprinkling untold thousands of dollars on this woman's head had nothing to do with you calling her a slut.
No, not at all.
You've not seen any of her content.
Nope.
You don't know.
I don't mind people when they spam. It's all good. It's just when they overly do it and you see a pattern. I could tell that. I just gave him a 5-minute timeout. I cut him a break. So we'll see how he acts. How he acts when he comes back. All right. And then that'll determine the next form. Now, if he behaves, he might get a mod. Okay. So look at that. He went from getting a timeout to potentially getting a mod ship.
But you just chose to call her a slut.
All I know about her is what he said in the chat that night. That's what I know about her.
So what did he say that led you to call her a slut?
He said that on stream, her content is that she basically does aerobics on camera in a very provocative way to get people to throw her money.
So
that's right, Casey. This is of
course
Duty Korea.
No, I don't. That's not my gimmick. You know that.
She doesn't show her feet. She doesn't show her underwear, and you do.
All right, I'm gonna ban him. I'll untime him out.
It's pretty obvious you're upset that Iron Chef Sakai was giving her money, and it's okay if you were upset about it, Phil.
I legitimately was not upset about that at all. I didn't care. I cared that he was derailing my stream and advertising someone else's stream on mine. That has always been against the rules, and he knows that, by the way.
All right, let's just move on from that point. You then said that she's not a lesbian.
All right.
You said that
he's back. I untimed him out.
So basically, this came up on a stream. I guess we were talking about days later, and I think the discussion was people were actually making fun of Iron Chef Sakai, saying he's a simp. He's going to her streams and he's throwing her money. He's a simp. And
So it's all good, Ben. Don't worry. I was just playing with you. Okay, it's all right. It's fine, brother. You're good, man.
I think it came up that someone said, well, you know, she's gay. She's a lesbian. She's outright said it on her stream. She has her girlfriend on the stream. So why would you simp out?
No.
Who literally has their significant other there on the stream.
You said that she's a lesbian, but she says that she's bi.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what you're participating in, Phil, is what's called bi erasure.
Bi erasure. Oh my lord.
Your title screen at the slideshow at the beginning that you're an LGBTQ ally.
I'm sorry, dude.
And yet here you are erasing this woman's identity, telling her that you know what her identity is better than her, but you're not upset about Iron Chef Sakai giving her the money.
Yeah. Look, so follow me on this. All right. You're
by the way, I want to highlight the fact that Phil did have that slideshow. So when he got banned from everything under the sun, you know what I mean, for being, you know, homophobe, racist, or whatever, he decided, all right, you know what I mean, I need to start siding with the LGBTQ community and all of these causes. You know, he needed to make a safe space, you know, essentially just try to change up as much as he can so that people can't call him, you know, what he is, essentially. And one of the things he had was on his PowerPoint slideshow during the beginning was he had a thing that essentially said that he was an LGBTQ advocate, that he supports them, they're welcome there, which is all fine and dandy. That's not a big deal. That's not really a big deal, whatever. But when he started the Kino Casino arc, he took that away. He removed it. And only brought it back after the whole Kino Casino arc finished. Now, I haven't really checked recently. I don't know if he still has it up, but I think he was under this impression too that when, you know, Donald Trump was elected, that the pendulum, as he likes to say, you know, where we go from, you know, very kind of woke to very conservative, he thought the pendulum swung the other way. So of course he wanted to ride that fence and hop over. So I don't know if anyone knows or not. Does he still have that little slideshow? Is that gone or is it still there? I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm gonna have to watch the podcast early. I might go to his actual stream, not Raw Phil's, and to see if he still has that slideshow. I'm very curious to know if he does or whether he just completely removed it.
Streamer, you know that there's people out there that are weak-minded simps and will throw you money if you make semi-sexualized content. It's not all the way, but you know, hey, I work out or whatever, and people throw me money when I do it, right? Is it the honest question to you? If you have a significant other on stream, right, and you say you're gay,
it's gone. Thanks, 1 minute, man.
Gay, that's it, and this is my significant other. Or if you say you're bisexual, which then would give viewers a thought. Oh, wait a minute. She's bi, so she's not just gay with this person on stream. There's other. Maybe I have a chance.
It just seems like it's easy for the criticisms from you to flow to her. Mm-hmm. But if anybody criticizes you, you have a real problem, right?
Everyone criticizes me every moment of every day. I don't give a shit.
But you know that's a lie, Phil. Come on. You see the best. Listen.
Thank you, Casey.
When people speculate about your love life and your partner, and yet here you are talking about this woman who apparently you have no idea about, nothing about her streaming career, nothing about her life, and here you are saying she's not actually bisexual, she's a lesbian, and she's exploiting her audience for money.
Again, real quick, I just want to say this: Lexi and her girlfriend. They do not take their clothes off. They don't do squats for money. They don't write their names on their bodies for tips. They don't do any of that. They don't put on clothing like you do, Phil. They don't show their underwear like you did, Phil. They don't do any of that. They essentially just do content where they talk to their viewers or they do gameplays. That's essentially all that Lexi and her girlfriend does. Okay, Phil? But Phil, because he was butthurt, because they did 1 or 2 streams where they kind of made fun of him. And again, they didn't even know what they were doing. They just had a flux of detractors coming in and basically talk about Phil and DSP and do the lore. And she laughed. And people were donating and saying, oh, you should do a pizza party or you should do this. And she was like, okay, I don't care. I'll do it. It's not a big deal. And she did it just out of fun. Like she did it, just for fun. And then this fucker got butthurt because his biggest whale at the time, Iron Chef Sakai, was going in there and dropping massive amounts of support and apparently wasn't donating to DSP. And that's why he got all butthurt over this whole bullshit, And then instead of just saying, oh, I don't really give a shit and that's it, no, he decided to go on and start calling her a slut and an e-thought and all this insane shit. That's right. And he questioned her sexuality. Basically said she's really a lesbian, but she's just telling people that she's bisexual so that her simps can think that they still have a chance to bang her. That's literally what he said.
And this and that. She's doing this. Like, do you not see that as hypocritical in any way, Phil?
Hypocritical? No, absolutely not. It's this simple.
No.
Iron Chef Sakai is a simp, and whoever this woman is a simp herder. This is her content. This is what she does, and that's fine.
Simp
I just don't need to
herder.
hear about it in my content, and I certainly don't need my streams derailed by this behavior. So Iron Chef Sakai got his ass kicked out of my streams. He's never coming back. I don't care how much more he begs, how much more he grovels, how much he offers to give me. I don't need his money. I don't need his time. I don't need simps trying to fucking derail my shit. I'm far above that shit.
Let's talk about Lesbo Lex a little bit more. So, are you upset that she finished the Lego set quicker than you?
No, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know until someone told me.
The problem is, we're now on the second stream of you doing it, and we're what, halfway there. She finished it in one stream. So, like, are you dumber than a girl, or what?
Well, I actually
Yes, he's dumber than most people.
On my podcast.
Oh, I heard it. It was a bunch of cope and a bunch of baloney.
Well,
it was a bunch of bullshit.
Isn't it true that for some bizarre reason, there is an entire universe of content that's based around what I do, and isn't it a weird enough?
Yes, because you're a fucking locale, Phil, and you're probably the biggest locale that people love mocking. Sabaro's regional manager dropping the 5-member call to action. Brother, I appreciate it. Thank you, brother. You get a round of applause. Thank you. Big ups, and if you got a membership, make sure to thank Sabaro's regional manager. That's right. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Like, I do, because I find your content so boring. I don't
The
know
chat
how
is
to
very
understand
meaningful.
it.
I don't get it. I don't get it. And the thing is, I'm okay with being who I am. Like, I don't need to be some wild character, some guy doing crazy zany things. I fucking bought a Lego set. You know, all I did was get this. And my audience said, will you do something different instead of just gaming?
My problem too.
Right?
Like, why did you buy the cheapest, shittiest Lego set that's so boring? Couldn't we get the Death Star or Ghostbusters or Ninja Turtles or whatever?
Well, it's a demo, basically. And if
It's a demo.
I have told people I will invest into a bigger Lego set when we're done with this one. And the first 2 streams, we actually did good. I've hit my goals. So if we get a third one on the finale, I will buy a more expensive, better Lego set that's like an IP or something more interesting. This was just a test. I didn't even know how hard this was going to be. I haven't built Lego since I was like 10 years old.
Because everybody's saying that the reason you're so worried about people going over there is because she was doing what you do, but better. And I think that's why you're worried about it.
So why would I care about that? I'm successful. I'm hitting my goals on my streams. I don't care what other people are
talk
doing.
about how it's a business, but if there's a competitor that's doing the same thing but better, that business will go under, no? Especially when they're taking one of the largest clients of yours that gave you so much money. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of how you could have improved your stream and been better than her stream, but hers was better. So everybody in chat, from what I understand, was asking you to put on background music because it's awkward while you're building the Lego, right? But she turned it on and sacrificed the ad revenue, but you wouldn't do it. Why? Because the ad revenue is legitimately pennies at this point, brother Phil. Like, why not just turn on some, like, relaxing Nintendo music for your fans? Why are you so chintzy this way?
Oh, it has nothing to do with that. For me, my problem is whenever I try to put something in the background that's not my silly remixes, it ends up getting, like, muted or blocked. This has happened tons of times. I have, like, no lie, I have, like, 70,000 videos on YouTube, and every
Big
day I
ups,
get, like,
Sabaro.
500
Appreciate
notices
it,
that
man.
previous videos are blocked.
It's a thing called
Appreciate it, brother.
royalty-free, and you could put on a royalty-free mix, and then it fills that dead air.
Well, royalty-free does not mean it's okay. What royalty-free means is that you can use the song, and you don't have to pay a royalty to use it, but you relinquish all rights to your video. And if
That's not fucking true. God, how it annoys me every time I hear that. Every time I hear Phil talk about royalty-free music, it annoys the shit out of me. Cause look, here's royalty-free music right here. Look, here's the song right here. This is from YouTube's catalog.
This is the level 666 podcast
Big
from
up.
fucking hell.
Glorious Draven. Thank you, brother, for the $2. I appreciate that. Yes, this is straight out of hell. Oh, that's going to be coming up, brother. We're getting there. It's going to be glorious. So anyway, thank you, brother. I appreciate the support. This is royalty-free music right here. This is from YouTube's catalog. This cost Judy $0. This is on most of his songs, most of my videos. It will never get claimed for ad revenue. Never. It will never get claimed. He doesn't understand how it works. And the thing too is, I don't know how many times I've said this, but he literally is paying like $5 or $6 a month to use AI music on his videos now, when he can basically get it for free as a YouTube partner. I don't understand. It's just the insanity of DSP. It's just the insanity. But, of course, you know, he's sitting here complaining about music because, of course, it'd be one extra thing he would have to do, and that's just more work. That's what it is. That's what it was. It was more work for DSP to actually add background music than to actually, not. It was just more work. That's why he didn't want to do it. And what does he do now? He's now doing it for years telling people, no, that's a stupid idea. And what did he do? He's playing background music now. And paying for it like an idiot.
person decides to claim your video, they could actually have it muted or blocked if they so choose. And that's happening.
But I mean, does it really matter? Because it's for the live audience. There's so few people watching on demand at this point, Phil.
That's
Just
true.
give the live audience what they want, man.
I get.
If you feel like if you give into it, you've let the detractors win.
No.
But that's what it is, though. You think
That's
it's
what it is.
earnest criticism that you'll have made the detractors win, when it's actually the opposite. If you took that criticism and improved your show, and
Rob
made your audience
Dog.
that likes your show like it more, the detractors would lose. Phil. It's a backwards mentality.
Smart Guys was my favorite part of the arc when people
It was great.
went into milk this to death mode.
Yes, it is. This was a great. I mean, this is up there, brother. This is up there because not only did he decimate him, he decimated him with kindness. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Have you ever heard the saying killing them with kindness? That's what we got here. We got PPP killing him with kindness because he could have gone straight up in there and just roasted him, called him an idiot, called him an e-beggar, tell him how he doesn't listen. You know, he could have decimated him. He didn't do that. He really sounded like someone that genuinely was trying to help him. Like that's literally what he did here. And it turned out to just be glorious. All right, let's keep going.
You want fucking 60 cents from fucking AdSense.
It has nothing to do with that. It's not the ad.
I shut the
revenue.
music
It's the
off.
actual
I shut the
content
music
blocked
off.
or muted. And
William, I
it's
shut
happened
it
many
off.
times. I've had, when I used to do my React show, I did it for 2 years, DSP versus the internet. I would be playing a random clip, and because of the music in the clip, the whole stream would get shut down. And now I gotta wait like 5 minutes to get my stream back up because YouTube blocks it. And it happens all the time.
I'll just accept it. Let me swing back around to something, right? So this is now the second Lego stream. I don't think you're stupider than Lex, okay? I think
disagree.
Slow, so that you can milk this Lego set for additional streams.
That's true.
Is that true, Phil?
No, I'm just not. I wasn't aware that I was in any competition with anyone else to build a Lego.
Well,
this
it's
isn't
not
like
a competition.
Phil's
it's just
speedrun.
You look dumber than a lesbian.
Why does
Thank.
it make me
Oh,
look, wait,
sorry.
Why does it make me look dumber? Because she
Rob Dog. I don't think. Thank you, Rob Dog. I appreciate the 5, brother. I do appreciate the support. I believe that's Australian money too. Dude, he loves Australian money. Thank you. Why didn't you get PP on? PPP streamed yesterday, so I think he streamed till like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So he's probably fucking sleeping. He probably finished his streams. Had a snack pizza and went to bed.
did it faster.
He finished it quicker. Her cognitive abilities were there to do it faster.
But when I'm doing the stream, okay, I'm actually using a new setup, which actually just the same setup we actually just used to do these cards. I'm using to do the Lego now. So I'm trying to get it in frame. I'm messing with the camera and all of that to get it working. I'm not in any rush. I'm hanging out with the audience. I'm literally having a conversation with my audience. It's considered a hangout stream, right? We never were of any impression that there was a rush to finish this. I mean, if that was the case, I would have had it done the first night. I could have rushed through it and done it, but I'm not in any rush. I was doing it for myself because my fans wanted to do it.
Again, Phil. Again, man. You know, we have children that can do those Legos that you did in a few hours. Like, yeah, okay, people wanted to see Lego, which is fine, but they didn't expect you to take 4 streams to do a Lego. Like, that's what I'm saying here, and it makes people question your cognitive ability. That makes people question, are you milking it like you do? Because you do it with games now, where you basically milk games and extend playthroughs like you did with fucking Resident Evil 9. Resident Evil 9 was, 12 hours, 13 hours of playthrough? And you had, 8 streams of it? And then you sit there and wonder why, your first video may have gotten 10,000 views, and then everything after that got a couple hundred. Because you're so fucking slow.
They want something different. All of a sudden, this weird
14
DSP
hours,
universe
yeah.
emerges where everyone wants to show that I'm better than DSP. So this woman buys it, Review Tech buys it, they all buy it, and they're building it on their streams. Oh, look, I'm better than Phil. Phil doesn't care.
They're mocking
Phil
you,
doesn't
you
give a
fucking
fuck about it.
idiot.
Tell that you're angry about it.
No, I'm
He
not.
is.
I think it's funny and bizarre and weird that these people orbit around
He's
me and I'm center of the
seething.
universe, and everything that I do somehow inspires them to do things different or better.
I agree with you to a degree. The vortex, the snortex, or whatever it is fucked. The people in it are wacky. Whether they're fucking detractors or fans or whatever, but I'll ask you, what did you think about this fucking guy that was saying all these slurs to Lex and going in on her and death threats against her?
Yep.
I didn't know about slurs. I heard about the death threat, but here's the thing. All right. I'm on my break. I have a rare 2 days off in a row to spend time with my wife. We had plans and everything. I'm paying no attention to what's going on the internet on purpose. I want to be disconnected from the internet. I come back from my
Hey,
break,
Glorious, how you
and I'm
doing?
getting yelled at. Why is someone who claims to be your fan giving a death threat to this woman? How the fuck do I know? What are you talking about? I don't know who this is. I didn't see it.
Let me play.
Again, Phil, someone was incited because of what you did. Now, yeah, you're not responsible for the Looney Tunes that say shit like that, but you could have said something like, I disavow that. Like, whoever's doing that, stop that shit. You know what I mean? Like, if someone's threatening DSP and it comes back to me where, someone watched something I said or whatever, you know, I would come on my next podcast and say, stop threatening, you know what I mean? Like, that's not fucking cool. I don't think it's appropriate. Chill. You know what I mean? Like, just disavow it. And that's what people were saying to you. Like, just disavow it. Just say that your viewers, your supporters, Darziak was on your fucking streams saying, just disavow it. You know what I mean? But you refused to do that because you thought doing that would give detractors a W. When it just meant, it's just common decency. And that's what PPP is trying to say here. PPP is trying to say here, everything you put your entire life and you have your lens that you view everything from is how are the detractors going to react? And yeah, I'm a detractor. I love the content. It's great. I love when he does that, but it's stupid. It's really dumb of you to live your life that way. I say this all the time. Why do you care what people that despise you and hate you and mock you, why do you give one shit what they say about you? Just ignore them, keep it pushing, or don't be an idiot. Like, you know, like, I don't know. It's just me, man. I know I'm not going to give anybody that dislikes me any of my energy. You know, like I know that people have been messaging me and commenting about the whole the PWR thing. Why would I give PWR, someone who streams at 10 people, why should I give him any reaction? You know what I mean? Like, it's just insane. Just keep it pushing. Like, all right, knock yourself out, man. Have fun.
Devil's advocate.
And again, I know some people are going to say, well, you did. The only time I ever reacted to PWR was when he lost his mind and he started talking about the final solution and started sounding like fucking Goebbels and Hitler. Talking about the final solution for the track. Yeah, I reacted to that because, you know, you need to react to that type of nonsense. But anything other than that, I don't give a shit what this fucking cringe-ass motherfucker does. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Do you feel like when you call this woman a slut, when you participate in buy erasure and go after her identity, do you feel like you cultivate an atmosphere of hate that would lead to this woman being harassed?
Well, to follow up on that comment, because I can answer this very easily. Do you feel that every single person who's made fun of me on the internet has created a cultivating atmosphere of hate that people now want to kill me because of it?
Yes.
Well, there you go. Then that's the answer.
You know, like
That's so you agree. So what you just agreed to is that you cultivated hatred towards Lexi.
I don't know, Phil. Like, you can't have it both ways, you know, because you say that they create that atmosphere of hate around you. And then here you are doing the same thing to this girl. Now, personally, I don't really give a fuck. And I said,
I don't mind PWR and him doing what he does. I don't mind that at all. Like, whatever. It's a shtick. He's trying to make some money or whatever. That's all good. You've never heard me really criticize PWR and what he does. I just don't appreciate it when he starts sounding like Hitler and talking about the final solution and all this shit. That's a line that I think he shouldn't cross. Like, as you know, and I mean... You guys remember, even Kino Casino was willing to do something with him. And then when he started talking about the final solution, Kino Casino, Duty, Broside Phil, you know, side scrollers, that's when people started pulling back and saying, nah, we're not fucking with you. You're fucking insane lunatic. You know, yeah, he is cringe, but he goes too fucking far. And honestly, I don't fuck with people that abuse drugs and are drug addicts and all that shit. No, I got no time and energy for people like that. You know what I mean? There's so many people you can collab with and talk with. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, I'd rather collab with and talk to people like Locale, Mr. Locale. I'd rather collab with Derek. I'd rather collab with Vanguard. You know what I mean? Anyone here that's trying to make content or whatever, you know, Lord Diaz or whatever, I'd rather react and chill with them and support them than an idiot like PWR who wants to sound like fucking Goebbels. Yeah.
I'm doing devil's advocate because I don't feel people should be held responsible for the behavior of their fans. I don't think you can control what your fans do. And I think we wouldn't have very many content creators left if we held people to that standard, because there's all sorts of Looney Tunes and fucking psychos out there. But I think you calling her a slut... Let me ask you this, Phil. Do you think you have a problem with women?
No, not at all. I have no problems with women, actually.
The manifesto.
I mean, women who have done things, you know, bad things to me personally, but not in general, no.
I mean, I have this post that you wrote back in 2003.
Oh, this is great.
Incel manifesto.
Yes, 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 yes.
Me? I don't mind, brother. I don't. Again, I think I've mentioned this several times. I don't care who you give money to. If you supported Phil and you want to come here and listen to my you're more than welcome to. I don't really do the whole. You know, I try to not shit on like viewers and civilians or whatever. If you want to support Phil, you knock yourself out. You know what I mean? The problem is when you come here, you might have people that dump on you and crap on you and call you Den or whatever. But you don't need to apologize to me, brother. It's all good. Everybody that comes and hang out here is more than welcome. I've welcomed Iron Chef Sakai here. I've welcomed Darziak's been here. I've welcomed Buckwell used to hang out here. And yeah, I don't, I try not to attack viewers and stuff like that. So it's all good. You don't have to apologize to me.
You say, shit, every woman I've ever known was either extremely selfish and self-centered, too busy feeling sorry for herself to do anything else, too annoying and or geeky to stand for more than 30 minutes, too stupid to listen to advice they ask for, doing stupid things and then complaining to you because they went totally against what you told them. 5, a total slut. Now, Phil, that 5th bullet point, a total slut.
Everyone's a mod, brother. You might be a one. Just behave.
That's right.
So, have you changed from this, essay, this diatribe against women, or do you have a problem with women, or what?
Well, first of all, I've talked about this in my past. I was an internet troll. I was purposefully making content that would incense people on the internet for attention.
No, that's not what happened. What happened here, Phil, was that Phil used to be part of a forum, and then the forum made an active, decision to try to include women more. They wanted to kind of create a space for women in the fighting community where they can talk, they can hang out, they can, they can whatchamacallit, which is all good.
Look like that, honestly.
An old gouty pig roach? That's brand, brother. The Porter Zillion, brother. Thank you for the 2. I appreciate the love and support. Hope you're doing well, man. Thank you. He looks terrible. He still looks bloated here. I think some of it too had to do with just the gin and all that stuff. That's why he looks terrible like that, man. But thank you, brother. I appreciate the $2. But like I was saying, they tried to create a space for women. You know what I mean? And everybody does that. Everybody they tried to include, be more inclusive. And DSP apparently didn't like that. So he decided he wanted to attack them and went on their specific forum and just started, created what we call the manifesto, the incel manifesto, where he essentially called every woman sluts, stupid, whatever. And we all know a lot of this is just shit, his mom. He has a lot of anger towards his mother. For some odd reason, I don't know why. Oedipus complex, I'm not sure. Maybe she touched him inappropriately. I'm not sure what happened, but he has a lot of resentment. And there was another thing where there was a female fighter. I don't remember. I think someone else might know the lore a little bit more than me. I know Alt did an amazing, and big up to Alt. He was the one that found the Incel Manifesto and made it public. Big ups to Alt. I know he did a stream, multiple streams about this, where Phil tried to creep on some girl on the forum. Is that true? I remember that's what it was. He tried to creep on some girl. And the girl, I think, was dating someone else on the forum or some shit. It was something like that. It had to do something like that. And Phil, I guess, got butthurt that she didn't take his advances. Like, she didn't let him slide into DMs. You know what I mean? And he decided he wanted to attack this person. It's insane, man. Such a fucking incel.
I was kind of a loser and was looking for attention on
the
internet.
You are a loser.
Really boring. I did the same thing in the Street Fighter community. You can find all kinds of crazy posts I made back then that were very trollish.
Yes, crazy posts, crazy.
But you still call women sluts.
Well,
and you still erase their sexual identity and take away their individuality from them.
Well,
like
because that's my opinion. I'm entitled to it.
Yes.
If someone is going to make content on the internet and the content is based on showing their body in a provocative way, and they're going to get money based on doing that, that is sexualized content.
I mean, I could see something like maybe his mom didn't want a boy, maybe she wanted a girl, and maybe she dressed DSP up, when they weren't looking in the house. Maybe she put a little bit of makeup on. Maybe the cousin got involved. I don't know. I'm speculating here, but something weird happened with this man where he just didn't pass a certain phase in his life, and he holds some hardship. He holds some resentment to women specifically. I don't know why, but it's very weird, and I think it clouds how he interacts with women now. So I don't know. I mean, we've heard the stories where apparently Linda and Dave were both whores and they were both banging other people while they were married. You know what I mean? DSP himself said that his dad was banging all the bitches at his job. you know, and his mom was a whore too. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe he has some resentment there. Maybe Dave isn't Phil's dad. Maybe he found, I don't know, maybe he found some paternity testing or whatever, and Dave was not the father. We don't know. Something happened.
Didn't
you say you've
The
never
Wolverine
seen any of
down.
her
Yeah, it
content?
could be.
I haven't. I've only heard what they told me it was in my chat. So based on what I've heard,
I have seen some of her content.
Yeah,
She's not in a bikini.
but why would he just attack women? You know what I mean? That was also part of his dad too. So you know what I mean? That would be more of a trusting parent thing than women hating. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
She's not in a hot.
You think he's still a virgin? I don't know. I don't think he's tapped Cat. I don't think that ever happened. Just because of their two issues, you know what I mean? Cat has a very checkered past too with child abuse and all that shit. And that's not me making it up. There's court filings out there of when Cat and her mom and, you know, trying to do an exorcism and all this shit. So, you know, it's quite insane, the background history. So I think, and then of course her being abused by her ex Subaru guy and all that stuff. So it was some crazy shit out there.
She's not showing her underwear. She's not showing her feet like you do. So it's very strange for you to have this position. And I think ultimately it comes back down to she took your money and you're pissed.
She didn't take my money. She took Iron Cook's money.
He's
She didn't
gay.
take my money.
He's very gay.
But isn't Iron Cock's money your money?
No, none of my viewers' money is my money until they give it to me. Then it's my money. Then I have the right to do whatever I want with it. But I'm not entitled to their money.
Then why were you so upset when he went over there?
Well, Dave cheated as well. Dave was banging the secretaries at Sikorsky. So he banged a few bitches in his day. I have the theory that his dad used to give him a sack of quarters every day and drop him off at the arcade and say, I'll be back in a couple hours. And he was just traveling around just banging bitches. And Linda thought that Dave and Phil were bonding, and Dave was actually bonding to some bitches. I think that's what actually happened. Because Phil even said, his dad would drop him off at the arcade with quarters, right? So, yeah, I think they were both being hookers. Both Linda and Dave were being hookers.
Stream in your chat because you're worried that you're going to lose your money, right?
I don't give a crap about what any of my viewers do outside of my streams, but I do care about what they do on my streams. And that behavior is not allowed. It never has been in the entirety of the time that I make content. It's a strict rule. No advertising anyone else who's a creator or competitor in my content, period, because this is my place of business. No other business will allow another business to advertise in theirs. That's considered, you know, a competition. I was on the front page of Kick. She was on the front page of Kick. That's just not allowed. It's just common sense in any business. Like I said, you can't go in a Subway and advertise a competing sandwich shop.
I want to know, like,
is she cheating with someone? I guarantee you she's getting some attention somewhere. Whether she's cheating or not, I don't know. Does she talk to random people? Maybe on DMs or yeah. Cat to me looks like a.
This thing before. What is it, a money creature?
Cat to me looks like an opportunist. Let me see how do you say it? She's an opportunist.
Thanks for the duty mug, bro.
Thank you,
I know
brother.
My address is annoying. Also, how dare you not understand the symbols of king snaking? Phil totally showed us, bro. Don't you feel felted? Coben C _duty :
Big ups, Ultimate. Thank you, brother. And again, make sure to change your. So if you don't know, I do have a tier, a membership tier. If you want a Gout Boy or a Duty Mug, Ultimate did upgrade his membership for 1 month to get the Duty Mug. He did get it. Awesome. When you paint it, send me a picture because I do have a collection. So just make sure you change your thing, or just shut off your membership, whatever. I don't want you to get charged twice, okay? I don't want you to get charged twice. So thank you, brother. Yes, Ultimate in the house. Big ups, brother. The money creature. Thank you, brother. And then the Portisilian with the 5.
I need that money.
Wings has been on a diet since the beginning of the year and gained.
Wings has been on a diet.
It's muscle weight. It's muscle weight. It's muscle weight.
It's muscle weight. He feels trapped and literally miserable. Is his rock bottom?
I feel bad for the guy, but again, I feel bad for him because I understand the struggles of being an obese individual. Like, I get it. I understand being an Uglo-American. Well, not ugly. I'm not ugly, but being an Uglo-American, you know, with the weight gain and balding and all that. So I feel sympathetic towards him, but he's his own worst enemy, man. He's his own worst enemy. I mean, the guy really has no responsibilities in his life. He has all day to get the fuck up and go work out, and he refuses to do it. So, while I feel bad for him, being a former obese man myself and struggling with my weight for many years, while I sympathize, it's his own creation, brother. It's his own making. So, Wings, if you're listening, brother, if you're watching me, brother, come on, man, snap out of it. Snap out of it, brother, okay? It's water weight, water, yeah. Snap out of it, man. You got no real fucking excuses. I know you talk about feeling depressed or whatever. I get it. But trust me, if you get up every day and go work out for an hour, that depression will go away. I guarantee it'll go away. You'll feel better about yourself. You'll stop losing weight. Maybe your penis will get fixed and you'll be able to bang Kelly. You know, and then if you lose a lot of weight, then maybe you can even be like Dave and cheat on Kelly and get yourself some fucking, you know, South Carolina fives and bang them. And maybe feel good about your life. And then, of course, Kelly will divorce you and then you'll regain the weight and be lonely and die. Yeah. But still, that could be your life, brother. That could be your life. Okay. Thank you, brother. And then, of course, Ultimate, brother. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Woo! The momentum is just insane. Well, Phil lost weight because he's a diabetes. That's why Phil lost weight. Phil lost weight because he has diabetes. That's why he lost weight. The number one side effect for diabetes or uncontrolled diabetes is weight loss. And I believe that's what happened to DSP. And we know it because he hinted about his health and all this shit. And that told me that he was diagnosed with uncontrolled diabetes. And because it all makes sense to me. And I really can't get into how I know, but you know, when you know, you know. I believe he has he's uncontrolled diabetes, and I think he's kind of controlling it now, but with the weight loss. Now, this will be the tell if he does have diabetes. What you'll start noticing is that once you get the diabetes sort of under control, you start gaining weight. So if we start seeing Phil gaining weight again, then we know he has diabetes. So. And big ups, brother. If you did get a membership, please make sure to thank Ultimate for being generous.
Why call her a slut?
Possible cirrhosis. So the gout. So gout doesn't kill you. Gout doesn't kill you. What kills you is kidney failure from gout. I believe I've read the statistics that show 78% of people that have gout go into renal failure. They have ESRD, early stage renal failure, so the kidneys get shot by the age of 55. 78% of people that have gout, because of the uric acid, it basically just kills your kidneys. So you have two problems. You have kidney issues, and then it also triggers, it also impacts your pancreas. That's what gout does as well. So it triggers diabetes and all those other things. So if he has anything severely wrong with him, it's kidney issues and diabetes for sure. He definitely has diabetes.
Why say that she's faking being bi?
And that would explain, too, the excessive urine, him having to go to the bathroom every 5 minutes, him having to drink all that water. If you notice when he's on stream, the motherfucker is like a hamster, just drinking water nonstop. Clear signs: weight loss, thirstiness, having to go to the bathroom. Those are 3 clear signs that someone has diabetes.
And she's actually a lesbian.
Because number one, I'm basing that off of what people are saying in my chat, which is that she's making sexualized content for money.
Let me stop you right there. So when people listen to a detractor and then they come after you and fuck with you, is that okay based on what they heard from a third-hand source?
I would say it depends on the extent. It depends on the extent of what's being said. Because you're not always going to go direct to the source. I know that. I'm not stupid. There's a lot of people who will hear something and then they'll make a judgment by it, but then perhaps they'll actually check it out for themselves. And then
they would think a thought.
In this case, I have no desire to ever check out her content. I don't care about this person. I will never care about this person.
Well, you do care. I can tell you care. But here's my advice to you in these circumstances. Because really what you should have done is just said nothing about her.
Exactly.
You didn't watch her streams.
Yep.
You didn't know what she was doing. You don't really know.
He should have wished her just well. When people brought her up, he should have said, oh, good for her. I hope she does well. I hope she makes a lot of money. And then just be on with it. And then people will stop talking about it. But they know, Phil, that you won't do that. They know that if people keep mentioning it, bringing it up and talking about it, you're going to crash out. And that's what happened. You straight up crashed out on it. You started calling her a fucking a hooker, a pirate hooker, or whatever. You just started going off on her.
And sometimes you just have to take that fucking L and move on. And if you are saying you're not about drama, you're about positivity and all of the stuff that you say and meaningful content, then that's how you should be acting, right, Phil? Sometimes, listen, she fucking stole your pay pig. She made fun of you. She did a bunch of detractor memes. She didn't even know what the fuck she was doing.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
See?
But then you come out and you call her a slut and you erase her sexual identity and say something different. And then this is where you get into trouble, right? Whereas if you just said fucking nothing, there would be no ammunition. Or, you know what? Here's what I would do if I was pissed. Just go full balls to the wall. Fuck that bitch. She's a lesbian. She's a sinner. She's going to hell. But you can't have it both ways, brother Phil. You can't have it both ways.
Well, here's the thing, and this is the funny part about all of it, right? So we just spent more time talking about this by about 10 times than what I've spent on my streams talking about it. Like, I think literally there was the one comment that I made about her, and then there was the second comment where I said that Iron Chef Sakai was a simp for her. And when someone said, oh, well, she's gay, but she's bi, and I was like, no, she's not. She's milking these idiots because they're so dumb and they're gullible, and that's why they're giving her their money. And that was literally the extent of the content that I made about this person or said anything.
Would you apologize to her for the statements that you made?
Will she apologize for all the shit that she said about me on the streams to milk money out of the detractors?
See, but this is the thing is, you know, you shouldn't have to like expect her to do the right thing in order for you to do the right thing, right?
Yeah.
Here's the right thing to do. Just move on, which I already have. I don't talk about this one. Like I said, I'm not even kidding you. Less than 5 minutes. That's how much of my content was taken up talking about this subject. There was a discussion with Iron Chef Sakai where I told him, you're derailing my content, and I banned him. Then there was a discussion where I did say that thing about her once because it was in response to a comment. And then later on, I called him a simp, and I said, yeah, I don't really believe that she's bi. I think she's milking people. It was like 5 minutes, if that. And then I moved on. It's not me that creates these situations. It's this vortex that's around me.
Vortex.
Hyperfixates and blows it up.
Hyperfixate.
But you, Phil, are a part of the vortex. Do you understand?
No, here's the truth. I'm the eye of the vortex, but I don't care about the vortex. I don't want to be a part of the vortex because if I did care and I did become a part, that would be all I am. I would just be engulfed in it.
Mary Magdalene was a slut.
It is chaos.
She's a slut. She's a whore.
And what I find interesting is
she's the whore of Babylon.
You don't have to respond to this, or you don't have to address this. Whatever they're saying about you on any given day, you don't have to let them control you. Because a lot of the shit they say is nonsense. But the thing is, you respond to it, and then when you respond to
look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him. His fucking nostrils are flaring up. You know he wants to say, no, you're fucking wrong. I do have to react. And what PPP you're saying is actually correct. You don't have to respond, Phil. When you get that $1 tip that calls you a dent or calls your wife fat or whatever, you don't have to react to it, but you choose to do it.
And you talk about it, it enables the vortex to continue. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but it's impossible to not respond when people bring it up. I'm not going to ignore everyone in my chat.
Sir, you have to ignore it, or the vortex will always consume you. Sometimes
I appreciate it, Gonzalez. Big ups to AI. Big ups to Grok.
People say so much nasty shit about me every day, and if I responded to it all the time, it would be all.
So okay, so the whole Jay Hayes thing, I think Jay Hayes is just LARPing. I don't think he was banned because Phil did react to it last night, and he checked apparently all of his sock accounts, and he was like, he's not banned, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. What probably happened was he may have been timed out by one of his viewers. So when you time someone out, it doesn't show up under your ban list. If you time them out if you time someone out, it doesn't so there's a section in your studio where you can see who's banned, who isn't. It doesn't show up there if you time someone out because that's not considered a ban. So probably what happened was he probably got timed out by accident, or one of his mods timed him out because he said something or whatever. So DSP is looking up his channel and he doesn't see that he's modded. Or he's just talking out of his ass and he's trying to get reaction from Phil. Who the fuck knows?
I ever do, which half of the time is all you ever do is respond to the shit that these people are saying.
Oh, that was true in the past.
No,
that was definitely true in the past. That is not true today. No, it is not.
No, it's not. No.
I am so different today than how I used to be because you're right. I used to get so angry about every single.
He's angry. This is as loud as I can, Crimson. I'm sorry, brother.
Today, I don't give two fucks about these people. I don't.
This is Phil's older content. Everything was just fucking low. His volume was always low. Now it's too fucking high. So this is the loudest I can do it. My apologies. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry.
5 minutes, not even 5 minutes spent on this, but they made it 2 weeks.
Well, I think you did, 25 minutes on the Lego thing, the Lego cope today?
That was good. That was a good segment. I enjoyed that.
Listen, it is a good segment, but I have a feeling that you do actually, on a deep down level, know what you're doing.
No,
know that it is in
that's
your
not
best
true.
Interest to keep the vortex going, because it is. It's a symbiotic relationship between you and the detractors.
It's all my master plan.
It kind of is in a way. Now people are saying you don't know what you're doing. Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. I think, but
I think he knows what he's doing, but I don't think it's from a place where he's playing 4D chess. I think it's from a place that he's a soft individual who has to have the final word. and he can't have the narrative out there that someone said something about him. You know what I mean? Like if there's 2 or 3 people saying, "Oh, DSP lied about, I don't know, he lied about winning Evo, 4th place, you know, being in 4th place," he will spend 25 minutes crashing out about how he won Evo. And it's like, okay, like, you know what I mean? Like, did you really need to react to that? Did you need to spend 25 minutes crashing out because 2 people said you didn't really win Evo, or you didn't get 4th place in Evo? Yeah, that's what I mean. So while yes, I think he understands the concept that detractors do keep him relevant, he doesn't crash out because he thinks it's going to make him any money. He crashes out because he can't help himself. He has to have the last word. He's just a douchebag. That's honestly what it is. So I disagree here, PPP, where he thinks he knows. No. He's just crashing out because he's just a very soft individual who gets upset if anyone says anything remotely critical about him.
Dude, I think that you got to realize you are enabling what they're doing, and if you just ignore their narratives, their narratives would die out, or they would only exist over there. But
that's literally where they only exist, though. Like,
Not true, Phil.
My stream, I told you, my stream, this was less than 5 minutes. What you're addressing is the detractor vortex around me. If you actually attend my streams, this is not my content. Like I said, that Lego segment was an observation about Rich and her, and maybe a couple others even, all buying Legos and building them because I built them. But that's not me angry. That's just an observation, and it's a piece of content for my podcast. And then I move on, and we have a fun day. What did we do today? We played a game. We hung out. That's what my content is. It's 5 minutes. 5 minutes of me becomes 50 hours for them. But I don't care because I'm not involved in it.
Here's what I say. What is your hypothesis as to why this persists to this day and why this has been created around you, but it's not really like that for many other creators?
Profits. That's why.
But
money. Everything is about money with Phil.
And make profitable content out of other creators. But with you in particular, there seems to be it's very dedicated. And I feel like it's partly because you feed them.
I need
that
money. But there's no way to not feed them. There's no way to not feed them because literally everything I do is turned into something.
Just so positive and meaningful that you just don't get it, Judy.
I know. I get it. Now I get it. Thank you. That $5 helped me get it. Thank you. Thank you, Deported Sicilian. I appreciate the 5. I mean, what he's saying isn't really a lie. But, of course, he wants to hyper-focus and only narrowed it down to one thing. Where, yes, detractors, people that make content do make money off of it. I'm open about making money. You know what I mean? Like, I don't hide it. I think you guys know that I do make money off of it. I'd make ad revenue and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, to an extent. Is that the reason why people do? No, that's not the only reason. People do it just because they like laughing at a loser like you. They like making fun of someone like you. They feel better about themselves when they can see someone as yourself, struggle in life from your own doing, and they just find it funny as fuck. Honestly, it really does. And that, you know what makes it even more funnier? What makes it more funnier is that you literally get upset because detractors make money off of you. That I find that to be hilarious. Why are you pocket watching people? Why are you so concerned about what other people were doing? Why? And he's always been this way. I mean, like when he first started, he used to scream about other competitors, running ads on his content, and he literally thought that people were specifically paying to run an ad of their channel on one of his streams, when essentially they're just paying YouTube to say, here, run an ad, and then YouTube does the placement. He's always been this way. And I don't know. To me, it's just like, who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck? If you're making Phil, if you're making a living off of this, you should be grateful and just keep it pushing. Because I'll tell you right now, and I agree, me and Phil agree on one thing. The day that all the detractors are done with you, Phil, within 6 months, you're done. Within 6 months, no one's going to give a shit. No one's going to give a shit. Everyone's going to be gone. You're going to be streaming to 35 people. Most of those people that support you because they want to stick it to the trolls. If that element's gone, that support is gone. Kick gone, because everyone on Kick is just fucking LARPers except for Lance Catamaran and the other guy, Future Stepdad or whatever. But that's gone. So again, I know you wish that the detractors would go away, brother, but you better be careful, because I think the moment they're gone, you're gone. You'll be gone. He really thinks that he has enough support to carry him, that he can do this. I'm not gonna say he won't make anything, but that 120K he makes a year, he's not making no 120K. He'd be lucky if he makes 20K doing this content. So yes, exactly. So be careful, Phil, what you ask for. Let me move it up a little bit here.
No, I'd have to look into it because I do not watch Detractor content. God's honest truth.
Of course you don't,
I
Phil.
honestly don't know what they say.
I don't know how to say his name, this alt guy or ALT guy from that.
Oh, big ups, Alt.
I've heard he's a
Oh, he gave me a shout out here,
don't know
didn't
what
he?
I mostly don't-
Hold on, he gave me a
critic
shout
of
out.
yours or detractor is like bad faith, and they're always going to be bad and against you, that none of them are fair?
Oh, no, that's not true at all. There's definitely people who have fair criticisms, and I enjoy hearing the fair criticisms, and I feel like I have been able to improve myself a lot, especially these last couple of years, because of those fair criticisms.
Pre-Dawn
But then
Corpse.
There's people who just outright malign.
Pre-Dawn Corpse, thank you for the 99, brother. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for the super sticker of a duty. That's right, duty in the house. I appreciate you, brother. I think I've seen you before. Haven't I seen you in someone else's chat? Big ups, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you for the dollar. It's appreciated.
No matter what.
Can you name somebody who is a critic of yours or detractor of yours that you feel would be in good faith to have a conversation?
Ah, that's where I saw you.
I do not watch.
Let's see here. Pre-Dawn Corpse. Phil permanently named me on Kick for asking him, Phil, what are your thoughts on RTU eating? I love memes, man, but I think that's one of the worst ones, man. Again, I don't like, I try to avoid, talking about people's kids and all that, and I know that really bothers Review Tech USA. It's fucked up. And for the record, he didn't eat his daughter's eyes. Okay, that's just a meme. Okay. Everything goes to the goal, brother. Everything goes to the goal. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Detractor content. God's honest truth. I don't know what. I mostly don't know what they say.
I don't know how to say his name, this alt guy or ALT guy. From that being said, I've heard he's a pretty reasonable guy. He's a pretty level-headed guy.
Shout out
I don't even know
Satan.
that's who that is because people say ALT in my chat all the time, and I have no idea that he was from that show because I've never heard it.
And I hear that he knows the lore inside and out. And a lot of the time when it comes to these conversations,
I thought he gave me a
I
shout
don't
out.
have the knowledge. And
Hold on, I think he gave me a shout.
narrative. Or fuck, let's just bring Duty on.
Duty, there you go, Duty in the house. That's right, Duty.
And just settle the fucking shit. You know what I mean? And
But
make money off of it.
that's the point here. It'll never be settled because people like them, they always move the goalpost because they need more content for the next day. If I'm not here making content that they can make fun of, then they just make something up anyway. So it doesn't matter. Like I will never appease those people. I mean, I might benefit from that. If I made that kind of drama content, I probably would get views and I would make money. But that's not the kind of person or the kind of creator that I am. And I don't want to be that kind of creator.
Do you feel that everybody who has criticisms of you is like bad faith and
All right, I think we watched plenty of this. If I'm going to create a playlist with all of these videos with the entire arc. If you guys going to want to go back and watch it, it's great.
A robust turban style individual will show both Ket and Jasper a better life and then liberate them from the snortex.
Urban style in the a turb. Wait, I'm sorry. Let me read this. Does Duty think one day a robust? I thought it said turban for some reason. Well, I mean, she did bounce from Subaru guy to Toyota guy, which is DSP. You know what I mean? So what's not to say she doesn't bounce from Subaru guy to Toyota guy to maybe, I don't know, Honda guy. That might happen. So will it happen? Maybe one day. Does she have her options open? I think so. Oh God, yeah. Trust me, I bet you if you were to grab Kat's phone, I bet you an amount of money that she's messaging people. She probably has a fucking Twitter account that no one knows about. She probably has a Facebook account that no one knows about. She probably has a YouTube page that no one knows about. The only thing she doesn't do is stream anymore because, of course, she's a pretty big girl and she's just embarrassed, which is fine. I get that. But trust me, she has her eyes open. She has her options open. If something were to come down the pike that was better or more beneficial than DSP, she would take it. She would bounce. That's right. You know what I mean? If someone's willing to give her 4 door dashes a day versus the 3 she gets now, she might leave, man. She might leave. Trust me. Yeah, I think she would. Anyway, this was a great fucking video. And at the end of it, it gets even better because DSP starts getting really salty and really sad. And he starts talking in a way where you can tell that he's just completely beat up. The last 20 minutes of this video is even more glorious because he's so beaten up He's just so beaten up by PPP. Let me see. Hold on a second. There's another section.
Or you calling this Lex girl a slut? Like, of course you participate in drama.
But it's not the focus. That's right, but it's not the focus.
But I mean, listen, I'll be real. I think you should do more of that.
Oh, I know.
Because I think it's a lot more entertaining. And I feel like this segment where we're going back and forth and talking, I feel like it's very entertaining. I feel like a lot of people are entertained.
Hey man,
I will make it up.
There are a lot of people that like big girls. They're not my cup of tea, but there's a lot of individuals that for some reason they like them big. So I mean, I'm pretty sure there would be a line out there to get some of that cat. Yeah, I don't get it, but I guess to each his own.
Observation now, okay? This segment has now gone on for about 45 minutes, okay?
Yeah, we went about 15 minutes over what I wanted to go. But
We have received during this segment about $5 in contributions.
It's all about the money, right, Phil? It's all about the money.
They want to hang out with me. They want to have chill streams. They want to enjoy games.
No,
That's what my audience wants.
I don't. I'm going to tell you what I got. I actually would be a step up from DSP because Phil just has a Corolla. Duty has a Camry, all right? So, and mine is an XLE at that. It's not just a regular cheapo edition. It's an XLE, okay? Leather seats. It has all the package. It's very nice.
audience, it's kind of like a sinking ship in a way. You have your.
You like them a little extra meat? A little meat's okay. They don't have to be skinny. You know what I mean? I'm more of a robust upper chest style individual. That's my cup of tea.
Get peeled off, and eventually you're going to have to expand into a new audience, into new horizons, because you can't rely
She
on
got the
same
cushion.
20 people forever, sir. And if you're
She got a lot of
doing
cushion.
like you're doing in this oversaturated market, it's not going to grow, King. So,
Mhm,
you know,
mhm,
I feel
mhm.
like maybe I
Okay, at this point, he just tuned PPP out. He tuned them out. And what he was trying to do is he was like, look, man, I know I just spent the last 30 minutes crushing your soul, but now I'm trying to be a friend, and I'm trying to give you solid advice. And he just tuned the fuck out. Look at him. Look at him. He's not listening. He's not paying attention. And he's trying to give him good, solid fucking advice. But he's just done. He's like, nah, fuck it. I'm done. And then a week later, not even a week later, a few days later, well, no, the next day we get the crash out where he did the 3 choices. Where he said the begging, the whatever, which was insane. I didn't even cover that either. I should have put that in there. But the day after this, DSP decided he wanted to do a pity party. And he did a stream where he talked about, his 3 options. One was either being a shill, right? Being a shill. The second option was just doing drama content and destroying detractors or whatever. And then the third option was to continue doing what he's doing, which is begging, which is e-begging, right? And of course, DSP chose option 3. And that caused PPP to just lose his shit. He was just like, this motherfucker. He called them out. He trashed them. And then, of course, he goes on to Steve Camden's stream, and he has that podcast where he just craps all over Phil, right? And then we have on the Kino Casino stream where someone brings up PPP, and then someone brings up Phil, and PPP starts calling Cat fat. She's fat. The bitch is fat, right? It goes back to DSP. And DSP ends the collaboration. He says, I'm done. You can't call my wife fat. You can't call my fat wife fat. It's over with, right? It's done. It's over with, right? And then
the only thing that actually interests Phil, because when I said that Phil has no interest, he has no passion.
Here it is. So after all that, Kino Casino decided they were going to make a video. They were going to do a stream. And the focus for, I think that it was like a 4-hour segment, right? Where they decided they wanted to focus on Phil. And of course, they just let it all out. This is where it was just like, okay, enough with the games. We're done. Enough with the games. We're done with this nonsense, all right? So let's watch just a couple clips here, and then we'll move on to the level 666 podcast.
Spit roast this
My mic was that piece of shit. No. What an ass.
He's a bum.
Dude, do you know
He's
how hard?
An ungrateful beggar bum.
Do you know how hard it was for me to hold it in? Every time he's in chat, hey, and I thought we were being obvious. Eh?
Yeah.
I thought we were being like as obvious as
No, I mean we were like literally trying to get rid of him. It's like when you like throw it. What's that scene where they throw the rocks at the dog at Old Yeller to make him go away?
Yes.
Or some shit like this. It's like, go. We don't want you here.
Bro.
You fucking son. It's outright insulting him to his face. Oh, he just couldn't get the memo.
Yeah, like
He
every
just
once a
couldn't
week,
get
maybe
the
once every 2
message
weeks.
that we didn't want anything to do with this boring fucking ass. But it was beyond how boring.
By the way, a lot of people have asked me about why am I not covering Kino Casino. Kino Casino is busy with the whole fucking Ethan Ralph and the Sticks and Hammer and Jeremy for some odd reason, the quartering. So they seem to cover Phil like once a week, but by the time they're covering him, they're covering like content from 2 weeks ago. And it's like, all right, well, yeah, it was funny 2 weeks ago. Who kind of cares now? So I hope that they start doing more of DSP content. I think some of it too is that they just find, some of those segments really boring with Phil. And let's be honest, Phil has been boring lately. We haven't had much content. So that's why really I haven't been covering it much. But I still watch their stream or whatever. It's still good shit. Still good shit. Yeah, the Jeremy thing, I don't, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, the content's alright. I think they spend a little bit too much time roasting Jeremy, but I don't know. I guess they need to fill a show. They're doing, 8-hour shows. So again, that's kind of why I haven't really done that much content on Kino Casino. So
boring he was, how worthless he was.
Beyond that.
The lack of content, the lack of gratitude, how draining he was, how negative it was. It was that Phil's gay.
He's gay.
Gay. He was gay for Andy Worski.
He kept
This
asking
guy
to
was
see my
beg-
body.
He kept begging to look and touch Worski's underwear. This guy
Oh, that's
privately, he was trying to slip his
Let's see
hands
those
down Andy's
abs.
pants.
The game.
yeah, I like the quartering thing too. I just think it goes a little bit too long sometimes. Like their segments are like 2 or 3 hours sometimes of the quartering, and it's kind of like, that's a lot for the quartering. I mean, he's just a fucking grifter, and he's getting as bad as DSP when it comes to begging, but, I don't know.
He
Oh
said
my God,
he goes like, "Let me see your shredded body." To you, Andy.
I went.
Yeah, well, no, this is today's schedule. So Phil's going to do his podcast at regular time, and then he's going to leave the stream. So he's going to shut the stream off, and then he's going to start playing Crimson Dawn around 6 o'clock his time. So that's the plan. He's going to have the level 1 podcast at 2:30. Then he's going to take a 2-hour break, come back at 6 o'clock, and then play from 6 to 12 or something like that. That's his stream today. So if you're curious.
No, I was like, no, that's weird. That's uncomfortable. That's awkward. But why?
It's like, why is he saying this?
We're in a business meeting.
He was drunk as
Someone call.
Let's be real. This was some Brian Dunn fucking behavior.
Someone call HR.
Someone call HR. He was sexually harassing you in the workplace, Worski. He wanted to feel your shredded body.
Oh my!
Oh
Kev,
man!
Can I just say this? I saw this.
Remember when he got on that voice call and he started asking to see your underwear?
I mean, I'm a Melanie Mac fan, so I like Melanie Mac, so I kind of watch the segments for that. I like her. I like her and the Hannah thing, and you could just tell that both of them are just there for money. They can't stand Jeremy, and it's insane knowing that he gives them $500 a fucking stream. That's insane. And yeah, so I mean that's kind of the only parts about it that I gotta watch. So.
I finally heard about and saw a little bit of the thing where he goes,
Yeah. It still shows up every so often. I watch one, but the problem is when I watch one of those AI video things, it just floods my fucking inbox. That's all I get. Every recommendation is those AI telenovelas about women cheating and being horrible. So I don't give Melanie any money, so I don't think I would be classified as a simp. I'm a Melanie enjoyer. I think that's more of it. And I think I can fix her. I think she's a little broken and she could be fixed.
Soulmate, right? Okay, let me
How did it feel?
Listen, DSP. Everyone likes Final Fantasy VI. Everyone likes Zelda Ocarina of Time. This is not like like obscure, like
these were
hidden
deep cuts. You know what I mean? This isn't even like Earthbound level. This is like entry level everybody had for their Nintendo. Fucking Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
Link to the Past, yeah. And like other things, and he kept saying things like that and wanting to play games.
You know how it fix her.
I kept like,
you know how it fix her. Don't ask those questions. You know the answer.
After every show, I'll be like texting Ash. He's DMing me. What do I say? I want to not respond, and we're just like, we have meetings on how to DM him back because like, hey, fucking Ashton's like. Fucking Discord messaged me during the show.
Congratulations, Melanie.
DM'd me 4 times during the show. I'm like, could you tell him to shut the up? We're doing a show. Meanwhile, the fucking previous three days earlier, there's huge opportunity, everyone. LOL Cow Live. Fucking
you were like, Ashton, help me. He's asking me to kiss him in Amsterdam.
Okay, all right. So if you're wondering what this is, this was shortly after the falling out. Kino Casino had their next stream, and they decided to start airing out dirty laundry. And this was a stream where they said that they were going to be leaking DMs and all that stuff. They were supposed to have It's a Gundam come on the show. And that's what this is. So if you're curious exactly what this is shortly after DSP decided to basically break up, in his words, with PPP. So of course they let it all out, brother. They just said, we were snaking you. You were this, you were that. It was just glorious. It was a good stream. So I'm not gonna watch the whole thing because we reviewed it when it happened. I don't want to replay it. So it's out there. Again, I'm gonna create the playlist. It's gonna be there. Okay. So of course this led to DSP. Now this is the moment, guys. Ready? You guys ready for the moment? This led to, of course, what we now know is the Level 666 podcast. That's right. And I posted a 43-minute clip of the interview because after about 43 minutes, he started cycling and he started repeating himself. But I would say like the first 45 minutes of the video is probably one of the most glorious things you're going to see. You're going to basically see a man having a mental breakdown on stream. And he tried to convince the world that he was a master planner. A man who was so intelligent, he was so smart that he was able to figure out all the potential possibilities of how everything will work out in the last 2 years, that he managed to create this king snake, as he likes to call. Ladies and gentlemen, I present...
But after the side-scrollers thing,
I present the Level 66 podcast, straight out of hell. Straight out of fucking hell, as DSP would say. If you've never seen this, there is a 4-hour video that DSP has on his channel where he does the whole king snake thing. Most of it is just him going through the DMs. Now, we've done enough shows about the DMs, but if you want to watch and get his take, which are delusional as well, you can watch the whole video. It's out there. It's like a 4.5-hour video. I'm not going to watch all that. But what I will watch, of course, is the 45 minutes of it. The first 45 minutes of it with Review Tech USA on it, you're going to get a glimpse of a man who is perpetually online, who doesn't have a life, who's just insane, who just thinks about his detractors 24/7. That's DSP in a nutshell. This stream right here, I think if you want to explain DSP to someone who doesn't really know the Vortex, I think this is the video to probably show them. And then, of course, you got to give them a little bit of pretext and say, this is DSP, and give them a little bit of information. But when newcomers or people that don't know DSP much watch this, they would be left like, what the fuck? What is wrong with this guy? What the fuck's happening here? This is probably the video to go. And let's watch it, because the insanity and the 8D chess and that he had to put out here for this is just insane. So let's go. That's right. Rare W for RTU.
So, wow. First of all, an epic moment.
An
This
epic
has been
moment.
a long time coming, in the making. People have wanted to see us have a conversation for a very, very long time. And thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for giving us your time. I want to say that.
What interesting? What a coincidence? What are the odds? It's the coincidence of this timing. Just I'm sure it's all.
That sweater makes him look like the Hail Bob guy. If you don't know who the Hail Bob guy is, put in Hail Bob Death Coat, and you will see their leader. He has the same exact shirt, and he looks like DSP. It's just uncanny, insane how it looks. And of course, Phil of all people should never mimic a cult leader. He should stay away from that, especially his track record of being a cult leader.
All just circumstantial, right?
Oh, of course. There's absolutely no reason why it would be right now, this week, or anything. No, it just came together.
Level 666 podcast.
Luck, dumb luck, right? But you're here. That's respectable. I thank you for your time.
Queer.
I want to let you know,
You're
'cause I told the
queer.
audience this before. I know you weren't
used
here.
to it.
There is absolutely no interruptions. There's no pop-ups on the stream. I'm not going to be reading shout-outs or anything from anyone. The stupid camera is screwing with me right now. But I'm not going to be doing anything to be distracted. It's you and me. I want to respect you because you're giving me your time. It's not about contributions today. I mean, I will shout them out after we're done when you're gone. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, Heaven's Gate. I couldn't think of it. I know that the Hail Bob comet they thought was a mothership or something, that if they take cyanide. This cult believed that there was a Hail Bob, which was a comet. They believed that it was really a spaceship, and that if they wore tracksuits and Nike sneakers and took cyanide pills and killed themselves, that they would join the mothership. Yeah, it's called Heaven's Gate. Yes. I think the website is still up, by the way. If you type in Heaven's Gate, you can see all the gloriousness that is the Heaven's Gate.
I'm not going to be reading out insults or anything like that. That's not what this is, okay?
Whatever. I know they took something to kill themselves.
I don't care. I don't care if you did anyway, but that's fine.
I know you don't care, but it's just the thing. I mean, you're going to give me your time, dude. I got to give you respect for doing that. You could be doing something better with your time, I'm sure. And I appreciate you coming on. Now, before we begin, I want to clear the air here. You have absolutely no preconceived notions of what disappearance is, right? You don't know. We haven't talked about if it's going to be a topic, if it's going to be anything, right? We haven't planned anything, correct?
No, not.
I played it on PS5. Coban. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, it's basically Death Stranding 1, better graphics and a little bit extra gameplay. But if you like Death Stranding 1, you like Death Stranding 2.
No, not once. And if you did, I would call you out on it. You didn't.
There you go.
Say a fucking word to me about anything.
Because people have been speculating for the last couple of days, well, since yesterday, and I guess you had let it drop on your show that you were going to appear a couple of days ago before we had really confirmed it, and then I confirmed it yesterday, and everyone's freaking out. This is an evil plot. They've got all this stuff going on, and, this is not legit. But no, it's not the case. We have nothing.
Yeah, when I played it on PlayStation, I was running it at 4K 120 with no problem. Yeah. The one thing about Sony exclusives is they do a good job with Sony exclusives, and they actually do a nice job porting them over to PC, something Xbox fails to do. PlayStation, not all, but most of them, when they get ported over, they do a pretty good job of them. So I'm glad that it's well. I'm not going to buy it on PlayStation just because I already have it and I beat it. I played and beat it already on PlayStation, so I'm not going to buy it again. And I normally don't. Like, if I buy it on PlayStation, I'm not going to buy it again on PC. It just... the only game I think I've ever did that with Resident was Red Dead 2. I bought Red Dead 2 on Xbox when it came out originally, and then I bought it on PC.
Planned, all right, previously, like Rich, and I have not spoken about this beforehand. This is completely a legit appearance here. And I guess, Rich, before I begin saying anything, just before we start.
No, Mia, no, it ran great. It ran great. I have a PlayStation 5 Pro. It ran great. It looked perfect. I had no problem, no stuttering, no nothing. It looked amazing. It's just like the Ghost of Yote. That fucking looked amazing too. It's boring, but it looked amazing. Sony exclusive games are well done. I got to give them that. As much as I shit on Sony about stupid shit, they do a great job with their first party games.
Absolutely not. I'm just curious.
Oh, come on.
Do you have anything you would like to just say up front as a starter before we get into anything? Is there anything you want to get off your chest?
I got plenty of questions, but this is your show, so I will let you begin.
Oh,
I
okay.
have plenty.
He's got plenty of questions, but it's my show. All right, that's fair enough. That's a good way to start. Okay. All right. So,
That's Melanie got
Funny
married.
that you bring up, you know, the timing of everything, correct? Because obviously I tried to get you on the show back in the fall, and it fell apart. You did cancel last minute. Then you wanted to come back on. At that point, I wasn't interested.
I think she married a Mexican guy. Yo, it's okay. It's a beautiful game. Like, it looks amazing. It looks great. But you know, if you like Ghost of Tsushima, I would just recommend playing Ghost of Tsushima again. I've probably played Ghost of Tsushima like 3 times because it's a great story. It's a beautiful game. It looks even better on PlayStation 5. The Yote thing was, the gameplay and everything was great, but the story was boring. It was a boring gameplay. It was a boring story.
But we're not here to argue about the specifics of what happened there. But I have tried to have you on, and it didn't work out for whatever reason. So now, this week, I've got you on, all right? And a lot of people are like, this is great. It's the first face-to-face of Rich versus Phil, and they're going to either have it out, or maybe this is a plot. They're going to be like buddies now, because the casino has turned on Phil. And now Phil's probably looking for allies, right? And he's looking for buddies to team up with against the casino, right? That's what everyone's saying. What do you think about that?
Well, I hope to God that you knew from the beginning that was going to happen. I don't think you did, though, because you were essentially in there. You did simp for them for a while, Phil.
That is true. Happy, brother, Radical Jaws, brother. Thank you very much. Just happy 1 year anniversary. By the way, on the Yote thing, I would recommend waiting a bit. If you haven't played it yet, I would wait, because more than likely it'll probably be added to the PlayStation Store, like the PlayStation Plus. Like, if you have that subscription, you could probably play for free. Or it'll get discounted eventually. I'd just wait. It's not worth paying whatever the $70 for it is. I paid $70 for it, and I should have just waited, but I like to waste money. So there you go.
One thing I found funny is that things that I've just said for years, you make it like I'm going to stalk you and dry hump your front door in the middle of the night. But when PPP said those things at the time, now you're different because the fallout and, you know, he was calling your wife fat. But back then,
sneak diss. That was a sneak diss.
What's the difference
His wife
between
is
when I
fat.
said something and when PPP said something, which would be just as bad, if sometimes not worse? Why was there a difference with that?
Well, there's 2 things. Number one, if you have some kind of an arrangement with someone, if you're working business-wise with someone, okay, and you know that there's a mutual benefit to being associated and making content, then you give a few inches, right? You'll give a little bit of leeway. You'll let them get a little bit of a rise, or get a little bit of a boost, or a little bit of whatever it is on your behalf. Because, quite frankly, you're also getting a boost on their behalf by being associated or making content with them, all right? But just like everything, there's a limit to that. And what's happened is PPP took it upon himself.
So right here, he's confirming that if you give him enough money, or you're willing to help him out in any way, then he will allow you to take a shit on his wife. That's essentially what he's saying here. I'm sorry, Phil. No, that's not cool. Your wife or your family or whatever shouldn't be open, for shitting on for any amount of money. The moment that you heard PPP say something like that about your wife, you should have called him the fuck out. And you should have made him look very stupid. You should have called him out when you were streaming with him and say, wait a minute, before we go on any further, brother, I know that you like to joke about my wife. I don't play that. I don't appreciate it. Please don't talk about my wife in a derogatory way. He should have stepped up for his wife and said that. And I think PPP probably would have laughed it off, or he would have just said, all right, I'm sorry, I was just joking or whatever. And maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't have brought it up, but at least, you know what I mean, you would have shown a little bit of pride in yourself, that, you won't whore yourself out for everything, you know what I mean? Like, this is the type of motherfucker that would sell his mother's bra if it made him enough money. There's just certain things, man, that are just not cool, It's just not cool. And allowing another man to shit on your wife just because you're doing a collaboration and you're making a little bit of money off of it? Nah, man. Come on, man. Fuck off with that. And him justifying it. Well, when you have a collaboration, you give people a little leeway. Yeah, but there should be boundaries. So what you're saying is, for enough money, Phil, you let people push boundaries? So, if Ashton wanted to give you more money just to, show so that you would show your butthole on stream, you would do that because you're getting some type of monetization from it? Fuck off, man.
To keep pushing those boundaries as far as he possibly could, thinking that he was big shit, basically.
And again, the only reason why Phil even said anything about this was because detractors kept throwing it in his face that PPP was mocking his wife. his viewers were saying the same thing. His supporters were saying, why are you collabing with PPP when he's calling your wife fat, but yet when someone said something about Cat on stream, you banned them? That was the only reason. And it took you how many months? It took you nearly like 5 months of him talking shit about your wife for you to finally put your hoof down and do something about it. And the only reason why you did something about it was because the entire internet was mocking you and laughing at you because you allow another man to cuck you like that. It's the only reason why you said something.
You could get away
Yeah,
with
but that was at the 11th hour though, Phil. I mean, there was actually a video of where like you tiptoed into confronting him about what he said about your wife, and you gave him a pass. Also, too, there's a video that Mighty D has where you.
Let's not forget. When he did confront PPP about it on Smart Guys, which I think was the second episode of Smart Guys, right? He did bring it up. What did Phil fucking do? Phil let PPP essentially. So what he did, I should have pulled it up. What he did was he brought it up, and he brought it up as, I'm not bothered by it, but my viewers are bothered by it. My viewers keep, this is his fucking words. My viewers keep telling me, right, that you keep calling Cat fat or whatever. You're making fun of my wife. Is it true? When you knew clearly it was true, right? And PPP came out and said, yes, I did. In your face, right? And then you sat there like a cuck and didn't say anything, right? And you allowed him to explain himself. And he didn't apologize to you. He didn't say, you know what, that was wrong of me. I shouldn't have said that. You know, I know. No, he didn't do that at all. At the very end, he did offer up a slight apology. He offered up the, I apologize that you were offended apology, which essentially is, I really don't give a fuck whether I offended you, but if you got offended, I'm sorry that you got offended, right? He gave him that. And then what he decided to do was put it up for a poll and tell his viewers, okay, guys, was that apology okay? Can we get a poll? Can you guys tell me whether that's okay? Was the apology okay? He literally did that. And then said, I accept your apology. And PPP looked at him like, I didn't apologize. The fuck are you talking about? And then literally a week later called his wife fat again. And said nothing. Called him fat to his face on his show. And did nothing about it. So I just want to make that clear. This wasn't that he was pushing boundaries and Phil just got tired of it. No. What it was his viewers, his supporters, and detractors kept talking about it. So he felt like he needed to say something. So let's keep it real, as DSP likes to say. Let's keep it real.
Multiple times. It wasn't just in his video where you would be in their kick chat in like the wee hours of the morning, text messaging them or messaging them in their chat like a teenage girl. You were gifting subs. You would go back and forth. You always say that your time, like that was, what were you doing then? You say your time is valuable. You say you're very busy, but then you were sitting there in their chat, essentially just simping, actually, which is funny. We'll talk more about simping later, but that was very strange to me.
Sure. Well, I guess we've had a good cold open, right? I guess we'll get in.
And by the way, he let Review Tech USA cuck him. This is a straight up cuck. This is your show, Phil. How did you allow another fucking dude, another locale, run you over? Like he essentially just ran you over. You brought him on your stream because you thought you were going to do some big ass king snaking and that he was going to agree with you and pack it on and then tell you how amazing you are. And it didn't happen. He said, fuck Kino Casino. I want to talk about you, you fucking dented motherfucker. And basically cucked you. And you sat there like a cucko and took it. Instead of saying no, or you know what? I think, it still would have been an L. But what he should have did was when Review Tech USA was trying to own the podcast, which he was doing here, he was essentially trying to dominate DSP. When he realized that's what it was happening, he should have gave him the ultimatum and say, well, look, we're here to talk about this, right? We're here to talk about this. If you want to talk about something else, I'm sorry. We're not going to do that. But no, he let him run roughshod. And then at the very end, after 45 minutes of sucking his PP and getting felted by Review Tech USA, he then disconnected his line. The biggest bitch move you could do. Anyway, let's keep going. I want to put it in perspective, folks, because there's so many layers of this that are unsaid. But if you're in the Snortex, you know exactly what I'm saying here. All right.
Into it now, right? We'll actually get into like the format and what this is actually going to be. So Rich, I have to be honest with you. All right, I'm going to be very honest with you right now.
Okay.
Okay. I do have a plan for this appearance, and it's nothing whatsoever what you think it is. Okay. But I want you to calm down. I want you to calm down. There's no guests coming on or anything. It's just you and me. I promise you that. Okay. No special, no shocking twists. No, oh my God, gotcha.
Even if there was a guest, that would be fine.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. I got a little nervous when this happened because I swore to God, I thought he was going to open up Discord and then we were going to get Kino Casino on, right? And they were going to just mock him to no end, right? Rich was going to feel stuck where if he knew he left, he was going to get felted. So they would have had to do the interview with Review Tech USA and Kino Casino, where they would have spent the whole stream just mocking him. And then, of course, PPP would have said, aha, detractors, you thought this was real. This was all a setup. We planned this. Me and the Kino Casino are still good. We're cool. We plotted all it. Then that would be a level 6-6. If that would have happened, I would have had to give Phil the W. I would have said, you know what? W Phil. Phil did felt the detractors. We got hosed. We thought it was true. And this was the king snaketing that DSP plotted. You know what I mean? We would have to give him the credit that he was doing. And I would have done that. But sadly, that's not what happened. But I thought that's what was going to happen. I thought that he was going to do. This whole fucking, when he whips out the Gooner box with naked PPP and Andy on it, I was like, what the fuck? I was super shocked. I didn't think that was going to happen. You know, if I had my bingo card, that would have not been on my bingo card.
Good drink.
She does have a flat chest, and I tend to like more bosomy women. But just something about her that just, you know, she's just, I don't know what it is about Melly. She just, maybe it's the insanity. Maybe it's the religious insanity and ferocity that I enjoy. I don't know.
Rich, do you recognize this?
Let me look on.
He's not looking. Oh, you don't see me?
Those are your poker chips, Phil. Yeah.
By the way, professional streamer here didn't even fucking do a Discord share with him. You would have thought that he would have done a share where they would have shared a stream and they could have seen everything. No. What he did was he had another fucking monitor up and he was watching the stream there, which is, of course, has a delay.
For all of Rich's faults, I'm glad
Wasted.
I Phil's bullshit, and to this day, literally no one believes Philbert's story but himself.
No.
Typical.
I agree with you. This was a Rich W. The only thing I would criticize Rich about was that he knows how much of a punk bitch DSP is, and he knows that if he continuously pushes him, he's going to get rid of him. Like, he kind of knew that, and I think when he started cycling about the mic and all, even though I understand what he was talking about with the mic, and I agreed with him, it wasn't about the boom arm and the microphone. I get that. It wasn't about that. What Review Tech USA was trying to do was establish he was establishing a point that Phil's so inept that trying to claim that he did this king snakening is not believable, because he's so inept at being just a normal human that this is beyond his, you know, scope. He wouldn't be able to do it. And that's why he was bringing up all these stupid things about the microphone and all that. But I think if he would have played it a little bit better and just kind of pulled back a little bit, he could have gone through the whole podcast with Phil and pick and choose when he wanted to make him look stupid. You know what I mean? Like, one point, what I would have said here was, why do you have a naked picture of Andy and PPP in a box? Like, I would have focused on that more than the mic. Okay, but I get what he was doing. Thank you, Wasted. I appreciate the 5, brother.
Correct. This is the briefcase that was used as a prop during the co-op react that I did with Kino Casino back in the summer when we watched your documentary.
Here it comes.
And basically, it was used as a way to humiliate you over the course of that event, where every time that there was something embarrassing that happened, we would take some chips out.
Yeah. Nothing like bringing on a guest, right? And then tell them, oh, yeah, this is what we used to embarrass you and to felt you. Way to make someone feel welcome.
Right? And at the end, we're at the very end, you had 1 chip left. And I said, this is your chip. I'm going to hold on to it. And I had it on my screen back here. And everything, you know, was around this chip in the casino. And you even called it out in your content. And you said, Phil, you fool. They're not your friends, but you have their memes in your content and all of that. I'm well aware of all that stuff that you said. Okay.
which was true from the beginning. Everyone saw
Yeah,
that coming
which
from
was
a mile
true,
away. You were a
except for
content
him.
So, okay,
as
fair,
you've seen.
fair enough. Now,
Fair enough. He
I bring
agreed.
this up for a
He
reason,
agreed. He
all right?
agreed. By the
And we're gonna
way,
explain it in just-
fair when he says fair enough is he agrees. He doesn't have any validation or he can't counter what he's saying. So he says fair enough. So right there he agreed that yes, he was a content MILF for Kino Casino. I'm glad he agrees.
the moment. But I have one other question for you before I actually show you the briefcase, okay? And the question is this.
The Gooner box.
Are you familiar with the king snake? The animal.
Nope.
You're not.
Nope.
The king snake is a creature, a snake, that lures other
So
snakes into its
cringe.
den.
So cringe.
Dangerous snakes. Snakes that are known to already be predators, rattlesnakes, and others. The king snake uses this trick in order to make those creatures feel safe. And then the king snake surprises those creatures from behind and swallows them whole. The king
You're
snake.
are you swallowing
eats-
me, Phil?
By the way, he didn't even get the king snake lore right. That's not what the king snake does. The king snake does is they tend to hide and relax and chill. They tend to stay away from people. And then what they do is when they feel threatened, they emit a foul odor, a stink. They're basically the skunks of the snake kingdom. So what they do is they excrete a nasty oil that stinks, and it makes the other snakes leave. That's the lore there, Phil. So you decided to basically say you're the king snake. So literally what he was doing was he farted. He farted, and it made his detractors in Kino Casino run away. Okay, that's the true lore of the king snake.
Oh, hold on. The king snake eats other predators whole after laying a trap. Okay?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this
Here it is.
the briefcase.
Here it is. It's coming.
This
It's coming.
is Andy and Ashton's briefcase. Because, ladies and gentlemen, today on this podcast, this is not the Level 1 podcast featuring RTU at all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Level 666 podcast straight out of fucking hell. Because today, live on the show, it is time to explain to you how over the last 8 months and the last couple of years, all of my planning has finally come to fruition. I robbed Kino Casino.
Retard alert! Retard alert! Retard alert!
Such a fucking retard. Oh god. All right, I'm gonna keep forward because I just want to die. The mere fact that I don't get it. I think what makes me cringe and just like makes me shake my head is the fact that he took a night stream off to do this, where he was supposed to do his taxes, right? And he literally scoured the internet and found this picture of two fucking naked dudes, right? Drinking whatever the fuck they were doing on vacation. And he literally wasted ink, his printer ink, to print this out. And then laminated. It was fucking laminated. Look, it wasn't just a picture there. Look. That was laminated. He laminated it. Why would you need to laminate a picture of two dudes? Are you beating off on it? Like is it jizz protection or something? It's insane. It's just insane. That right there, man. Just the mere fact that he actually did this. And you know he still has it. You know that Gooner box is still sitting in his closet somewhere. And you know he didn't throw out the picture. The picture's still there. The chips are still there. Nothing's gone. Everything is still there in its place. And I watch. It's funny because hopefully when he does the closet clean out in the summer, we might see it again. And hopefully he'll open up the box, forget that he did the picture, and we'll see the Gooner picture that's laminated.
Robbed Kino Casino. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding. Everything that you have seen happen, I swear to God, has been part of my plan all along. Because all of you think I'm so fucking stupid. You all thought that this was he got fooled. He had the wool pulled over his eye. I 100% had this planned since day one. And I am going
Look at him banning people. Banning people.
I don't believe you. I've been watching you now for over a decade. You were fully in on this.
Okay. Let's see here. Yavanna said, "This is amazing." Former alcohol, and by the way, reading the chat was just glorious. The chat was so fucking funny. Former alcoholic, my ass, real bullshit. You fucking lying sack of shit. Blue collar worker said, "Cope seed mauled." Hung Luke said, "This is so bad." Let's see some of the dents over here, the true dents on YouTube. Copium, which we know is a dent, just laughing, rolling laughing. Let's see here. Void said, what the hell? Okay. Bookworm, shout out Bookworm, said, "I really hope this is true and not just to cope." Bookworm, come on, man. You knew the answer to that. I know you tried to give Phil the benefit of the doubt, but you knew the answer. Let's see. Nord said, "I can't believe this is real." Bruno just said low. Let's see here. Sambuca said he's keeping all of the smart guy revenue. Okay, whatever.
Book line, and so you called Andy your gaming soulmate.
Okay. Rich, I got the receipts. And we're going to look at them together right now on this show.
Okay.
Are you
I would
ready?
like to see these. Yes,
This is the briefcase of Andy and Ashton. And every single time that we go through a topic and I expose them for who they really are, they're going to lose a few chips. And we're going to see at the end how many chips these two had left over.
This feels like retcon to me, Phil, but sure, prove it to me.
Sure.
Let me see.
We're good. No worries, man. All right. So let's get started, shall we?
Oh,
I'm
my
changing my screen
God.
because Rich, you can't see any of this, obviously. I'm gonna let
Yeah, you fucking idiot. Yeah, because you didn't bother doing a Discord share with the fucking guy. You were so worried that he was going to see something inappropriate, like maybe your Gooner folder or something like that, or maybe the folder you share with Derek or whatever. He was that afraid that he didn't even bother fucking doing a stream share with him on Discord, like most normal people.
Tune into the stream. It's going to be very hard for you to see, but I'm going to be reading
I'm
things
already
as
on.
well.
I'm already on the stream too.
Okay, let me actually resize here.
He's watching a stream that's 3 seconds delayed. Yeah, that's great fucking content there. And my thing was, Rich, why didn't you call that out? Why didn't you say, wait a minute, you're making me watch a fucking stream that has a 3-second lag, or probably 7-second lag. You know, that's just stupid. Why don't you just do a share with me? Share what you're seeing so that we can watch it together at the same time.
Actually, here we go. So here's the funny part, folks. All this week, there's been all these threats thrown around.
Oh, right here. Vassin, who's a dent, said, "This is some next level galactic cope." Prime, who is a supporter of a Kick supporter, said, "This is the saddest cope stream ever, Phil." Let's see here. Let's see what else other people say. Sweet Kentucky said, "Are we going to let that swallowing part go?" Okay. Let's see. Birds. Somebody said birds. Rich is loving this. Yes. I mean, Lord Shark knew this. Let's see. The casino will be closed down today. Okay. Apostate super den over here. All right. Let's go.
Casino saying, God forbid that any of these private messages be leaked that I had with Phil or we had.
Yeah, at this point, Rich stopped using edibles and all that for like 6 weeks or whatever. So he was good to go.
With Phil, because these private messages would be so damning. They would hurt him so bad. And man, he is hiding from it. And we're counting down to when we leak the messages. I already put the messages online. And by the end of the show, I'm going to give everyone the links and you can all read them for yourselves in full. I'm not kidding. Because this was my plan all along.
This doesn't sound like 4D chess. This sounds like damage control.
There's no damage control here.
This sounds like you're just trying to get in front of what they're going to say.
There's nothing to say.
Correct.
As you're going to see and what we're going to go through, everything that they think they have was already planned ahead of time. Every single thing that I told them was either a lie, a half-truth, or something to buy their confidence. So they would think that over time, they would have something on me. Because the truth is, Rich, I'm tired of being pushed around. I really am. All right? I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay. So let's recap what some of these things are. He lied about his wife having cancer. He lied about his mom dying yet again. He lied about, what else did he lie about here? He lied about his wife multiple times on these whatchamacallits. He fabricated health crises. He talked about his dead bunny, Beg's bunny. He lied again after the fact where he mentioned he had 4 or 5 animals. He had five animals, 4. He had a bird, a bearded dragon, a bird, a bearded dragon, his cat, and he had another animal. I forgot. So he had 4 animals, right? Lied about that. You know, claimed that no, he didn't have a bunny or whatever. That wasn't true, right? Then, of course, been lying about bird, his parrot or whatever the fuck he has. Still lying about that. It was just nothing but nonstop fucking copes and lies. He also lied about Keemstar in that, whatchamacallit. And, of course, he tried to convince people, well, no, he was just saying that to get PPP to agree with him or whatever. Like, it was just insane. It was just nonstop. In it specifically, he told PPP, if you ever say anything about this, we're not going to be friends or whatever. He talked about his wife and her being religious and all that. And that's why he couldn't do Detractor, he couldn't do drama content because his wife forbade him because she's a devout Muslim now. Just complete nonsense. Nonsense. It's like, how many pages? It was like 100 pages that he printed out. Him leaking his own DMs was one of the stupidest things he could ever have done. Really. He should have just waited for PPP to do it, which he probably wouldn't have done it. And at least there, he would have had sympathy where he could have claimed that PPP leaked DMs and you can't trust him because he'll leak your conversations. You should have did that. No, he decided, you know what? Not only am I going to build the bonfire, I'm going to throw gasoline, kerosene, jet fuel on top of it and leak the DMs like the idiot he is. Like, he literally did this. Why? Because he thought he needed to get ahead of the story before PPP, made the narrative. When he didn't I'm just joking about the Muslim thing. I don't know if she's Muslim or not. But again, all because he felt like he had to get in front of the story before someone else laid out what actually happened. And what he failed to realize was that no one was going to believe him anyway. Like, no one was going to believe him. No one, I mean, other than maybe fucking Kevin Bernstein, believed you. Even Jade was like, yeah, I'm out. Even Jade left the chat. Jade didn't want nothing to do with this. Jade, of all people. Like, it's just insanity. But that's what he thought. He thought that he was cooking here, that he was going to shut down the Kino Casino. He also thought that he was going to break up It's a Gundam and Kino Casino. That's really what it was. I think what he tried to do was I think what happened was he thought that Kino Casino was going to leak the DMs with It's a Gundam, right? And he thought, well, if I leak the DMs before they meet, and it shows where, PPP trashed It's a Gundam, because he did talk shit about him here and there. But of course, it was just, all he was doing was trying to get Phil, you know what I mean? Like, you talk shit about someone. Kevin Bernstein is a Phil Dent. He's a super Dent, you know what I mean? He's one of those people that believes everything Phil says. To the point where people think Phil is Kevin Bernstein. That's how bad it is. I think what he tried to do was he was trying to leak it ahead before they met, and he thought that if he could show that PPP talked shit about It's a Gundam, that It's a Gundam would cancel. He would cancel the Friday. Interview. The problem is, It's a Gundam understands what they were doing. It's a Gundam knows that, yeah, you know what I mean? To get someone on your side, sometimes you need to lie. And just like he lied about how you won this. You won the whatever your interviews. When Stutter and Craig decimated you in that second interview, what did PPP do? PPP came out and said, "Oh, you felted him, sir, or sire, or whatever." When he knew clearly you got destroyed. You got made fun of. You got rolled. But of course, he had to LARP and make it seem like, nah, King, you did great. But he doesn't get that. So he thought that he could break up the Kino Casino, It's a Gundam collab. That's what he thought. And I think that's why he decided to do this. And he miscalculated it. He miscalculated yet again. Because he doesn't understand, he doesn't understand. I guess he doesn't understand people can lie. Even though they're telling you in a DM one thing, maybe they're just saying it to make you believe that they're sincere. Anyway, that's my take on it. I think that's what he was trying to do here. Because he even mentions It's a Gundam interview here. Watch.
in the internet right now. Back in 2023, when I did that Side Scrollers interview, and that interview went how it did, and I walked out of there thinking, not a lot of people are going to like me, but at least that interview's out there, and now I don't have to worry about this bullshit anymore. And then the next day,
because those interviews make you seem disingenuous, Phil. Like, think about how simple. Think about how simple it would have been to show.
Fair enough.
Like, hey, just show me that down from which we know is your account now, which we know you're still using, by the way. Down from the rafters is
Rich
my
W.
WWE Champions account. My Sweaty Man addiction is there. And then you were like, I got to protect my family, which made no sense, Phil. That made zero sense. How does showing a username in a game? That's the equivalent of like showing a gamer tag on like your Xbox Series X. And you said, and then when you had him on the show. And he said, I forget the exact wording. I just thought of this now. I do have notes, by the way. But he was like, so you weren't telling the truth. And you said to him, it doesn't matter if I was telling the truth or not. It's still an answer.
That's right. Because I wasn't there to give them some kind of an insane, truthful expose on anything. The whole idea was I give you an interview. Doesn't matter if you like it or not.
That's not true, Phil. You specifically couched this as the definitive interview for once and for all. DSP would answer the tough questions and tell the truth. You said that in your own fucking content, Phil.
But I'll give you an interview, and then we're supposed to actually continue on with content. I was supposed to be a regular guest on their show, which was actually the original premise of being on it. Is that
I agree with that. The Side Scrollers podcast, like if once the Side Scrollers, because I think initially they were just gonna bring him on as a guest, but once Craig started talking about, well, we have to delve in this a little bit more. People want me to do an interview. As soon as Phil heard that, he should have said, you know what? Forget it. Nope, I'm good. I'm not going to come on. If you want to have me on as a guest to talk about gaming or whatever, cool. They must have convinced him that this would be good for you. This will help you out. You know what I mean? Like our supporters will help you. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but he thought in his mind this was going to help him. No, I don't. No, I've never eaten calendars. I don't really like meat like that. So, no, I did not.
Going to be on there, add my 2 cents towards topics and everything, get some exposure, maybe bring some viewers over to my channel. Some of my viewers go to their channel. They didn't give me that respect because after the interview, they decided to make endless amounts of content for weeks to months about me, crapping on me and making tons of money. And the problem is that
money.
The whole premise of the interview.
Money.
An interview is supposed to be you just ask questions, you give answers, and then the audience has to judge for themselves. Not right after the interview ends, the interviewers say, oh, well, that whole thing was bullshit. We don't like that guy and he's an asshole. Don't believe him. You've completely disingenuously conducted that interview if that's how you behave yourself after.
No, that's not true, brother. That's not true. First of all, what they did was they did the interview. They gave you 5 hours to let you speak, right? And whenever they felt needed, they had to show proof or contradict what you said, which is what they did, right? When they did the second stream that night, right? They were supposed to play games or whatever, right? They said, look, we got so many super chats, and they ended up getting like $4,000 or something like that in super chats. They said, all right, well, we need to thank the people for the super chats and read them. They did you a favor, Phil, where they took down the super chats because so many of them were calling you liar, were calling you an e-beggar, were just making fun of you, were talking about your wife and all that shit. And they did you a favor. They didn't want to embarrass you, so they didn't even show it. And what they did was they said, all right, well, after the stream is done, we'll do a podcast, we'll chill, we'll decompress, we'll talk about the interview, we'll give our thoughts, and then we'll read the super chats, which is exactly what the fuck they did, right? And just because in that interview, thousands of people were in there trashing you, and they gave their opinion on you, like whether they believed you or not, and Adam basically said, I don't believe him. He lied to us. I don't believe him. Then you took offense to it, and then you got upset because your dents were coming in telling you that they made $20,000 on that stream mocking you, when you didn't even bother to go in there and watch it, which is not what they did. Just like you do. Every time you have someone interviewed on, you do a decompression stream and you talk about the interview. That's exactly what they did. So it's false for you to trash them and say, oh, they just did an interview where they shit all over me and made money. That wasn't true.
In my opinion. So
Phil, every radio show or talk show has after shows about the guests that they have.
Yes,
on.
agree.
You weren't truthful, so their take on you was right.
Yep.
So I'm not really sure where you're coming from with that. Like,
fair enough, but that's not even.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't have an answer for that. Fair enough. That's Phil's favorite words. Whenever he says fair is enough, he basically says, yeah, you got me.
Side scrollers thing for ages. They're not even the topic of discussion here. But after the side scrollers,
fair enough.
I had enough. I said, I've had enough of people on the internet always constantly using me as
fair enough,
talking about me, using me to make money, and doing everything they possibly can in order to kind of, mess with me and just get over on my behalf. And I realized at that point, the only way that I was going to be able to change things was to actually do something for myself.
Fair enough.
Actively do it publicly. Because if I did it publicly, then everyone would just laugh. Because everyone thought I was a big meme and a big joke, right? And you still, I mean, to some extent, people still do.
Yes.
I got a little bit more of a boost since, the last 8 months, but not much. But what no one realized is that I decided for myself to do something with initiative. And I said, I want to try to actually get over on one of these people who's one of these content creators who's constantly a misery broker. And I know you've heard me say that before. What I think a misery broker is someone who literally doesn't make content for themselves.
Fair
All they do is
enough.
They look at other people's misery, they report on it, they make fun of it, they laugh at it, and then they make a bunch of money. So a day when it's a bad day,
I'm gonna use that on my wife. When my wife corners me about something, and I don't have an explanation, I'm just gonna say fair enough.
day for someone else is a good day for them. But in reality, if it weren't for other people, they wouldn't be able to ever have any popularity. It's the only reason they get anything.
So what you're saying, this whole entire thing for your casino arc was 4D chess that you were playing them to the point that you would hurt your own reputation and career?
Rich, not only that, I cased.
Not only that.
6 or 7 different individuals who I thought I could maybe get in their good graces and figure out how to get in on it and see what would happen. And after looking at all of these different people, all right, someone in my chat one day had said, did you hear about Kino Casino? Did you hear that they're also making fun of Review Tag? Just like you are, or just like he's making fun of you and back and forth. And did you hear that they're constantly making fun of him in their content? Okay. And I said, no, I don't know anything about these guys. I didn't. But I went over there and I actually watched their content once. And I knew from the first moment that I started watching their show, this was going to be the one that was going to work if I was going to try to make this happen. Okay. Now, Rich, I'm going to be honest with you again. You have unwittingly been a part of this since day one.
Yes, I already pre-ordered it. I am gonna play it. I just like it because they say the open world is amazing, so I'm a big fan of big open world games. So hopefully it's good. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna try to play. It comes out today at 6:00. Tonight's Thursday. My daughter has school late. Me and the wife are gonna have dinner together. So tonight, maybe around like 7:00, I'm probably gonna fire it up my time. So I'll probably put like 4 or 5 hours into it. So I'm hoping it's good, but you never know. It could be a dud of a game. So we'll see. But yeah, I already pre-ordered it. I got it I got it ready to go.
Because you were the reason that I contacted them. You were the reason why I affiliated with them.
Yeah, it does. It looks a bit like The Witcher. Yeah.
Well, at least that's
I love The
what
Witcher.
Andy said was true.
By the way, I love The Witcher more than Skyrim. I like The Witcher more than Skyrim, by the way. So I know that most people love Skyrim. I think The Witcher was a better game.
As unwitting as you think, but yes, Ashton kept on saying that you went to him. Now I see that is actually accurate. Okay.
You're gonna see it's accurate because I'm gonna show you all.
Ames, big up, Ames.
We're gonna look at.
Big up,
I
Ames.
am giving away a copy today, Diddy.
What is up? Oh, what time are you streaming? Hold on a second. First of all, Ames, shout out. Let's give Ames a round of applause. 2:00. Do me a favor, Ames. Ames. If you don't know, Ames streams on YouTube. He's a friend of the channel. He's been harassing me lately about PWR, trying to get me to react so that he can have content. I know your game, Ames. He's one of those. Him and Dash and Lord Diaz bombard me with PWR nonsense. It's all good. I'm joking. Do me a favor, Ames. Can you put a link to your stream here, and then we will pin it. We will pin it, and we will promote it, and hopefully we can get you some viewership over there. Big ups, brother. Thank you for the 2. Ames, if you're still there, do me a favor. Post a link to your thing, and we'll make sure to let you know. Also, post the time. I'll be there. I'll stop by. I'll stop by and say hello, everyone. Fair enough.
Get together. But I just need everyone to understand what the premise is and what's going on here. Is that the whole idea was to get in the good graces of
He's getting his DDR
to
on.
find a way to collab that was going to get me over, that was going to get me some popularity, make me some money, but also at the same time make them think I'm some kind of a fucking idiot, so that they will always think I'm indebted to them. That I'm always going to do what they say.
Ames is a good dude.
I know how they are. Let's be honest here. We know Ashton. We know Andy. These guys are not squeaky clean. These guys have burned every bridge. They don't have friends. They can't have friends.
Absolutely.
Like you. Just like you, Phil. You have no friends.
Oh, I'm not dying to work with them. They were a means for me to finally get out of the position that I was in, being
fair enough.
The internet. And that was the intention from day one. Everything that I laid out, every conversation I had with them, every late night bullshit session I had with them when I should have been asleep, every time I was on their streams kissing their butt, throwing them super.
Okay, everybody, pay attention. Pay attention, everyone. Pay attention. Do duty a favor. Ames332 is going to be doing a live stream today around 3:00, 3:00 Eastern, I believe. Yeah, because I believe you're East Coast. He's going to be streaming on his channel. He's going to be doing a giveaway of Crimson, what the fuck's in it? Crimson Rider? Is that what it is? What the fuck's it called? Crimson Rider? Yeah, whatever. Crimson, the game, the big game. Yes, Crimson. He's going to be doing a giveaway. Go over there, stop by, give him some love. Crimson Desert, thank you. Yes, yeah. Give him some love. Maybe you might win the giveaway, and you can just leave after that. Okay, that's right. Just take his game and leave. No, I'm kidding. Hang out. He does good content. He does great content. I'm pretty sure he's gonna mock Review Tech USA and probably PWR as well. So shout out, brother Ames. I'll stop by. I'll be there. I got nothing else to do, brother. I'll stop by, hang out, and chill. And big ups, brother. Okay, we appreciate you. Thank you. And that was nice of you giving back to your community. Big ups.
Memberships or whatever was all part of this. And they think they have something on me.
Yeah,
They're
take the
insane.
copy and run away.
Fair
enough.
Fair enough. Know that everything I was saying was fake. I don't know because I mean, I'll give you some examples here. I said my wife was sick and she had found God, and now because of that, I can't do this idea that you came up with, and they bought it. And I said, oh, my rabbit is sick, so I can't do the show today.
All right, Phil. Let's give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you're not lying. You're being truthful. Let's say that you're not lying about lying. Okay. How big of a scumbag do you need to be to lie about your wife being sick and your mother and your dead rabbit? That's just insane. Lying about God and lying about cancer. All you're doing, and look, I don't believe, I believe in a little bit of karma. You know what I mean? I think God does have a good sense of humor. You're just inviting that shit to come at you, man. You know what I mean? Like, again, look, I don't wish any harm on Cat or his mom or whatever, or his bunny rabbit or whatever. I would never do that. But you know what's going to happen? God forbid if the day comes on and he, comes on stream crying that Cat has cancer, everyone's going to say, that's what you deserve for lying about your wife having cancer during the Kino arc. You know that's what's going to happen. And of course, you're going to spaz out and rage and ban people and have a meltdown. And of course, you're going to give Duty a 30-minute video to make ad revenue on. You know it's going to happen. But again, I'm sorry. That would be like me saying, yeah, my daughter she died. Never say that. Gosh.
My mom is sick, so I have to fly. I keep saying sick, like every excuse was someone's sick. Yet they bought it every time.
By the way, I did confirm and show that you did go visit your mom, just like you told Kino Casino you were going to do. You were not going to stream for a period of time and go visit your mom, is what you did in July, you fucking idiot. So that, again, more proof that what was in those DMs were accurate. Okay, Phil?
Or you were just nervous to go do it, so you canceled on it.
But the point I'm making here is I basically manipulated them as much as I could to make them do what I wanted. I got what I wanted. And then when I knew they were going to eventually turn on me, because we all knew that from the get-go, right? We knew they were going to turn.
That's kind of just gross, too, Phil. You would say that your family members were sick to get out of doing things with them?
Oh, yeah. No. It's not to get out of doing things with them. It's to basically have a way to make them believe that everything I'm saying is true. Because no one is going to think that someone's going to just pull it out of their ass. But to beat a snake, you have to be the better snake, Rich. It's the only way to do it. You have to make them believe the lies. And man, did I pull the wool over their eyes for the last 8 months until finally I had enough. And the truth is,
okay, I want to show real quick what some of the dents are saying. Someone actually posted and said, this feels like a fucking fever dream. Someone asked, okay, so is Cat okay? I don't think this is the move you two think it is. Okay. So all the yelling he did at us calling them snakes was part of the act. Okay. Let's see here. Jostler said, we need the real snake. Okay, I don't know. Let's see here. Damn, lying about that is sick. Okay, that was Clyde Baxter. What is even going on? Head lower. Okay, yeah, they were calling him Boogie, of course, because yeah, Boogie we all know live cancer as well. Just insanity of it all.
I had enough for two reasons. Number one, the disrespect to my family, and number two, because I wasn't getting anything out of the collaboration anymore.
Cooler Taste, actually, a member said, Phil lies so effortlessly. LOL. Let's see right here. Why have a detractor on like Rich to review your master plan? He's never gonna give you kudos. All right, Brian is a dent. He doesn't see what's going on here. Let's see here. Ace Cluck said DSP admits to being a liar and a snake. Yeah, that's literally what he said. And he lied about cancer, his mother dying, his dead rabbit, and his wife being sick. He lied about his wife gaining 30 pounds in a week because her fat thyroid or whatever the fuck it was.
These guys, all right, have some of the worst ideas I've ever seen for content. They were pitching ideas that would have worked, but they didn't have any clout to make the ideas happen. They legitimately couldn't make anything work that would have made us money. It was cancellation, denial, after. It was like endless.
Phil, I'm not a fan of the casino, but
Oh,
they
okay.
did have the clout. In the-
Alfred said, Phil, I'm begging you, stop this madness. This is the most people you've ever had watching you, and you're going mask off. Yes, and I think that was a good faith comment there, where I'm guessing he's neither a Phil hater or supporter, and he's literally watching this and saying, bro, please, like, hit the button, man. Hit the button, leave, like, lose power, air quotes. Have the Comcast detractor, make you lose internet. Just go, please leave. Like, it was just so cringeworthy.
The money to make things happen. I think the only person believing this in this stream right now is you. I don't, Rich. I mean, how do you do so? You're trying to tell me to believe that for the past 8 months, when you were sitting there gifting them subs, simping for them.
Yeah, we saw it. Medicare said he didn't want anything to do with him. It's a Gundam told Kino Casino he didn't want anything to do with Phil because he didn't want to make him any money. Who else? Wings didn't want to do anything with him. Keemstar came on hoping that he would reciprocate and come on Local Live, but he didn't do that. So he told Wings and Boogie not to go on his podcast. Who else was out there? You got Ptolemy, whatever the fuck his name is. You got Gahul and Ethan Ralph to come on your streams. That's who you got that were willing to come on your streams. It wasn't the fact that they couldn't pull the trigger. It was the fact that they just didn't want anything to do with you. Mudahar was going through his own bullshit, and he didn't want to bother with you. You know, by the time he came around and was willing to do it, Kino Casino was done with you. He said, nah, forget it. We don't want to do it. Forget it. We're done. We don't want to do it. So again, he wants to paint this as Kino Casino promised him all this shit, and he brought nothing to the table. Okay, Phil, even if that is true, what did they bring you? They brought you a stream with art where you did the Review Tech USA documentary that brought you over $3,000. They brought you a viewership that was 400 or 500 people for the first couple months. They're dense that came over and supported you. You were making $200-300 a stream for at least a month or 2 months. In all, I believe that I believe it was calculated that the Kino arc brought DSP $40,000. It brought your 2 PCs, your shitty background, all that stuff, right? It brought you all of this. So to sit there and act like they didn't give you anything, or the reason why you decided to do this whole king snake on them was because they couldn't fulfill their promises, is dented as fuck. That makes you look insane. It does, and he doesn't see that. To him, it's just, and you could tell he wasn't even reading the chat, because I think if he was reading the chat, he would have realized how this was coming off. He really thought he was cooking with this. He thought like the chat was all excited. Everybody was saying, yeah, go Phil, that's amazing. And he wasn't even bothering reading chat. And if he would have bothered to read chat, he would have saw that maybe, just maybe, he should have pulled back. You know what I mean? The plane was crashing, and he didn't bother to pull up.
Them like hours upon hours on end, trying to get them to pay attention to you, like they were Beavis and Butthead and you were Stewart, that this was all some big plan to get vengeance on people that if you never affiliated with, you would be in a better position than you are now. You went, Phil, it's just a fact. You saw that there was an opportunity there. They feigned friendship with you. You called Andy Worski your gaming soulmate. You were so into all this to the point that you let them shame you. And now in the end, after all is said and done, you come out on the other end looking worse, and you're trying to tell me that this is 40 cents. Come on, Phil.
Rich, I could never possibly come out at the end of anything looking worse. You understand that, right? Like, I have been the joke of the internet for over a decade. No one listens to me. Even when I have valid things to say, they do that stupid meme that's like...
No, Phil. This was the worst. Out of all the options you had, this was the worst choice that you decided to take. Actually, it was the choice that wasn't on anyone's radar. You invented this option. The choice to do was you should have played you should have played the sympathy card. You should have just said, yeah, I thought they were my friends. you know, yeah, I confided in PPP. If he leaks my DMs, that's pretty fucked up. You should have went that route. You should have went the I got snaked, right? And at that, I think people would have had sympathy for you. Yeah, detractors would have mocked you and said, yeah, we told you so. But I think maybe you would have had some sympathy. At that, I think some of the people that were supporting you from Kino Casino, I think they probably would have felt bad for you and maybe continued supporting you. And what you could have done was you could have come out and said, yeah, you know what I mean? I got snaked or whatever. Yeah, you know, I thought they were my friends. It didn't happen. And then you could have said pivot. And you could have said something like, you know what? Even though it turned out this way, I appreciated everything they did for me. And I appreciate all of the Kino people that came over to support me. You know, no hard feelings. If you guys want to stay, cool. If not, I understand. Bro, I guarantee you, Phil, being mature that way would have earned you probably some respect. You know what I mean? Some respect. And at that, you probably would have gained some newer supporters. Because trust me, when people snake people like that, there is a segment of people that feel bad for you. And they're willing to support you. Because honestly, they would look at you and be like, well, he's, you know what I mean? Like they would give Phil a little bit of respect. And they would say, well, he's handling it mature. You know what I mean? He's being mature about it. He's not making up shit like the Level 666 podcast and coping. You know what I mean? Like, all right, he fell for it. He got snaked. Move on. And I think if he would have handled it that way, I think Kino Casino wouldn't have had a year of just making content on him. Because I think what would have happened was, yeah, a lot of the Kino people probably would have enjoyed them shitting on Phil, but it would have got to a point where I think some people would have been like, look, you snaked him, he's not fighting back, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, and I think Kino Casino could have looked like the bad guys here, but no, he decided to do this. He decided to do the Level 66 podcast and just become a madman and choose the insane option. But it's DSP. You know, bro, it's like someone sitting Phil down to say, okay, Phil, this is what happened. You have 3 options, right? You can choose one of these 3 options on how you can react. And DSC said, fair enough, but fuck that. I have an option right here that I'm going to pull out of my asshole. And this is the option I'm going to go with. And you hear the option and you're like, what? What are you doing? No, don't do that. And he's like, no, this is killer. I'm going to have all the bitches throwing their hoo-haws at me. He literally thought he was cooking. He straight up thought that he was going to get bitches in his DM telling him how amazing he was. Like throwing, like giving him titty pictures. And be like, oh my God, DSP, you're amazing.
Oh, the guy that you hate the most or the worst guy you know finally made a good comment, right? So there's nothing to lose. There was only anything to gain. My viewers don't give 2 shits about the drama.
They do.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't want
I agree, Agent.
And that's why when it started to get to the point where these guys wanted me to completely change who I was, all of my content, into drama content, that's when I basically broke it off, and they completely lost their minds because they're so angry that I was the one in charge of the situation.
So delusional. So delusional.
Enough of us chatting about this. And
He's so fucking delusional.
You feel free to go ahead. You feel free to chime in. I'm okay with this. All right. You
Fair enough. Fair enough.
The reason you're here is
Fair
very
enough.
simple. I want you to witness this going down. Okay. And you were the one who basically started the whole thing with me reaching out to them and us reacting to your documentary, excuse me. So it's only fair that you be a part of this. You understand where I'm coming from? You think that that's a fair thing to have you here?
Sure, Phil. Well, let's see what you got, boy. Let's see.
All right. So
he called him a boy.
I didn't realize that they had said this.
He called him a boy.
And we'll show it anyway. And by the way, because now I'm going to start showing stuff, everybody. FYI, at the very end of the show, I'm going to give you all the links to the raw files that contain all of the DMs between myself, PPP, and Andy. So you can all read them in the entirety for yourself. All right. So that way there's no shock. Look, he hid something.
Big W.
I edited nothing. This is all 100% unedited.
Fair enough.
Inappropriately.
Fair
They're
enough.
all nicely in PDF files, which makes sense since those guys have been sweeping for PDFs for quite some time. So now you can read all their logs for yourself online.
Okay, Derek. Derek.
Okay, so we start off with the very first time that I ever talked to them, and this, I guess they've already admitted to this, that it was me that reached out to them. Okay, in a DM. Basically saying, hey, is this the host of Kino Casino? I'm trying to find a way to talk to the guys, but I can't find anything official, okay? And so we had a conversation back and forth. Of course, the first thing we're talking about is you, Rich. I saw your vid about Review Tech threatening June the King. Today I have my take on it on my podcast. And I basically use you as the way to bridge that gap and get that initial introduction with these guys. In fact, the whole idea of us...
So you're the Batman. You're the Batman of drama merchants, going selflessly to take them down.
You can call it whatever you want. You really can. But the point here is, I was the one who initiated the contact. I was the one who actually suggested to react to your documentary. They had kind of alluded to it on their show, but they never thought it would happen because they never spoken to me before. So I contacted them and I said, let's do it. This is a genius idea. I knew that was going to make money for both of us. I knew that was going to be big. It was going to bring me notoriety. It was going to bring them notoriety. I'm the one who put that great idea out there and made it happen. All right? It was me, not them. It was my actual making it happen that started this whole thing and got this popularity train rolling. Now, there's a few.
He's just so fucking delusional. And again, if you watch that podcast, if you watch that interaction thing, 80% of the fucking talking was done by PPP. 10% was Ashton, and then maybe 10% by, 80% was PPP, 10% maybe Andy, and then the other 10% was Phil. He would chime in every so often, and then probably at the very end is when he was doing the whole poker chip thing bet was his grand whatchamacallit to the content. Just like Smart Guys. Someone was tracking Smart Guys and was like, oh, if you do the breakdown of how much talking PPP did versus DSP, it was like a 75-25 split. But he wants to sit there and think like it was his master plan, it was his eloquentness, it was him razzing Review Tech USA that made it so popular. No, you fucking dent. It was so funny because you were just sitting there counting super chats, shouting out super chats while PPP and Andy wanted to focus on the actual documentary itself.
Pages here, and us going back and forth.
Okay, Phil, I got a pin to pop on this. Here's what I think. I think you just your hate boner for me was throbbing. You saw that they were wiping the fucking floor with me, and you wanted in on it. And when they embraced you and treated you like one of that whack pack on Howard Stern, you got a taste of more money. You thought they feigned friendship with you, which you bought into. At least that's what it seems like. No, better yet, I think it was friendship, and I think you saw that you were getting money. So you your nose was Andy Worski's asshole now must be spread out maybe like another 2 inches because your nose was so deep in there. Like what I think you're doing now, as a matter of fact, I guarantee what you're doing now is because you know that this is disastrous for you, that you're trying to be like, aha, all along, it was my master plan. It was not your master plan, Phil. It wasn't. And look, that's fine, but I'm just not going to believe it. I don't think anybody with like a upper double-digit IQ will believe it.
Yep.
So
facts. Fair enough.
Files here,
He didn't even respond to him. He didn't even respond to him. He had nothing. He didn't even say fair enough. He couldn't even say fair enough. He didn't even respond to him. He was just like, all right, well, I got nothing to, he just owned them. Yes, he did own them.
So I don't know if you can see them on the screen, everybody here. I'm going to try to get this here. So this is the file of me talking with Andy in DMs. Okay. This is all of them back to back, 182 kilobytes. The one of me talking with PPP.
Fair enough. The autism is just going insane here.
1,031 kilobytes. Why?
When did you make these, Phil? Go right click on them, go to property.
He didn't. He does that. He just tunes people. He's like a child.
Right click on it. You right click on whatever file you're clicking.
Just made them a couple days ago. Here it is. I got them off of my X archives, and I used a third-party app to turn them into PDF files so that we could actually see them today, because or else you have to be in a web browser to see them. So the point I'm making why I brought that up is I almost never talk to Andy at all. Almost never. Andy is kind of the guy from what I'm to understand. He's the tech.
Oh, okay. This is the whole gay cope where, they said that he was messaging Andy and asking him to look at his abs or whatever. Which is true. That was confirmed by multiple people. That was confirmed by Locale Live. Apparently that happened because, if you don't know, I think what happened was they were having a conversation with Locale Live about collabing with Phil and Kino Casino. And apparently they think Phil was drunk, but then he started talking about Andy's abs and he's like, oh yeah, show us your abs and all that. Like that wasn't a lie. That was true. Multiple people confirmed that was true, Phil.
Guy.
So of course this is him coping about that. This is him coping that people are saying that he was gay for Andy. That's why he's trying to make it seem I never talked to Andy. I don't know where this whole gay thing came about. Again, Phil is so sensitive when people call him gay. He really is. He gets so bent out of shape when anyone even infers that he might be gay. And I think it's funny. It's just like, really? That's the thing that triggers you? Someone calling you gay? Like, okay. Of all the things in this world, what bothers you the most is someone inferring that you might be a homosexual. Okay.
All right. He's the guy that gets everything together, that the data runs the show. But PPP is the guy who actually...
Good Lord, Phil Burnell, you're losing all your money.
Them in, etc. I talked to PPP about 40,000 times more than I ever talked to Andy. And it's hilarious because the internet has this misconception that like I'm bros with Andy and we always talk behind the scenes about games. We almost never talked at all. I have endless folders here.
No one said that, Phil.
All the stuff we did.
No one
I have
said
a tiny
that.
folder of the few things I ever talked to Andy about. It's just a complete fallacy. but that's what people want to believe because they want to think that like I was his best friend or something. Andy, I'll be honest, I think that PPP is kind of the brains, while Andy is just kind of the operations. You know what I'm saying? Like, never did Andy contact me about an idea. Never was he the go-between. It was always
That's all the money you're
the guy
getting,
who was
Phil
talking to
Burnell.
them
No more.
the entire time. Okay. So what I like to do?
Keep losing all your money.
Phil. You were the ones who were trying to make it like they were your best. So you're saying even when you defended them and went to bat for them with the numerous clips that are out there, and on your own channel, I've seen them because you always say it's always the track. When they're like, oh, they're just razzing me. This was so you were humiliating.
You're welcome.
yourself to
Stop
get, like, a
stop
master
losing
plan
all
of
your money,
vengeance back on
Phil.
them?
I 1,000,000% knew they were going to turn on me eventually. There was no way they were never going to because they've done it to everyone. They've burned every bridge. They do whatever they need for personal gain, and everyone knows this. Like you said, you knew it.
If you
Everyone else
need
knew
if
it.
you need
Everyone apparently
Snorbug,
thought I was the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. I'm not. I knew exactly what was going on from day one.
I'm happy. If you need money, let me know. Snortbucks the wage. I'll give you some.
They seem to be the only ones who didn't get it. They thought I was that dumb.
You get it?
No, there's a difference between desperation and actually finally taking control of your destiny, which I decided to do for once instead of just being stomped on all day by everybody.
The best way to take control of your destiny is to not get yourself involved in that.
Yep.
The best way to take control of your destiny is
Fair
to
enough.
do
Fair enough.
rewards for your audience that isn't you eating pizza. Like that those are ways to control your destiny. The way to control your destiny is to make content that's more entertaining. You could say I'm a clown, I'm a buffoon, all you want to, but me getting the tattoo of you near my left ass cheek as you was Dracula from Castlevania is bizarre. Maybe it's a little gay too. That's okay, but it's like people want entertainment and
again, who gives a shit he's getting? I mean, honestly, do I care that if Phil is getting No, I just say it and make fun of him because I know it bothers him so much. If you want to be fucking gay, man. Who gives a shit? Like, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know why people get so bent out of shape when someone calls them gay. Like, it's just, to me, that's a lot of insecurity there. You know, where if you know it's not true, who gives a shit? You know, I don't know. It's just me. Yeah, Duty is gay. That's right. I am gay.
He's gay.
Duty is gay. You could click that and post it. Duty is a homosexual.
Right now, you're not. I know we're going a little off topic here. You're not offering it. Did you see the video where someone said that you the middle manager, Phil? Did you see that video?
No, I don't watch any of those videos. I have no time for it. I'm busy doing this thing here.
Think about it though. It's not. Don't even take it as an insult. There's truth to it. Where you're talking about a pizza party, like it's like if you're working commission sales and you hit a goal, but the reward is your audience watches you eat pizza.
Yeah.
You see where that's insane?
Rich, there's entire businesses on the internet based on people eating food on camera. You realize this, right?
But Phil, okay, I understand what you're saying, but
yes, Phil, but most people that have these businesses like Review Bra and all that, they don't demand their viewers give them $1,500 up front for them to actually do the review. What they do is they film the content, post it, and make the ad revenue off of it. That's how it works, Phil. They don't go there and beg for 10 streams for $150 a piece just to give people the opportunity to watch you to order fast food. Okay, that it's not the same thing. And Phil tries to convince people it's the same. It's not the same thing, brother. Okay.
I was like, let me go see his DSP. You have your DSP tries it on DSP Reacts, right?
Yeah.
That's where you put them. One of them at most got 2,000 views. You probably made like 75 cents off of it.
Yeah, because that's not the business. That's the reward. Get it? I've already raised the funding for it, so I can do it. It's the opposite of what you're thinking.
So then you're solidifying what I'm saying, that the reward for your audience is to watch you eat something that they could drive down the street and get themselves.
Because that's what they want. When they watch me do those videos, they see me try a product that maybe they will then get because they want to try it. And numerous people over the years have said, hey, I saw you try that and I went and got it. Man, it was good. Or the flip side, man, I couldn't believe it was that bad. I had to try it for myself and man, it was really bad. Or, hey, I was going to get that, but I didn't because I saw your video and now I realize it's bad. So thanks for saving me the trip and the money. But we're not here to argue about the validity of DSP Tries It. We're here to take a look at the receipts.
Can we talk about
Fair
your
enough.
microphone setup?
Fair
too,
enough.
Who cares about my microphone setup? What are you talking about?
Because you've given me a lot of flack. Can we talk about your microphone setup too as well?
Who cares about my microphone setup? What are you talking about?
Because you've given me a lot of flack about this microphone setup, but this is actually technically the correct way.
In front of me, I have 8 months of private conversations with the casino, exposing them for their idiotic attitudes, the things that they said to insult people that will get them in hot water. We've got all kinds of. You want to talk about my microphone? You're for real right now.
Well, yeah, because it kind of ties into like I know you're being disingenuous, making it like this is a master plan, and even with small things, it's not about who gives a shit about the microphone. Who gives? But the point is that you're disingenuous, Phil. First off, you're not using. Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
Actually, I need a sip of my luscious drink here. You're using your dynamic microphone right now, like a shotgun mic. Actually, if you watch PPP, he also has a dynamic microphone like you and I have. If you watch other podcasters, This is how you're supposed to have the mic. It's also supposed to be very close to your mouth because dynamic microphones mitigate how much audio is around the room.
I know. I'm well aware of this, Rich. I can do it too.
But you're not, though, because I'm looking at you right now on screen.
Because I don't want the mic up my ass when I do my podcast, Rich. It still sounds good, and I don't have to suck the mic.
Okay, I want to call this out real quick because as you guys know right now, ever since he got his new desk, that's how he does it. He actually has it in front of him appropriately. So is it safe to say that, Phil, you now want the mic up your ass? Is that why you're doing it? You want the mic up your ass now? Again, this is just cope and seething. This is just I want to highlight this one point because in the past he's talked about how he does it this way because this is the way he prefers it. When we know it's not true. The real true reason is his desk was so fucking shitty. His tray table, because that's what he had. He had a tray table for a desk. You know, he couldn't do it that way. So instead of being honest and saying, well, I can't set it up the proper way because I don't have the equipment to do it. No, he lies. He lies and tries to convince other people that the way they're doing it is stupid, right? When he, in fact, is the stupid one, right? So now that he does it just like every other human, the correct way, right? Now what? So when people call you out for that nonsense and you bullshitting for all those fucking years, right? What are you going to say now? Hey? Instead of just being honest with people and upfront and just say, well, I would like to have it this way, but I can't because of my setup. And then just move on with it. No, you need to lie. And then you try to make other people feel like they're the idiots. Like, oh, well, apparently Review Tech USA likes the microphone up his ass. That's why he does it this way. When everyone in the world that has these Shure mic, these mics, use it this way. I currently have it in up my ass right now, as DSP would like to say. I have it in front of my face, lower down, about 6 inches away from my mouth, just like the way you're supposed to do it. But anyway, let's keep going.
So no, it doesn't. Your mic actually sounds worse than your previous mic. Many people have said it. You're using your mic wrong, and I feel like you're using your mic wrong just out of pride to get back at me and other people that are telling you that Phil, put the mic, get a different stand,
just like the video card,
it's here in your mouth, and you don't have to have these 8 billion different filters in OBS that makes it sound like you sound like you're going through puberty again. Your voice sounded significantly fuller and better before. You know, and who cares about the mic stand in and of itself? It just shows, Phil, how you're disingenuous and why I can't believe you about this whole master plan.
The mic
yes.
shows I'm disingenuous. And
yes.
That's why you can't believe the evidence I'm about to show you.
Yes.
Yes, because it shows that you're willing to lie about the most stupidest, mundane things. Why wouldn't we think you're lying about something like the 666 level whatever podcast? Again, Phil, you and your words and your actions these last 18 years has established the fact that you easily lie, that you make shit up, that you contradict shit that you say all the time, right? It's not like people just come out of the blue and say that you're a liar. No, there's 18 years of you being a liar that confirm that you could potentially be lying about this. And that's what Review Tech USA is highlighting. That if you're willing to lie about something as dumb as a boom mic, then you're willing to lie about this. And that's what he was trying to say. And he was trying to say that I can't believe you because you are a known liar. That's what he's trying to say here. Okay, Phil? Okay, but you can't see that because you're too autistic and you still think this is all about a microphone. It has nothing to do about the microphone. It has to do with the fact that you're a liar, that you lie about the stupidest mundane things.
Also, we could go into too when you got that mini PC. When you just
yeah.
know facts off the top of your head.
Exactly. It doesn't matter whether I told you the truth or not. It's an answer or some shit like that. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. Literally admitting to being a liar and justifying it by, well, I gave you an answer.
All right, let it be said. I tried to get Rich involved in this because I thought he would add something. I thought he'd be interested in what I've done here. But I guess he's more interested in arguing little idiosyncrasies of nonsense. This is what he thinks is entertaining to the internet.
No,
this is amazing.
It's not idiosyncrasies.
By the way, Dumpy Koala, who was a long-term dent of DSP, he was a dent over on DSP Gaming, and then went over to Kick, unfollowed, deuces, and left. And to his defense, he hasn't been back yet. So, not only did he lose Dumpy Koala, he also lost about 3 or 4 people during this stream. I forgot who they were, but I know I talked about it. These are long-term dents that have been following Phil for quite a while. And they were just like, I can't be a part of this. And they left, and they haven't been back. It was him. It was him and two other people. I can't remember their names. But if you read the messages here, you can see them. They're just like, yeah, I'm done. I'm out. Peace out. And they left. And they never came back. They just were like, this is the final straw. This is insane. And he's lying yet again. And I think these people would normally just brush off the lies. But this was so insane that they just couldn't brush it off.
It's not idiosyncrasies. Phil, what about, can I ask a question? Now, that mic stand that boom arm that you got, you realize I actually found it. I have it right here.
See, right there. He should have left. So okay, this is some criticism I'm going to give Rich. He overextended it a bit much. He didn't need to go into this anymore. Like, he proved the point. His point was, you lie about a microphone setup. What makes you think you're not lying about this? So then he goes now into the boom arm. And that's where it was like, all right, you're losing everyone, Rich. Stop. Come back. Let him talk. Because most people by then already knew he was full of shit. So they wanted to hear what exactly was it Phil had under his pocket. Like, they were waiting for people to show a DM where he had a conversation with, say, Keemstar or somebody. And in it, he said something to the effect of, oh, yeah, I know Kino Casino is just fucking with me. I have this King arc going where for 2 years, you know what I mean? Like something. And that was posted before the breakup, you know what I mean? That would have been proof of the Level 666 podcast and your schemes. But you didn't show any of that.
You spent how many hours and you ended up breaking the boom arm, right? Why do you make your audience do your work for you instead of you looking up? It's a short broadcast, one mic. Hold on, don't say folks yet. Don't say folks yet. There's a 1:30 mic video. Why couldn't you look that up instead of having a multi-hour stream?
No.
Where your audience is time.
No, what he did was he cherry-picked DMs. And I was shockingly, he did pick out DMs where he claimed he lied about cancer, about his wife. And he also talked about what he did was he mostly focused on the Keemstar thing, because in the DMs, he did talk massive shit about Keemstar. He basically called Keemstar a fucker and all this shit. He shitted all over Keemstar. And he knew that Keemstar was going to get those DMs. So he was afraid that Keemstar would shit all over him and start trashing him again and all that. So he tried to clean that up and said, oh, I only said that to get the confidence of PPP. And then he also talked about his wife having cancer. He said that was a lie. He talked about Bugs Bunny. He said that was a lie. And then, of course, he focused on PPP talking shit about It's a Gundam. And again, this was just nothing. It was just basically he was trying to make it seem like, oh, guys, what he was trying to do was just like the reason why he had Review Tech USA on here is because Phil can't defend himself. Like, he's not man enough to handle this on his own. So what he did was he got back up. That's the reason why he brought Ethan Ralph on his stream. That's the reason why he brought Gay Hole into the stream and Cyrax TV or whatever the fuck his name is, because he thought he was going to get back up to shit all over Kino Casino, because he can't do it himself, right? So that's the reason why he bought Review Tech USA. He thought that if he can convince everyone that PPP was talking shit behind their backs, aka Keemstar and It's a Gundam, that they would join forces with him to attack Kino Casino. That's the reason why he did this leak, really. And he thought that if he got ahead of it and he showed that if he showed It's a Gundam, that PPP said bad words about him, that he wouldn't be on their podcast on Friday, derailing the whole podcast. That's the only reason why he did this. But again, he was too stupid to realize, yeah, maybe It's a Gundam was in on it the whole time. He knew exactly what PPP was doing. You know what I mean? Like, I'll give you an example. PPP was talking to me in DMs while he was talking to DSP. And I knew that he probably said a whole bunch of shit about me to Phil just to gain his confidence. Like, I was like, all right, you know what I mean? So when I started reading the DMs and the shit, you know, that I read about me in those DMs, it was like, yeah, he's trying to gain your confidence. He's trying to make it seem like your enemies are my enemies. And Phil just couldn't understand that maybe that's what you need to do to gain someone's confidence of you is, you know, make it seem like you support them, not their enemies. But he couldn't see that. To him, it's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. And it's funny because as big as a liar he is, he can't comprehend that maybe other people are lying.
you have to understand is valuable. Like, I got a flash cart that I found in a drawer. I had to find new firmware for it. Not going to get. Point being is that I looked into things myself, looked it up myself. I didn't fire up a stream and say, "Hey guys, watch me be a dumbass and look how to make this flash cart work." These all tie into why anyone with a modest intelligence is not going to be like, "Man, Phil was getting the one up on them." Because you. What? Yes, please talk to me, Phil.
For a decade, you had a channel called Review Tech USA, and in the last 5 minutes that you have wasted of everyone's time, you have reviewed more tech than you did in your entire decade on your own channel.
Okay, but that still doesn't take away from what I'm saying right now.
You are the master of bad timing and how to make things that are exciting incredibly fucking boring. Good God, man. Don't you understand?
How is it boring when I'm saying things like you?
Oh my God.
You
Dude,
said
aliens would be landing outside and you would be talking about how your stove is malfunctioning. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Phil,
we are not here to talk about a microphone, you incredible buffoon. Could you stop for 5 seconds and just stop wasting everyone's time so we can actually talk about the subject matter?
He treated him like a child here. Don't get angry.
What I'm trying to tell you, Phil, is that you see why it's hard to believe you. You also just recently said you...
Right there. And I think this is where Rich kind of shot himself in the foot. He kept bringing up things. Like, he should have just focused on the point of, you lie about the dumb mundane things. Why wouldn't you lie about something as big as this? That's all he should have said. And he kept kind of hyper focusing on different things. Now he's going to talk about Castlevania. That's where he started losing people here.
Interesting. Or we could just look at the very few things that I talked about with Warski, because we barely ever spoke. I'm telling you, like, it was such minuscule stuff.
Are any of those as embarrassing as when you pressure your audience to donate so your wife doesn't have to cook dinner?
There you go. Okay, that was well done. He reversed something and threw it back at him and said, well, wait a minute. Is anything in there as embarrassing as you e-begging? It's because you don't want your wife to cook. And what did he say? He bit like an idiot. Instead of telling Review Tech USA to fuck off, he goes, oh, they're more embarrassing than that. Oh, so you just admitted that, one, you agree that that's what you do, and two, yeah, it's embarrassing, but what I'm going to show you is even more embarrassing. Okay, Phil.
As an act to entertain, while these things were done behind the scenes in good confidence. So that's the difference.
All right, so you know what, Phil? Show me something, man. Show me. I want you to show me why you called Strangely Lex a slut too. When I show more skin.
There you go.
I show more skin than she does.
There you go.
That just happened recently. We didn't even talk about that behind the
scenes.
There
you go.
Talk about that on the show. So what you've seen there on Smart Guys.
There's nothing to see.
There was nothing behind the scenes to talk about. So
that was just you being salty, but okay.
So what would you like to talk
there
about?
You go. There you go.
Everyone's telling me to just dump you from the show.
See, right there. You see how you can get at Phil? So when Phil says something, what you do is you redirect it and you focus on something like him. Like he did earlier when he mentioned, like, oh, what do you want to see in this? Some embarrassing things, right? Phil said embarrassing DMs. And what Rich did is said, oh, are there anything in there more embarrassing than you e-begging because you don't want your wife to cook, right? That's a great way to just pin it back on Phil. And what he does is it forces him to see it and cope. Like right here, after this last little dig here, DSP now started looking at the chat where he didn't even bother looking at the chat anywhere. And no one said, one person, Beeb, said, get Ralph on. No one else said throw him off or whatever. And Rich, to his credit, called him out for that. We're going to watch that right now.
Poorly, and they just want me to do this for myself. But I'm keeping you on here out of good faith. So what would you like to do?
Phil, you have over 1,300 viewers right now. I'm not seeing...
Right there. Bam!
A couple people who want Ethan Ralph to come on.
Enough said. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Most viewership. Like, you would need to do like 6 streams to get this much viewership.
Fair enough.
They're not here for you. I need to tell you.
So you get this much viewership every day?
No, because I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I mean, you being honest, I'm doing this as a service to you because I did use you as the way to get this entire arc started. So I felt like it would be a respectful thing to do to have you on the show while I go through this. But I mean, if you're not interested...
Press 1 if you want me to stay. Press 2 if you want me to
stay.
There
you go.
So, I mean,
there you go.
If you just want to talk about mics and shit.
There you go.
We could do that on another show. But that would not be...
One. Nothing but ones.
Phil, there's mostly ones here, Phil. There's only a handful of 2.
Call them out. See, that's how you handle DSP. That DSP, like, this is a life lesson for you guys. People like DSP, that's how you handle them. You basically don't let shit go. Now, I'm not saying bombard them with a lot of petty shit, but when they make a point, right, and you have something clearly that either contradicts or calls out their bullshit for the same behavior, you throw it back in their face. You know what I mean? Like, I really enjoyed the fact that Phil said, "Oh, what embarrassing DMs do you want to see?" And he threw it back in his face and said, "Oh, well, you want to talk embarrassing? is it more embarrassing than you e-begging because you don't want your wife to cook, right? And again, that's how you handle these type of people. Like you kind of you throw back a truth at them, that and especially if it's behavior they do that, you know, is very similar. You know what I mean? Like when they call out locals and he's embarrassing, he acts like a local. Then what you do is you look at them and you point out some low-cal behavior they do and say, oh, well, all right, so you agree that's low-cal behavior. So when you sat there and e-begged for money, were you being a low-cal? And then they get on the defensive and the response is always great. So,
or do I dump you from the show? Those are the three options. You pick, I pick, or you get dumped. What would you like to do?
You can pick a topic, and then I'll pick the next one. How about that? Let me ask you a question. Oh, no, here's a good one. You keep on saying, even recently, in a video you just made a few weeks ago, that I'm on drugs when I don't even take edibles anymore. I haven't for the past 5 months. Why do you
No, I
keep
believe
saying
that. I do believe that you're off drugs. Right now, you seem pretty coherent and clear, so, you know, absolutely, that's true.
Now,
Definitely not on drugs.
this wasn't even a month ago. It was February 24th. You've even said that I drank weed seltzers. Why would you say things that aren't true, that you don't know about?
From what I've seen on your streams, you were drinking weed seltzers in the past. I don't know specifically what you're referencing, so I can't answer.
Phil, I've never had a weed seltzer in my entire life.
I didn't know that. Do you want me to pick a topic, or you pick one?
You can pick it. You didn't know that, but you went with it, though.
All
okay,
right.
continue.
So we'll start at the beginning. The whole point here.
all right, there it is, folks. And of course, I did another. It was a separate video where he ended up getting kicked off the stream. That's right. He got kicked off the stream. Did I open that video up? Hold on a second. Let me see. DSP level. Oh, I thought I had that one open. Level 666 podcast. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. This is the whole thing, which I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
All right.
All right, hold on a second.
The grill filled. Lastly, why did it all fall apart? All right. Hold on a second. Honest, you know, I know Andy apparently doesn't like me, but I've barely talked with the guy, so I just don't know him.
February 24th. You've even said that I drank weed seltzers. Why would you say
here
things
it
that
is.
aren't true, that you don't know about?
Man, his audio's so fucking low.
In the past. I don't know specifically what you're
Phil?
referencing, so I can't answer.
Phil, I've never had a weed seltzer in my entire life.
I didn't know that. Do you want me to pick a topic, or you gonna pick one?
All right, there you go.
You didn't know that, but you went with it, though.
All
okay,
right.
continue.
So we'll start at the beginning. The whole point here, and this is what I want you guys to understand, is when I started working with the casino, all right, the big idea was the co-op react to Rich's documentary. And that was the goal.
Dr. Backseat, big ups, brother. Thank you, brother.
And then after that happened, it's like, well, what are we going to do next?
Big ups, brother. Thank you, Dr. Backseat. You get a round of applause. Big ups, bro. Oh, sorry about that. You get a round of applause, brother. Woo! Thank you, brother, for the momentum, for the call of action. You high fuck Vader. Thank you, Dr. Backseat. I appreciate the support. Big ups, brother. Thank you. If you did get a membership, please make sure to thank Dr. Backseat for being so generous. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, man.
And for me, it's like, well, you guys know what I can do. I play games. I can do that. So anything gaming related, I'm down for. But they said, well, we're the drama guys, right? We're going to come up with all these ideas.
I just want to see him boot him off like a bitch.
So the very first one they had is let's
bitch.
Let's actually get Mudahar to do a co-op with us.
Yeah, he didn't hit the goal. That was great.
With Mudahar.
We'll see that. We'll watch that. We'll see that.
Over the years. And it's going to be epic. It's going to be
Thank you, Dr. Backseat. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've been pushing it for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. Good Lord. Yeah, 4.5 hours. That's right. We're almost done, by the way. We're almost done. You're going to paraphrase. Why do you need the paraphrase? Why do you need the paraphrase, huh, Phil? Because you want to cover shit up. Let me move it up a little bit here, folks. All right, right there. I think this is it.
I think he chickened out because he can't handle the heat. That's what Worski said right here. That Mudahar can't handle the heat of doing it.
These are all nothing burgers. Where is the damage?
Correct.
We're going through a lot of stuff. Relax. Relax. And then here, I'm trying to find it. He basically says, I think that, this is Josh Moon. He says that basically the detractors.
Way to be prepared there, Phil.
And he thinks that he pussied out because your detractors contacted him. That's what PPP says. Okay.
Screen share that link that I sent you. I want you to explain it to me.
I'm not screen sharing any links. We're not doing any bullshit that you want to do. It's not your show.
Why is you not doing? It's not my show, but you brought me on.
All right.
Exactly,
So-
Rich.
Phil, I think you thought this is going to be like some like battered wife. Like, yes, let's go. I don't care about I really don't give a shit. I don't care about.
What a bitch! What a bitch! He's gay! He's gay! That's 100%. He's also retarded. He's a retard. What a bitch! God, such stuff. And again, Rich wasn't doing anything. Rich called him out because he's like, "Look, you brought me on. What did you bring me on for? If this is not going to be a conversation, right?" That's what you say, right, Phil? We're having a conversation. So if we're having a conversation and the guy that you bring on, you're a guest, wants you to show something, then you might want to say something like, "Well, I'll show that later. I'm in the middle of something," or you just stop what you're doing and show it. It's just good manners. But no, he thought he was cooking with this nonsense that he was pulling off here.
Tried, everyone. Really, I did. I tried to make it entertaining. That man is not entertaining in any way, shape, or form. I really wanted to give it an honest shake, but he's an idiot. Okay? Wow. I mean, he really did not want to play ball. He did not want to have any fun. That guy is a loser. That's sad because I was trying. I mean, not that I want to be that guy's best friend or anything, but I mean,
Sure, Phil. Sure. You brought him on, you fucking clown, because you were too much of a pussy to do this all by yourself. That is the only reason why you brought him on, okay? Hold on a second. Let me see here. Let's move a little forward.
And weird announcement because this one was not expected, okay? So someone contacted me and said, so basically,
121.
Played anything on your PS5 Pro in like ages. And I was thinking about it. I was like, you're right. I haven't
Okay, all right. He does a lot of shaking here because he didn't hit his goal.
corrected properly at the right time. And those guys didn't feel that way. They were very upset with me, you know? Usagi Jojo, but here's the thing. He said, should have just done gameplay today. If I did, they would have leaked stuff and selectively done it.
There it is. There it is.
Again, destroy me. Now they can't do that. Now, can they still
There it
talk shit?
is.
Can they still insult? Yes.
There it is. That was the reason why he did this. He wanted to get ahead of the story and put out selected things because he thought that PPP or whatever were just going to pick out certain things and talk about certain things. So what you did like an idiot is you just published everything and said, well, the fuck that, I'm putting everything out there. Like literally just like the dumbest move. Just the dumbest decision to do that. Just the dumbest. Yeah, he was trying to save face, and he tried to give his spin of, well, all that was made up. I was just LARPing as a retard. That's brass tack. That's all this was. DSP came on and said everything on that stream, everything in those DMs was a lie, and I was LARPing as a retard on purpose because I had a master plan to felt someone. 800 likes. All right. You know what? Let's do the bubbles. Good God, man. The retardedness of DSP knows no bounds. Jesus Christ. All right. Big ups, everyone, for the likes. Thank you. Here's some bubbles. Big ups. Let the pig roach out, blow some bubbles. 101 likes. Thank you. That brings momentum and engagement and everything else. Big ups, bro. Thank you very much. It was quite disgusting. It was very disgusting. It was. You know why? I'm not just saying this because I hate DSP or dislike DSP. I'm saying it because just as a usual human, for you to actually try to convince people that all this was made up, you lied about cancer, you lied about your mom dying, you lied about your dead rabbit, you know what I mean? All this shit you lied because, what? You wanted to steal money from a fat troll, a fat Canadian troll? That's really what you want to do?
They can. Can they, be nasty? Yes. But that stuff, they can't do shit with. It's all out there. I've already talked about it. It's done. All right?
It's done.
I'm sure they'll continue with the harassment like they have. They're so upset that I cut ties because they basically wanted to change me and I didn't want to do it. But outside of that, it had to be done. Something had to be done. I could
He's
just
coping.
sit here and do nothing.
He's coping.
It would have ended very annoyingly again. It would have been another side scrollers where everyone's like, oh my God, now you got to lay low again for 17 years.
God,
you know what I
yeah,
mean?
no. Dude, I wouldn't even wish that on like my enemy. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't wish, say, I wish your wife had cancer. As much as I did, you kind of hate DSP or whatever, I would never wish cancer on Cat, or his cat die, or his mom be. I would never say that. Like I would never do that. I would be a shitty person to do that. And he just went ahead and did it. He went ahead and told everyone his wife had cancer and his mom was dying. By the way, his mom's been dying from the same thing for the last 8 years. So, FYI. Look at him. Look at him scouring for tips and donations. I don't hate the guy. Look, I've said this before. I don't hate DSP. I hate some of the shit he does. That's quite annoying. You know what I mean? Like sometimes the shit he does pisses me off. I don't genuinely hate DSP. I don't. I to me, hate takes a lot of investment. You have to be invested in someone to actually have that kind of feeling of hate. I don't hate DSP. I hate some of the shit he does. It's quite annoying. But to hate DSP, no. I'm not going to spend my energy or, give myself anxiety or be angst over fucking Dark Side Phil, a locale who lives in Washington, Renton, Washington. No, I got bigger things to worry about than having hate for him. Pity? Occasionally I pity him.
Says, say my name, PPP, cook them, king. Okay then.
Look, someone paid a compliment and said, "Oh, he was the Heisenberg of this, right?" And even he couldn't buy that. He was just like, "No, everybody knows I'm full of shit. Everyone knows that I got felted, and I'm gonna continually get felted." I get it, so I know some people do. I don't.
CyberSTV, we know the gimmick. CyberSTV says so.
I don't have the
spin it
energy.
and say you sell felted or whatever. But the thing is, I pulled the rug on all their plans. Their plans were that this Friday they were going to reveal these logs, likely selectively, in order to make.
Oh God, man, I don't know. That's a hard question, brother.
The entire show was going to be a big thing.
Which they did. It's been a year, Phil, and they still talk about you and make money off of you, brother. The only thing you did was you gave them like the next 2 weeks after this last year was just you nonstop. You gave them more content than anyone else. Versus if you didn't do this, right? They would have had the leaked DMs, and people probably would have shitted on them for leaking DMs, right? But no, you were too worried that they were going to put out the narrative out there that you were gay for Andy. And to you, that is too much of a crime that someone would say that you're gay. Like that, to you, no, I can't have that. I'm not down with people thinking I'm gay. That's literally why you decided to do this.
Now they have to course correct. They have to change everything they were going to do.
No, they didn't change anything. They had their he is so fucking delusional. He really thought that It's a Gundam was gonna watch this podcast, which he did. He did watch this podcast, and he literally thought, "Oh my God, PPP called me what? Oh, I'm not gonna do content with him." No, that's not how it works, Phil. Most people understand and know. It's just insane that he literally fucking thought this. And he thought that he was cooking here. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna ruin their plans." And what happened? Nothing. PPP and Andy had It's a Gundam on. It's a Gundam basically confirmed and said, "Yeah, I knew the whole plan. I'm not an idiot. I knew what they were doing, and I was fine with it. And we were having conversations in the background, just like everyone in the fucking internet in the world said, and said the same thing, but except for DSP. But he wants you to believe that he king snaked all this.
Pulled and I'm done with it. Like my end.
He's done with it. Okay, Phil.
That's the whole idea. That's why I did this, so that we could be done with it. We can move on.
Nothing changed.
Moving forward. No more derailment here.
The only thing that changed was he made himself look extremely pathetic. And what it did was it just showed another example of him lying. That's all this was. This whole king snake bull, that was just him lying. He fabricated all this shit, right? And to me, it lended more credence to what Kino Casino said, because there's only two people in this argument, Kino Casino and Phil. I don't believe Phil, so I'm going to lend my credence to PPP and Andy more than DSP. Now, did everything that PPP and Andy said was true? No, there was some shit that was exaggerated or probably wasn't true, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and say 90% of the shit they said was true. And 100% of what DSP said was a lie. So, yeah.
I keep talking about it because people are talking about it in the chat, you idiot. What should I do? Ignore the chat? And the VRR is automatic, so cool. And 120.
I want to see the
Stick
end
around,
where
you're
he
gonna
doesn't
like
have
what
to
we
go.
Okay?
Aw, he didn't hit the goal.
Yeah,
Poor
again,
Phil. Look.
listen,
Coping.
Style Man says you had over 2,000 viewers or nearly 2,000 viewers. No one was contributing or nothing. Of course not. Because I wasn't sitting here saying, hey guys, it's time to find people who are down on their luck, doing awful things, and making fun of them. Because that's all it is. These people are toxic individuals who want to make fun of others and bring others down for personal gain. And I don't do that. You know, I don't do that.
Oh, I'm sure he
want
got
to do that.
wasted.
I don't find it entertaining. I don't want orchestrated internet fights with supervillains. It's all nonsense. And it's all over. I tried it. It doesn't work. It's bullshit. It works for some people. It doesn't work for me. I'm moving forward with good stuff. The stuff that you guys have liked all along that got me to where I am.
Sure,
okay?
Phil.
I am playing the lives of PTLC, yes.
All right, let's move forward.
Ending the stream now, and I'll be back tonight with Call of Duty. Fair enough, everyone? All right? I'll see you all tonight. Good night.
We got the prayer hands in the chat. Poor Phil. Poor Phil. Oh, mercy. Mercy. Womp, womp, womp.
I saw some of the comments on your post.
Oh, there you go. Look, there's one video of
When did I
Duty
make it
Watchers,
private?
and you like
2 days
crapping
ago.
on. You guys like making fun of Duty watching AI and telenovela stuff. Okay. All right, I got to clear my history out because my history has a lot of this shit on it. All righty, folks. Okay. All right. Okay. So, what have we learned today? What we have learned is really nothing. What has been confirmed is that DSP's a liar. Yes, for sure, he's a liar. And 1 year later, yes, and we've learned that whenever you don't have an argument for something and you're cornered, all you have to do is just say fair enough. Okay, fair enough, right? Your wife catches you cheating. She catches you inserting it in the buttocks mid thrust, and she calls you a cheater. You don't defend yourself. You just say fair enough, and that will solve your problems. Okay, there you go. Fair enough. That's right. You bang in the babysitter. You get caught. You just say fair enough. All right, and your wife will forgive you. All righty, folks. I think that's it. Again. Man, we did 5 hours. You know what? Round of applause for Duty for knocking out a 5-hour podcast. Big up to Duty streams. Yeah, dos mujeres, un camino. Dos mujeres, un camino. God, my mom used to watch that novela every fucking night. Jesus Christ. All right, good. All right, so we actually still have more anniversary shit that's going to happen, right? Because we got to stream the It's a Gundam thing, which occurred Friday, which is tomorrow, right? The It's a Gundam thing. Well, actually, that would be Monday. So we're definitely going to rewatch the It's a Gundam stream because that was epic too, right? And then I think to wrap it all up, we have a couple little videos here and there that we definitely want to catch up on just to refresh people's minds. But I thought this was a good way. We got a 5-hour stream. We went through the whole arc, most of it, until the ending, which is, of course, the 666 podcast. But that's not the end, folks. There's still more. There's still more to come. And, yeah, we'll definitely be there. Again, it's like History Guy. Call me Alt Junior. That's right. Duty's doing the Densey Scrolls. But the Duty stream scroll, the Duty Siege scrolls. There you go. I'm gonna steal Art's catch line. There you go. Alrighty, folks. Okay, man. It's been a wild ride. It's been great, but there's still more content. Let's not forget, we got a couple anniversaries this year from the Kino arc. We have the whole Switch 2 debacle. Let's not forget the Switch 2 debacle. We have the DSP going away for a week arc where he went to visit his dying mom. We have several arcs that we have to do. We have to do the lawsuit arc where he threatened detractors with a lawsuit. We got May 1st. May 1st is going to be amazing. By the way, I do have the 4K 14-minute video of DSP beating off. But what we're also going to do is I grabbed some clips of DSP and what he said about the fappening throughout the years. So there were times where he lied and said he didn't do it. Then there were times that he said he did it, and then he blamed Panda Lee for why he was jerking off on stream. It's great. We'll watch all of those clips. All right. Okay. Woo! 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 That's right. All right. I'm tired. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go eat some lunch, and then I guess we're gonna watch Phil's podcast. Don't forget, folks. Well, he's doing the podcast today, I think, at 2:30. So he's still doing the podcast at 2:30, and then he's going to take a break and then come back like at 6 or something like that. I believe that's what he said. If not, that's fine. Alrighty, folks. Don't forget, Ames will be streaming at 3 o'clock. By the way, here, let's go to his stream. Bam. Let's see if he's up. Let's see if he's up and running. Let's see if he's up and running.
What's not fair is spending 6 months turning your husband.
Wait, why didn't it work? Oh, here it is. I got it. All right, here it is. All right, we should watch some of his AI slop. It's pretty good. Some of it is pretty good. Some of it is pretty funny. All right, here it is, folks. Stop by, say, Duty sent me. How about that? Look, there you go. Duty sent me. There you go, brother. Alrighty. Okay, folks. Talk to you guys in the PM. I might stream tomorrow. We'll see how things go. If not, I will catch you guys later. Hope you guys have an amazing, blessed day. And don't forget, folks, don't forget, when you get caught and you don't have an excuse, just say, fair enough. Peace out, everybody.